Hey everyone, welcome to FanFic Canon. Thanks for hitting play. I'm thrilled to bring this fan-made story to life for you. If you enjoy the ride and want more narrated fanfics, smash, subscribe, and tap the bell so you never miss an episode. And if you want audiobook of a novel of your choice, join my Patreon. Request any title that's freely available online, and I'll produce a full narration just for you. Now, let's dive into today's adventure.
The roulette spun wildly, its colorful streaks flashing across Mio's eyes. He didn't bother wishing for a specific gene. Experience had taught him, want it too much, and it won't come. Stop caring, and fate might just hand it over. So he just watched, calm but tense, as the wheels slowed slower. Click. Congratulations. Gene acquired, Fire Dragon Gene. Mio's eyes widened, then narrowed with a grin. A dragon gene, huh? Fire Dragon Gene, originating from the dragons of the fairy tale world, possesses overwhelming physical strength, draconic intellect, and mastery of dragon slayer magic. This wasn't the fragile, mystical millennium dragons of the One Piece seas. This was the real deal. Fire dragons, the kind that could level mountains. He stroked his chin. Perfect match for that millennium dragon egg. When it hatches, the Fire Dragon Gene will push it beyond natural limits. But his gaze darkened as another thought surfaced, the Thunder Fruit. Should he feed it to the hatchling too? Mio frowned. He hated devil fruits. Too flashy, too risky. Every fruit came with a weakness, and in a world ruled by the sea, being chained by salt water was begging for death. It's a gamble, he muttered. Kill a devil fruit user, harvest the gene, and the fruit reappears somewhere else. But hunting it down again, he smirked. Better than handing my enemies a leash. Decision made. He shut the panel and joined Erica and Robin in training. Robin, caught up in the intensity of the room, even started peppering Erica with hockey questions. Days blurred by. A week later, the ship was still under construction when Hei Yin returned, late into the night. In his grip, dangling like a broken puppet, was a man barely clinging to life. Mio glanced up. You brought him. With a dull thud, the body hit the floor. Marcus Gary, South Blue Pirate. Bounty, 24 million. A fresh Grand Line rookie. Paramecia user of the picture-picture fruit. His ability was mediocre, but exactly what Mio needed. Blood dripped onto the floorboards as Marcus lifted his head, eyes wide with fear. Why are you killing me? Mio crouched, eyes cold. Do I need a reason? Raikiri sang through the air. One flash. A head rolled. Blood spattered across the wood. Congratulations. Human gene picture obtained. The system's prompt chimed. Mio's lips curled into a thin smile. Warwick. Dispose of him. On it. The towering werewolf dragged the corpse away as Erica silently wiped down the blood. Her expression calm, practiced. Mio picked up a small, battered phone worm lying near the corpse. With a casual squeeze, he left it barely alive, just enough for what came next. Time to earn your keep. The phone worm vanished into the cultivation tank. Mio dragged Marcus's newly obtained gene into the slot and tapped train. This one didn't need to be powerful, just useful. The interface flickered. Please select training direction. Animal type / human type. Animal type, Mio said without hesitation. I need you to walk into Impel Down with me. Another choice appeared. Main form, phone worm / human / fusion. Mio blinked, startled. Fusion, interesting. His mind raced. So if I gather the right mix, deer, camel, rabbit, snake, would I actually make a dragon? The thought was dangerous and tempting. For now, though, practicality came first. Phone worm type. Minutes later, the tank hissed open. Successful training. Name, unnamed. Abilities, phone worm link, can connect with other phone worms for communication. Screen projection, can display visuals anywhere within sight. Strength, utterly useless in combat. Potential, none. You've hit the ceiling. Mio stared at the screen. His lips twitched. Wow, that's brutally honest. Combat-wise, it was trash. But communication-wise? Perfect. Exactly what he needed for infiltration. He smirked. You'll be called. Xiaomi. Like a phone brand back in my old world. The panel chimed. Extractability? Yeah, do it. Mio leaned back, watching as the extraction began. The roulette's glow faded with the system chime. Draw successful. Ability acquired. Phone worm link. Attributes increased by 1/10 of cultivated creature. Mio's lips twitched. Figures. That so-called 1/10 boost felt like nothing. No surge of power, no sharp edges body. Just empty. Exactly what he'd expected from a phone worm. It wasn't built for battle, and neither were the genes he'd used this time. As for the new ability, useful sure, but in combat, completely tasteless. This one's more for convenience than strength, Mio muttered, exhaling as the tank hissed open. With a thought, the little creature materialized on the table. A phone worm, smaller than the usual kind, with faintly sharper eyes, but otherwise the same. It blinked at him once, then gave a soft bloop before curling up and dozing off. Mio couldn't help a small grin. No time now, but one day I'll collect the rest of your kind. The black ones for spying, the gold and silver pair, the government hogs for buster calls, even the image worms. Fuse them together, and I'll make a network no one can touch. The thought alone was worth the gamble. Robin leaned forward, curious. Captain, is this another one of your creations? Mio lifted the worm gently, stroking its shell. Not much different from the ordinary kind. Call it Xiaomi. At his words, the worm gave another faint blue, as if in lazy agreement. For now, it was enough. The days dragged quietly as their ship's construction continued. Training became routine. Robin peppered Erica with hockey questions, while Warwick and Mio sparred to kill the boredom. Progress came slowly, but it came. Then, one evening, a sharp ring buzzed from Mio's pocket. He plucked out Xiaomi. The phone worm blinked awake, lips moving in sync with a voice. Mr. Mio, came Iceberg's low tone, your ship is ready. She's waiting in the dockyard. A grin spread across Mio's face. Good. We'll be there shortly. He hung up. The voice had been clear enough that everyone around heard. Erica's eyes brightened. So it's time. Robin's lips curved with quiet excitement. Our new home. I wonder what it'll look like. Let's find out, Mio said. They cloaked themselves and moved swiftly through water-7 streets until the stench of metal and oil hit them, the dumpyard docks. Iceberg was already waiting. He recognized them instantly despite the cloaks and bowed slightly. Mr. Mio, my master couldn't come, so I'll introduce you to your ship. Lead on, Mio said, the eagerness in his eyes impossible to hide. The stench of rust gave way to the sharp salt air as the group stepped through the cluttered yard and reached the shoreline. There she was, a sleek, black-hulled ship, fresh from the depths of the dock, the sheen of its lacquer catching the evening light. Iceberg gestured proudly. 3 floors above deck, plus a reinforced basement with cooling storage. First floor, dining hall, warehouse, training room, supply rooms. Second floor, your quarters. Third floor, bathing and leisure. Each of the upper decks has its own balcony. Every plank, every beam, best materials we had. His voice carried pride he didn't bother to hide. Mio studied the ship in silence, a slow, satisfied grin tugging at his lips. Not bad at all. Relief crossed Iceberg's face. The Black Crow pirate's approval was more valuable than any payment. Mio turned slightly. Hey Yen, bring the others. We're moving in. Hey Yen gave a curt nod and vanished to carry out the order. When the introductions finished, Mio looked back at Iceberg. Give Tom my thanks. He's built me more than a ship. He's built a future. Iceberg nodded deeply. I'll tell him. One more thing, Mr. Mio. Have you chosen her name? Mio's eyes lingered on the crow figurehead carved into the prow, dark feathers gleaming against the black hull. He smirked. Black Glory. Iceberg smiled faintly. Fitting. A proud name for the Black Crow pirates. As they spoke, Mio's senses sharpened. Shadows stirred at the edge of his vision. CP9, watching. He chuckled softly. Persistent little rats. Turning back to his crew, Mio's voice carried a quiet resolve. Let's board. They stepped onto the Black Glory, the deck groaning faintly beneath their boots. Mio paused at the bow, gazing at the endless sea. "Akiji," he murmured, "you'll be here soon." The sea breeze tugged at his cloak, and the corners of his mouth lifted. The game was only just beginning. Wait until drought to bring the boat over. The group began to move things. After moving the things from the old ship to the new ship, after several people have chosen a room each, they will consider leaving. During the period, Mio also purchased some supplies from the city of Seven Waters, and when the matter was almost resolved, Mio said to Han Yen, "After the drought, go in that direction." Mio pointed in a direction. It was not Sabadi Archipelago, but an uninhabited island. "This island is the destination of Erica and the others. As for myself," the corners of Meow's mouth rose slightly. Not surprisingly, the destination of his trip is probably impelled down. The Black Honor left the city of Seven Waters and headed for the sea. When the boat was getting away, Tom came out of the small house, took a few sips with a bottle of wine, glanced at the direction of the Black Honor, shook his head slightly, and turned back. But before going back, Tom suddenly glanced in one direction and was startled. In sight, a figure stood on a bank. It seems to merge with there, which makes people ignore it subconsciously. It was a figure wearing a white robe with rippled eyes. It seemed that that figure was also looking at the direction of the departure of the Black Glory. But what shocked Tom was that this figure was inexplicable and made him feel a kind of palpitations. It seemed that he felt Tom's gaze. This figure looked at Tom. For a moment, his cold and unsentimental eyes gave Tom a sense of suffocation of death, and he hurriedly retracted his gaze and left. When he entered the hut, Tom took a deep breath and murmured, "That guy, who is it?" What Tom didn't know was that when he returned to the house, the figure slowly took out a phone bug and dialed it out. The phone worm was immediately connected. A slightly old but extremely majestic, yet extremely respectful voice came. "Master Yim, do you have any orders?" "Tom, the capital of the Seven Waters, after the sea train is over, get the Pluton drawing and kill it." Her voice was cold and unhurried. At the end of the phone bug, an old man nodded without hesitation. "Follow your instructions." Subsequently, the phone worm hung up. Putting away the phone worm, she turned and left. At this time, Mariewa. This is the headquarters of the world government, in the lobby of a luxurious castle in the Holy Land. On the sofa, 5 old men in black suits gathered here, some standing leaning against the sofa, some sitting on the sofa with their hands supporting their chins. At this time, the 5 old men were all looking at a silver telephone worm on the desktop in front of them. After a while, an elderly man said solemnly, "Order to go down later and let Tom speed up." "Well, since Master Yim ordered, let him die sooner. But I didn't expect Master Yim to pay attention to this. Is it because of Pluton?" "It should be. Pluton's design drawings have always been suspected by Tom, but that guy has never taken it out. The CP9 members lurking there have been staring, and Tom has not talked about Pluton in the past few years. During the period, I even had to wonder whether Pluton's design drawings were on his body. When you get the Pluton drawing from Tom, let number 0 solve it. Don't leave the slightest possibility of survival." Seconded. You ought to know about Mariewa. 2 days later. At this time, Mio was holding a fishing rod, sitting on the bow of the Crow to catch a fish. Today is a good weather, and the sky is full of warm sunshine, which makes people feel happy. This is good weather for fishing, but also good weather for waiting. He is waiting for the arrival of Akiji. I dare to threaten Momosaji's life. Although Akiji let himself escape for the first time, there must be a second time. And the second time, there will be only Akiji alone and no other Marines. On the way to fishing. Blue blue. The phone bug rang. Meow picked up the phone bug and said with a smile, "Brother Ming." "Hey, my friend, things are done." From the phone worm, Ming Ji's evil laughter came, and he was also suspicious. "Can you tell me what you want to do?" "I paid a lot of money to make a celestial dragons willing to switch on the way to Sabadi Archipelago. It's just a small plan. You will know it soon." "Well, I just hope you promise me to redeem it." Doflamingo chuckled lightly and didn't ask more. Meow responded with a smile to Ming Ji's words. "What you promise you will naturally be given to you, but the worry you want to get is not enough for what you are paying now." "Hey, don't worry. I don't know enough, so I agreed to your terms, didn't I? Behemoth Island, right? My family will send a group of pirates there every other month from a week later. On the island. Still not enough. Meow said lightly. Doflamingo pondered for a moment, then slowly said, plus to help you collect 10 devil fruit. Hearing this, Mio showed a smile. Well, when the time comes, I will give you what you want. I'll wait and see. Accompanied by Ming Ji's laughter. The phone worm hangs up. The current headquarters of the North Blue Don Quixote family. At this time, Doflamingo was sitting on the sofa alone, putting down the phone bug with a glass of red wine in his hand, with the corners of his mouth raised, with a wicked smile, and the light of thought gleaming in his eyes under the sunglasses. Celestial dragons. Akiji, what do you want to do? Yesterday, my friend specifically asked himself to help find Akiji's position and made a deal that made Doflamingo feel extremely eager and unable to refuse. He agreed. The content of this transaction, in addition to the conditions he just mentioned, is to determine the location of Akiji and let his celestial dragons go to the location designated by his friend. Fortunately, Akiji itself is in the first half of the Grand Line. Plus, Akiji riding a bicycle on the sea is very eye-catching and undisguised, so it is easy to determine the location of Akiji. At the same time, Doflamingo paid the price again in a way that induced a celestial dragons who went to Sabeti Archipelago to change careers halfway. As for what Doflamingo will get in this deal, that is naturally a good thing. Suddenly, Doflamingo remembered the news he had recently received in the world government and thought of where he had helped find a person named Vegapunk before, and his eyes flickered. What are you planning? The wine glass shook slightly, and Brother Ming laughed presumptuously. Hey, I feel like you're really in the next big chess game. If Mio knew Doflamingo's thoughts, he would only respond with a smile. He did this only as a guarantee. The protection of their own lives, the protection of Erica and the others, and some plans for the next improvement of their own strength. With a plop, Mio suddenly pulled up the fishing rod and a small fish was dropped out. After Mio caught the small fish and released it, Erica's surprised voice suddenly came. Master, that egg is hatched. Hearing the sound, Mio hurriedly left the bow and came to a room in the cabin. At this time, many people gathered in the room. The dragon egg was placed in the center of the room. Cracks emerged. Obviously, this dragon egg is indeed about to hatch. Click, click. There were more and more cracks on the dragon egg, and finally it suddenly shattered, and a head stretched out. It was a not-so-beautiful little guy with a bald body. At this moment, the little guy's head looked around and finally landed on the body in front of Meow, making a happy cry. It still crawled out of the eggshell with difficulty, crawled to the side of Mio's legs and rubbed it, looking like she was treating Mio as a mother. Well, it's not right, it should be Dad. With a click, Robin took the camera and took a shot, then asked, Captain, do we have anything to raise this cub? Drink milk? It should be. Mio scratched his head and asked Robin to get a bottle of milk. Then he made a small pacifier out of plastic and put it in the little guy's mouth. The little guy suddenly sucked it up and seemed to like milk very much. After the little guy finished drinking the milk, he just yawned and soon fell asleep by the lap of Mio. Okay, let's all go out, Mio said with a smile, holding the little guy in his arms. Elika nodded when they heard the words, turned around, and left the room. At this time, Me looked at the little guy in his arms and squinted his eyes. For a while, he couldn't bear it. Hey, it's a bit difficult to beat such a newly born little guy, but I can only take advantage of it now. Otherwise, it will be even more difficult to wait for a period of time to develop a relationship in the future. The time to hatch is really good. Just before I go to impel down, I will train you. Mio rubbed the little guy's head, then put the little guy down, and then turned back to the deck. Take the fish you just caught and return to the room. This fish is a fish in One Piece world. Although it is a small fish, its mouth is full of fangs. Holding the fish with one hand, Mio also picked up thunderfruit with the other and stuffed it into the fish's mouth. The fish subconsciously took a bite and swallowed it into its stomach. Immediately after, Mio's hand that held the fish was slightly hard, and the fish was directly pinched to death by Mio. Reminders also appeared. Congratulations on your inclusion of fish, thunder, and lightning genes. Then, Mio set his eyes on the little guy again, and after sighing, he shot. 1 minute later, looking at the little guy in the cultivation tank, Mio did not hesitate to pull the fire dragon gene and the lightning gene into the gene tank, in addition to some other miscellaneous genes. Wait until the genes that choose to cultivate the little guy are all done. Mio pressed the train button. Cultivate, start. Mio sat cross-legged on the ground and waited quietly. Cultivate the interface. A thunder can be heard. A deafening roar can also be heard. After a few minutes, please choose the training direction. Animal type? Human type? Human shape. The choice is successful. The training continues again. When the time passed by almost half an hour, cultivation is complete. At this time, the panel about the ability of cultivating organisms this time was also displayed in front of Mio's eyes. Ability. Longevity. Its lifespan is very long, and because of its long lifespan, it grows rapidly after birth until it stabilizes in a certain state, and it will only age rapidly when it is about to die. Julie, a powerful force. Toughness. The skin has a strong defense power. Long way. Born with a powerful force that can affect people who are not determined. Eater can swallow flames to restore strength. Dragon body. Because of this, the secondary body, its various attributes are born. To be very powerful, including physical stamina, dragon power, innate ability, the power of the dragon with fire attributes, thunder and lightning. It can control thunder and lightning. It can be transformed into thunder and lightning, but fear of seawater. Strength. Major Marine, extreme strength, Colonel Marine. The potential is huge and yet to be developed. Watch this introduction. Mio did not have the slightest surprise. First of all, the panel of this little guy is very gorgeous, and all the abilities it possesses are very powerful. As for the issue of strength, Mio understands it very well, because even if the panel is luxurious, this little guy has just been born. Even if he has powerful abilities, he will not use it, and his body will grow as it grows. Its own attributes have grown again. But what can be imagined is that the potential of this little guy is very huge. As far as Mio is concerned, there are only two people on the boat that can be compared with the potential of this little guy. One is Erica. Erica's kendo talent is extremely terrifying. When kendo grows to a certain level, it is easy to cut the dragon. The other one is Black Research. The potential of Black Research is also very huge, but it has not been reflected now, and there is still a lack of an opportunity to burst out of potential. This opportunity, Meow, also has ideas. I believe that after I get out of Impel Down, I may be able to implement it. And these two people, for now, can only compare with this little guy and nothing more. The reason is that this little guy has a long lifespan. Very long. Otherwise, there will be no longevity. The lifespan of the Millennium Dragon itself is very long, and coupled with the Fire Dragon's genes, the lifespan will undoubtedly increase a lot. At the same time, when the strength of this little guy becomes stronger in the future, the lifespan will actually increase with strength. Sometimes, a person's lifespan becomes longer. Even an ordinary person can survive a genius. What's more, is such a little guy with great potential in itself. Thoughts moved. The little guy's body appeared in front of Mio's eyes and was held in Mio's arms. After the training, the little guy now becomes a little baby, but the little guy still has the obvious characteristics of the pre-training. Those are the pair of horns on the forehead, the dragon's horns. Besides that, there are 2 marks on the back. It seems that the dragon's wings can be stretched out in the future. Huh, mother. Mio looked at the little guy's naked body. The corners of his mouth twitched slightly. He thought he would be a male. Since you are a little girl, your name will be Marcy from now on. As he said, Meow scraped the little guy's nose cheon and suddenly laughed. When you show up in the sight of the Marines in the future and burst into power, maybe they will give you the title of Dragon Girl. Maybe he felt a little itchy on his nose. The sleeping little guy was awakened, opened his eyes, and stared at the surrounding with angrily. 2 little hands were waving in the air, looking a bit irritable. But when he saw it, the little guy suddenly smiled. After rubbing, he fell asleep again. Extractability, Meow said in a deep voice. The sound fell, and the prompt emerged. Ability is being extracted. Starting to draw. The draw is successful. Congratulations on the ability Dragon Power and 1/10 of the all-round attributes of the creatures you cultivated this time. Mio's pupils shrank slightly, and while seeing the energy he had extracted, she also felt the improvement in her own attributes. Because of the dragon's body, even if Marxie was just born, various attributes also brought trouble to Mio. Phew, the increase is not small, and the power of the dragon. If he wasn't able to draw Thunder Fruit, he would be a little disappointed, but that's it for now. After all, the power of the dragon is actually not bad. To put it plainly, the power of the dragon is the dragon-killing magic, which is said to be an ability, but in fact it also comes with a fire-eating ability. That is, it can swallow flames to restore strength, which is a buy one get one free. This is also a benefit of getting the power of the dragon. Mio held Marcy in one hand and slightly clenched a fist in the other. A red color flickered in her eyes, and then a red circle appeared in front of her fist faintly. However, as Mio's thoughts moved, the magic circle dissipated, and the corners of Mio's mouth rose up and murmured, "The power will feel good, but I can find opportunities to become proficient when I go to impel down." Shaking his head, Mio stopped thinking about it, put Marcy on the bed in the room. Mio went back to the deck, asked Erica to pay attention, and then called Warwick to let Warwick and herself familiarize herself with all aspects of the enhanced attributes. As for the power of the dragon, I'll talk about it later. After half an hour, Mio and Warwick ended the fight. At the same time, Lilith said suddenly, "Master, celestial dragons." Huh. Meow looked back slightly, and in the distance, a huge and luxurious ship that could be seen from the outside appeared in his sight. Seeing this ship, Meow looked stunned, then raised the corners of her mouth and laughed. "It looks like Akiji is coming soon too. Get ready." "No, it's already here." As soon as the words fell, Mio also saw the arrival of Akiji in the opposite direction to celestial dragons, right in front of the Black Glory. At this time, Akiji was still riding a bicycle, but the sea under the bicycle was frozen at this time, and continued to spread rapidly around. Looking at the ship that was significantly better than before, Akiji's expression was calm. "This time, I won't let you run away." The voice fell. "The sea surface is freezing faster." Seeing this scene, Mio grinned. "Just come and try the Dragon Slayer magic." After that, Mio's figure disappeared in place and appeared in the air in front of him. With his hands touching, a red magic circle with the pattern of a dragon appeared, and then a hot breath rose. This trick should be called the Roar of the Fire Dragon. With a murmur, Mio only felt the heat in his body, and then spouted out a burst of fiery flames. The frozen sea in front of Mio seemed to have stopped because of the rising temperature and flames. In the distance, seeing this scene, Akiji frowned almost instantaneously. Fruit ability? No, this guy's fruit ability should be paramecia. Akiji's fruit ability that Akiji has seen before is the weird space-like ability that appeared out of thin air. And now this flame? Is it in you demons? Akiji murmured, but then he was negative. No, this guy didn't show the slightest characteristics of a Eudemons. There is still a wing like Lilith. But Mio has no characteristics at all, and it doesn't look like an Eudemons system. What kind of ability is it? Akiji was a little puzzled. He didn't think about Mio being a dual fruit ability person. After all, this kind of thing was too rare. Forget it. Suddenly, Akiji shook his head, no longer thinking about it. No matter what the ability, he will eventually be arrested today. At the same time, Mio did not return to the ship, but landed on the frozen sea, staring at Akiji, grinning. "Akiji Vice Admiral, I haven't seen each other for a long time. This is the last time we have met, and maybe I will visit you and impel down in the future." Akiji stepped off the bike and said slowly, "Hey, it's a pity if we didn't have Marine following this time." Mio grinned and waved. The Black Glory headed directly into the distance. Did not stay in the slightest. Seeing this, Akiji's expression condensed and a chill broke out. The sea surface froze and spread again, heading for the ship. However, at the next moment, Mio burst out another flame, preventing the sea from freezing. Akiji's complexion did not change, but he said lightly, "Are your crew going to abandon you? Or do you think you can get back on the ship?" "No, I didn't want to go back." Facing Akiji, Mio shook his head, but simply pulled out Raikiri on his waist, raised his hand, and threw it behind him. Raikiri rotated in the sky, and finally, steadily it landed on the deck of the Black Glory and was held by Erica in one hand. Then Mio sat cross-legged directly on the ice and smiled lightly. "I just knew I couldn't run away, so I decided to sacrifice me in exchange for the escape of others." "Sacrifice yourself?" Akiji frowned, but didn't believe Mio's words. He just watched Mio quietly, as if thinking that Mio was doing something, waiting for him at this time. Mio also saw Akiji's thoughts and couldn't help laughing jokingly. "What? Akiji Vice Admiral didn't come to arrest people? Why didn't you do it?" Speaking, Mio got up and walked towards Akiji step by step. When he walked 1 meter away from Akiji, Mio raised his hands and stretched out in front of Akiji, grinning slowly at the corners of his mouth. "Come on, arrest me." Akiji stared at Mio tightly, with a trace of perplexity in his expression. "What do you want to do?" "Go to Impel Down to see what kind of scenery the so-called Great Undersea Prison is like." The corner of Meow's mouth rose slightly. "Anyway, I can't run away this time. Why don't you just get caught by you? Maybe my partner will save me from Impel Down. They will also be arrested, and they don't have the ability, and you're not even a golden lion." Akiji said lightly, with a chill. Pause time. Mio's body was covered with ice, and Mio's entire body was frozen almost instantly, leaving only his head exposed outside. During the period, Mio did not resist at all, which made Akiji even more puzzled and full of doubts. But Akiji didn't think too much. Although he didn't know what Mio was going to do, he would catch this guy's crew again. At that time, no matter what this guy was going to do, as long as he entered Impel Down, he wouldn't want to escape. Just when he wanted to do it. "Damn, who are you? You dare to catch me? Do you know who I am?" "Huh?" On the Black Glory, an angry voice sounded, and Akiji's originally moving body stopped immediately after hearing the arrogant sound of trekking. NS. Looking up at the Black Glory with difficulty, there is a not-so-good premonition. This tone always feels a bit familiar. When Akiji looked at the Black Glory, he suddenly saw Warwick holding a fat man in a white robe and mask in his hand. The fat man was caught in the air while struggling and roaring. But that identity was recognized by Akiji at a glance. Celestial dragons? TSK, it seems that Akiji Vice Admiral hasn't caught my partner's chance. The corner of Mio's mouth rose slightly and said with regret, "I knew that celestial dragons were nearby, so I shouldn't have been arrested on the initiative just now. With celestial dragons there, it feels very simple to leave." Akiji ignored Mio's words, but looked at the celestial dragons with a gloomy expression and felt a little angry at this time. Don't these guys only appear in the Holy Land Sabati archipelago? How could it appear in this sea area? Moreover, the celestial dragon's route will basically be notified and watched by a dedicated person to avoid encountering danger. At the same time, it is convenient for people to go to support when encountering danger. But near this sea area, there should be no celestial dragons passing. Otherwise, someone should inform Akiji. But what is going on now? Looking at the celestial dragons held by Warwick, Akiji's eyes flashed with helplessness. He knew that this time it would definitely be impossible to catch all the members of the Black Crow Pirates. At this time, celestial dragons also saw Akiji and shouted immediately, "Are you Marine? I remember you. Hurry up and save me. These guys dare to catch me. I order you to kill them for me." Akiji turned a deaf ear to celestial dragon's words, just looked at the person on the Black Glory, and said lightly, "Let him go." Lilith also looked at Akiji and said slowly, "Yes, how about you let go of our captain first?" Hearing this, Akiji looked calm. "Do you dare to kill him?" A smile appeared on Lilith's face, and she shrugged. "Of course I dare not. Kill him, and we can't do without here. In that case, do you think I will let people go?" Akiji's expression condensed, his body was raging, and with a wave of his hand, the ice on the sea froze, but it only froze out a road leading to a distant direction. Immediately afterwards, Akiji said with a cold voice, "After half an hour, put him down." After speaking, Akiji stopped speaking. His meaning was clear. He gave the Black Crow pirates half an hour to leave, but after half an hour, he had to let go of celestial dragons. As for taking down everyone in the Black Crow pirates, Akiji has no such idea. If he dares to joke about the life of celestial dragons, he shouldn't even think about mixing with Marine. Even if he is strong enough to become Marine Admiral, it is useless. Celestial dragons' power in the world government is more terrifying than imagined. As a Marine Vice Admiral, and soon to be promoted to Admiral, Akiji knows very clearly that some celestial dragons do not seem to have an IQ, but they're only superficial. There are a lot of guys who don't know the depth in celestial dragons itself. Otherwise, it would not have been able to maintain its current position. After all, if you think about it, you will know that celestial dragons, which has ruled the world for 800 years, can develop all that is lacking in brains? Obviously impossible. It's just that he couldn't figure out why celestial dragons suddenly appeared here, and he always felt a little weird, as if it had been arranged inexplicably. Taking a deep breath, Akiji stopped thinking about it. Just wait quietly. In the Black Crow Pirates group, several people looked at each other a few times, and finally Lilith looked at Meow deeply, then turned and said, "Go." The Black Honor slowly departed. Drive in the distance. Soon, the Black Honor disappeared from sight. Akiji turned his head and looked at Mio beside him. "Your partner just abandoned you like this. Don't you have any ideas?" "Abandoned?" Meow grinned at the corner of his mouth. "Maybe they will think of a way to save me after they leave. Even if they think, they don't have this strength. The Great Undersea Prison is not so easy to break into. It will only make you a cellmate when you come," Akiji said in a flat tone, while taking a deep look at it. He always felt that the guy in front of him was hiding something and planning something. But he never figured out what this guy was going to do. To impel down? Is it necessary? What can this guy get from impel down? And once imprisoned in impel down, and then facing the surveillance of the camera bug, what can this guy do? This is something that Akiji didn't understand. He wasn't a fool either. How could he not see that the guy in front of him was completely planning to be arrested, but even then he could only arrest Mio, and wouldn't stop arresting because Mio might have planned something. This is impossible. "Hey," Akiji sighed, always feeling that the world seems a bit complicated. The world is complicated, and the hearts of the people are complicated. Taking out the phone bug, Akiji called. After almost half an hour, a warship arrives. A Marine soldier came over with sea stone handcuffs and handed it to Akiji. Because of the previous lesson, Akiji only let one Marine soldier over this time, so as not to be caught by the guy in front of him, and threatened him with his painful feet. With a thought, the ice on Meow's body dissipated. "Crap him," Akiji ordered. "Yes." The Marine soldier nodded and handcuffed Min with the sea stone handcuffs. Mio glanced at the sea stone handcuffs, and the corners of her mouth rose slightly, and she murmured in her heart, "It's time to test the acting skills." Then he waited silently. After her hands were handcuffed by the sea stone, Mio suddenly bends down slightly, as if losing most of her strength and instantly becoming a little weak. At this scene, Akiji nodded slightly, feeling a little relieved. This guy is a fruit-powered person. Even if he wants to do anything, he just needs to use sea stone to copy it, and then let impel down stare at him all the time. He shouldn't be able to get through any waves. I have to ask Sengoku Admiral to send someone to impel down temporarily when I go back. Akiji murmured in his heart. If this guy's partner were to save people, it would still be a bit of a hassle. After all, Akiji remembered that there was a huge underwater monster in this fellow's partner, and it would inevitably be a little troublesome to attack from the bottom of the water. After thinking about it, Akiji shook his head again, grabbed Mio's shoulder directly, pointed at the marine icy road next to him, and ordered, "Send a few people down this road. Celestial dragons are over there, and bring him over." After speaking, Akiji pressed Mio towards the warship. He didn't want to see celestial dragons anymore. Otherwise, he would have to listen to celestial dragons' nonsense. After all, he waited for Admiral to ignore celestial dragons. Only at the level of the Marshal, can you ignore celestial dragons? Another half an hour passed. Celestial dragons were taken back to the warship, and the warship departed slowly. At the same time, the city of Seven Waters. On a boat on the shore, a man was in the room at this time, with a phone worm in front of him. In the mouth of the phone worm, a note came out. The man picked up the note and glanced at it. There were only 2 words on it. Finish. After reading the above content, the man disposed of the note and left the room. Outside the room, there were 2 men with extraordinary breaths in black suits and bowed immediately when they saw the man. "Mr. Vegapunk, what's the matter?" "Well, go shopping on the island," Vegapunk said lightly. "Yes." The 2 men nodded and left the ship with Vegapunk. After a while, Vegapunk came back, but there was already an unknown phone worm on his body. "Mr. Vegapunk, where are you going next?" a man in black asked respectfully towards Vegapunk. Vegapunk squinted his eyes, as if thinking, "Kaido. Go to Impel Down and find some materials suitable for research. I don't know if Mr. Vegapunk wants to be capable or incompetent. I can let Impel Down prepare a file," the black man said respectfully. Vegapunk stopped. "No, you can find out if you go to sea for yourself at that time." "Yes." After a while, the ship left the city of Seven Waters and headed towards Impel Down. Go directly to a warship in Impel Down. At this time, Akiji was calling Sengoku with the phone worm and reported to Sengoku the situation just now. After the report, Sengoku, who was in naval headquarters, was a little confused at this time. "According to you, he looks like he was arrested on his own initiative?" "Yes." Akiji nodded. Hearing this, Sengoku tapped his index finger on the tabletop lightly, thinking about it. That shows what plan he has, and these plans are nothing more than 2. First, he wants to escape from Impel Down, so as to expand his reputation and become famous all over the world instantly, so that he enters New Afterworld. With his reputation, he was able to quickly draw a large number of pirates to follow him and build a not weak fleet. Second, there is something he wants in Impel Down, but the second possibility is unlikely, Sengoku said solemnly. As the current headquarters of Admiral, what is in Impel Down, he naturally couldn't be more clear. There was nothing in it except the prisoners. Mio wants to rescue the prisoner in Impel Down is also unlikely, because from the current situation, none of the prisoners in Impel Down can be related to Mio. Of course, if the criminals on the top floors have little effect on the sea, let's talk about it separately. Then Celestial Dragons, Sengoku Admiral, do you know what's going on? Akiji asked himself another doubt. I investigated. Sengoku Kaido. The Celestial Dragons are related to the Don Quixote family. North Blue's Don Quixote family? Akiji frowned slightly. Although Doflamingo has lost his identity as Celestial Dragons, he was still a Celestial Dragons after all, so there are people connected with him on the world government side. In addition, he has now developed a lot of slave hunting groups. It has a good relationship with some Celestial Dragons. This time it was the cause of Doflamingo, because it was heard that there were 2 Murloc slaves on Doflamingo's side, which caused Celestial Dragons to switch halfway. Sengoku explained. Hearing this, Akiji was suddenly stunned. In normal times, a few mermaid slave Celestial Dragons may not necessarily care. But this time is not ordinary. In recent years, Princess Odoheim has been working hard to promote the status of the Fishmen Island. The world government has temporarily allowed this, and has severely ordered Celestial Dragons. Let Celestial Dragons converge. Moreover, the status of the Fishmen Island has indeed improved compared with before. Thanks to the efforts of Princess Odoheim, the status of the Fishmen Island is indeed improved. In addition, the Fishmen Island is now jealous and hate humans. Many humans can't even wait for the Fishmen Island. Murloc slaves have lost a lot in recent times. Now suddenly I heard that there were Murloc slaves, and Celestial Dragon's heartbeat was normal when I wanted to come. After all, Celestial Dragons also want to fight for face in front of other Celestial Dragons. That guy caught the fisherman's slave at this time. Does the world government care about him? Akiji asked. Sengoku sneered and shook his head. Doflamingo is related to several Celestial Dragons. Only this sentence. Sengoku did not say much, but Akiji already understood. Celestial dragons. The scum in this world. Akiji frowned, then sighed helplessly, and changed the subject. Then next, after I send Kurikawa Mio to impel down, do I immediately return to New World? Yes. Well, it looks like my vacation is over now. Shrugging, Akiji hung up the phone worm. Immediately, he walked towards the room where Mino was detained. The Celestial Dragons just now was sent to Ini's lobby by him, and the CP organization at Ini's lobby asked them to escort them back to Mariewa. Click! The door to the room was pushed open, and Akiji walked in. At this time, in the room, this was a room that was originally used to detain criminals. There was a cell in it. Now, Meow's hands and feet are locked in shackles and are tightly fixed in it. Looking at Mio, Akiji sat outside the cell with his legs folded and said lightly, "Can you tell me what you want to do?" "Hey." Mio grinned upon hearing this. "What do you think I want to do?" Akiji's expression is calm, but his eyes are fixed on Mio. Escape from Impel Down to gain a huge reputation, and then go to New World to use this huge reputation to gain a foothold in a short time. Akiji actually believes this reason, because now all ambitious pirates want to go to the New World to fight. He believed that the guy in the cell in front of him would also be an ambitious pirate. It's just that a newcomer who has just gone to sea wants to gain a foothold in New World. It is impossible without sufficient strength. Although Mio's strength is good, it is not enough. Then it can only be through other means. This is also the greatest possibility that Akiji believes that Mio will be arrested on his own initiative and go to Impel Down. Mio grinned slightly and smiled faintly. "You think so?" When the voice fell, Mio stopped speaking. After sitting for a while, Akiji got up and prepared to leave. But before leaving, Mio suddenly asked, "Akiji Vice Admiral, can you ask a question?" Akiji stopped and looked back at Mio slightly. Mio asked with a grin, "Just curious, who is the warden of Impel Down?" "Magellan." Akiji replied faintly and left directly. Soon, there was only one person left in the cell. Squinting her eyes, Mio muttered alone in her heart, "Magellan." If you remember correctly, Magellan was still the deputy warden. The original warden was someone else, but because of the Golden Lion, did Magellan rise up? Golden Lion escaped from prison. The original warden had important responsibilities, so it is not surprising that Magellan rose up. But that's great, Magellan. Somehow a familiar character. In the case of warships advancing at full speed. 2 days later, Impel Down, one floor at sea. At this time, the warship docked. Akiji and a marine soldier pressed Mio off the warship and walked towards Impel Down. Before entering Impel Down, Mio and Akiji, including the marine soldier, put on a gas mask. And after entering Impel Down, it didn't take long for Meow to see the warden, Magellan, and Paramecia Poisonous Fruit, who had just been promoted, and all of them exuded poisonous gas. "Akiji Vice Admiral, long time no see." Looking at the incoming person, Magellan Dang said. Akiji nodded, motioned to Shimon, and said, "This is the latest pirate caught, Grand Line's Supernova, Kurikawa Mio. Please imprison him to the 6th floor first." The 6th floor? Magellan was a little surprised when he heard this. This guy is special, and his partners may come to rescue him, and those guys are also weird in abilities. Just in case, let this guy go to the 6th floor first. Akiji explained. Hearing this, Magellan nodded after thinking about it. If this is the case, well, I will arrange it later. Because it didn't take long for Golden Lion to escape from prison and Impel Down itself. The current Impel Down is more serious for these criminals who may escape. Therefore, Magellan has no objection to Akiji's opinion. He had just been in the position for a short time, but he didn't want to mess up one thing so quickly. After arranging the number of floors where Mio was detained, Akiji left, and Mio was personally escorted forward by Magellan. After a series of operations, Mio changed into a prison uniform and then proceeded to the 6th floor. Impel Down has 6 layers in total, except that the first layer is Crimson Hell, the second layer is Wild Beast Hell, the third layer is Starvation Hell, the fourth layer is Fiery Hell, the fifth layer is Freezing Hell, and the 6th layer that is rarely known eternal hell. The 5.5 layer in the future has not yet appeared. The sixth floor has always been imprisoned by the most vicious big pirates. Rao Shimon did not expect that as soon as he entered the Impel Down, he would be imprisoned to the sixth floor, although his own purpose was to go to the sixth floor. But it's fine now, saving some of his plans. Of course, these Meow did not show up. Inside the dim Impel Down, the footsteps of Mio and others continued to sound. It seemed extremely harsh on this quiet sixth floor. Is this the sixth floor? Hey, I don't know which old guys are locked up here. Mio grinned. There is almost no light on the sixth floor. Only some cells can be seen vaguely, but in the depths of the cells, it is not clear who is being held. The guys in this level of imprisonment are not good things. Be careful not to find a chance to be killed. Magellan snorted coldly and took Mio to an empty cell. At the same time, in other cells around, a pair of eyes opened. Finally, a newcomer has arrived, but he doesn't seem to know him at all. A new generation of pirates. Hey, Magellan, bring some cigars next time you come. Shut up, you rubbish. Magellan looked at the pirates and roared directly, his body raging and outrageously. Unfortunately, for the guys imprisoned on this sixth floor, Magellan's aura had no effect at all, but instead made these pirates laugh one by one. Magellan, your aura is still too weak compared to the previous guard. Practice again, little guy. Hey, Magellan, haven't you seen those guys laughing at you? Hurry up and let Lousy get rid of your poison. The F***K is about to get close to Lousy. A bunch of trash. Just be quiet if you don't want to be tortured. Magellan snorted coldly, pushed Mio into the cell, and then directly handcuffed Mio's limbs with sea-stone shackles in the cell. Then he got up and left the cell. After taking a cold glance at these pirates, Magellan slowly left. With Magellan's departure, the sixth floor quickly fell into the silence of ultimate. But this silence didn't last long, and a voice slowly sounded in a cell opposite Mio. Boy, tell me your name. Mio leaned his back against the wall, slightly raised his head, and squinted to look into the opposite cell, vaguely able to see an old voice, the corners of his mouth raised. Kurikawa Mio. Hey, I haven't heard of it at all. It really is a new generation of guys. Hearing Min's name, another disdainful voice sounded from a cell not far away. Mio followed the voice and saw a trace of the other person's silhouette in the dark, and his body was very strong, but the specifics were completely indistinguishable. Min squinted his eyes and looked at other places outside the cell. On some walls, can clearly see the phone worms lying on it, always staring at the situation in each cell. But soon, Mio withdrew his gaze, her eyes flickered. She stopped speaking, just bowed her head and waited quietly. Among Eternal Hell, almost no one spoke. It's all very quiet, but it's normal. Eternal Hell will occasionally deliver food, but in fact, the food delivered is only enough for everyone in Eternal Hell to barely keep alive, so these old guys will not waste it when there is no need. One's own strength usually retains strength and then bursts out when there is a chance to escape. Small talk about this kind of thing, but it rarely happens. In this level of hell, there is no light, only darkness, which makes people forget time without knowing it. Suddenly, Mio spoke slowly. Old guys, don't you tell me your name, my junior? The voice fell. No one responded. But there was some movement, a huge movement. The ground seemed to vibrate faintly. Mio looked up, only to see a huge black figure being held in a cell at this time, and the movement just now was caused by an unintentional movement of this figure. Seeing this voice, Mio grinned. Huge battleship, San Juan Evil Wolf. It's really the first time I've seen the legendary guy. This guy is not too young. Without mentioning the original work, he is now 70 years old. Hearing what Mio said, some pirates moved. Hey, you all know this guy? He is not someone in this era. Maybe in a while, he will even be forgotten by the new era pirates on the sea. Hey, the San Juan Evil Wolf smiled and said nothing. Do you know that guy? A guy who has been in ice for more than 10 years. A pirate kicked his foot, and then a sound of breaking through the air sounded, and the sound finally fell outside a cell. Meow looked up. The cell was also extremely dark, but a slight chill could be felt. Hey, World Destroyer. Burndy, Waldo, this guy in the original book has been frozen for 30 years. As the sound fell, a cold voice also sounded. Boy, is there any news from the rest of the Roger Pirates? Let's hear it. Min twisted his neck, made a crisp sound of bone twisting and collision, and said lightly, Report your name. Your strength, you don't deserve to know my name. The man's voice was cold and full of disdain. Hearing this, Min grinned, and a cold smile appeared. What are you? Worthy to know the news from me. In this sixth layer of eternal hell, every person imprisoned is nothing simple, not arrogant, and will hardly be recognized by the people here, let alone these guys. Boom! With Mio's voice falling. Many people who closed their eyes and rested opened their eyes and looked with interest at the cell where the person who asked Human for the news was. Only a loud noise was heard. The cell vibrated and dust rose. It seemed that he was extremely angry because of Mio's words, and his voice was full of chills. Do you want to die? The corners of Meow's mouth rose up, and a joking mockery emerged. Did you kill me? Humph! The figure snorted coldly, went silent, and didn't reply anymore. The people here are not fools. The shock just now made him consume a lot of energy. If he continues, he can't do anything. It will only waste the saved physical energy. But after a while, his voice sounded again. Douglas Bullet. It's really famous, descendant of the devil. Mio grinned. Inside the cell, Bullet said coldly, Don't talk nonsense. Tell me what I want. Marine doesn't send them newspapers on purpose. If you want to know new news, you can only wait for the newcomers to be imprisoned. Mio smiled, didn't care about Bullet's attitude, just said lightly, What do you think of the Roger Pirates after Roger's death? Those who weren't caught either retired or continued to roam the sea. Shanks, now the big pirates of New World. Humph! Upon hearing this, Bullet snorted coldly and didn't say much. Maybe it was because Shanks didn't really care about being a big pirate. For him, there are not many on Roger Pirates that can make him care. After getting the news he wanted, Bullet stopped talking, and this news might be what he expected. After all, the Roger Pirates, without Captain Roger, had ended their journey on the sea. The remaining crew members were either arrested like him, retreated like Rayleigh, or stayed on the sea like Shanks and started a new voyage of their own. After Bullet fell silent, Eternal Hell fell silent again. The corners of Meow's mouth raised, grinning. Why? Do you have anything to ask? Hey, what can I ask? Speaking of which, I am more curious about what happened to the fellow Golden Lion after he escaped. That guy has left a pair of legs here. It's worthy of Shiki, who has the same courage. If I can leave here, Lousy is willing to pay the price of a pair of legs, but Lousy is not a lion fruit-capable person. But he can't do without this ghost place, otherwise he would have left. Speaking of it, I really envy that guy's ability. As long as you rush to the first floor of the sea, you can use the fruit ability to escape directly without worrying about the ship and the Gate of Justice. Several unknown big pirates sighed. Everyone here wants to leave Impel down, but just think about it. After all, if you want to leave Impel down, not to mention that it's very troublesome to rush to the first floor. Maybe you didn't wait to rush to the first floor to get marine support. In addition, the ship is also a problem. Impel Down is in the deep sea, surrounded by huge sea kings. Without a boat, it is impossible to swim away by physical strength alone. It is almost the same if it is to maintain full physical energy. But their physical stamina is at most impelled down. In addition, there is the issue of the Gate of Justice. Suddenly, in the eternal hell, in the innermost cell, the crisp shackles shook. Listening to the sound, everyone who opened their eyes looked over there. Some even grinned with surprised smiles. Is this old guy going to bed today? Hey, or do you have any news to ask this new kid? I do have a question to ask. It was a slightly old voice, and at this time he asked in a questioning tone. Roger is dead. The Golden Lion guy should have disappeared after escaping from Impel Down because the so-called plan was not accidental. I wonder if the old guy Sora is dead. Listening to this voice, Meow's eyes flickered, and the color of surprise appeared in her eyes. Although I thought I would see you here, I was a little surprised when I saw you for the first time. Earl read. Baroque Letterfield. Lonely Red. A slightly playful voice came. What? Are you still my admirer? Naturally not. Mio shook his head. It's just the feeling of seeing the legendary guy. It's over with emotion. I hope you can answer my question. Just tell you if you want to know. Mio shrugged. There wasn't any important news anyway. Sora will soon be promoted to the world government to become the military commander-in-chief. That's it. Hearing this, Earl Hong sighed, then sneered, and then he was silent, no longer speaking. Eternal hell. This time, she fell completely into silence. Including Mio himself, no longer spoke, leaning against the cold wall, squinting his eyes, and staying silent. I don't know how long has passed. Suddenly, hello, Mio called out. You fellow, it's noisy. If you have something to say, hurry up. Don't disturb Lousy to rest. A series of irritable voices sounded. Mio didn't care about these sounds, still lowered his head, but the voice sounded slowly. Old guys, do you want to leave here? Kong dang dang. The chains were shaking, and Bullet's disdainful voice came without hesitation. It didn't take long to come in. Have you been crazy? Get out? You are not a golden lion. This is a big prison under the sea, boy. Don't you think that you can ignore this copper wall and iron wall by making some reputation on the sea? Ha ha ha. If we could escape, we would have escaped a long time ago. Do you still need to say it here? Don't think that the golden lion escaped. You think it's easy to escape from here, newcomer. Mio shrugged, raised her eyes with cold light, and grinned. Whether you believe it or not, just cooperate with me when the time comes. I think you will make smart choices. After speaking, he was silent directly. Some pirates frowned and looked at the cell where Mio was in. They didn't know what Mio wanted to express, but since Mio stopped talking nonsense, they were too lazy to talk too much. Only a few people took a deep look at the direction Mio was in, with a little suspicion, but they also had some expectations. Song dang. Suddenly a harsh voice came. Meow looked up and saw that the door to the 6th floor was opened. A little light shines in. 4 figures came into sight. A figure in a white robe stood in the middle. Next to him were 2 members in black who were obviously from the world government. Next to him was Magellan. After seeing the face of the white robe figure clearly, Mio suddenly grinned. Because of the light, Mio's smile was seen by the criminals next to him. But then, Mio withdrew his smile, as if nothing happened, and waited quietly. The pirates next to him also lowered their heads while paying attention to the surrounding situation, recalling the words Mio had said before, and I don't know when the newcomer said the cooperation. Ta-ta-ta. Under the protection of 2 CP0 organization members, Vegapunk walked towards Eternal Hell step by step. Magellan also followed closely behind him, and, at the same time, asked nervously, Sir, the 6th level is imprisoned by monster-level figures who are too vicious and erased from history. The prisoners on this level are very powerful guys. You must always be careful, although they are all imprisoned. But accidents will inevitably happen. After speaking, Magellan was also curious about the identity of this person. He just got the phoneware message from Song Kong, and he cooperated with this person in all aspects. No matter what criminal he wanted, whether dead or alive, he had to agree. Coupled with the 2 men in black who are clearly part of the World Government Organization, Magellan is curious about the identity of Vegapunk, but also knows that this person's status in the world government is not low. Vegapunk stopped and went straight forward. He stopped outside Mio's cell. He glanced directly at the Mio in the cell, and then at the other cells. Finally, his eyes fell on an unknown burly man, and he said lightly, Just him. It seems that his physical fitness is not bad. From the file I just looked at, this guy is still a good, capable person. Yes. After hearing this, Magellan did not hesitate at all, took a step forward, opened the door of the cell, and walked in. The 2 men in black also walked in directly, staring solemnly at the strong man in the cell, always vigilant. At this moment, this brawny man is not a fool. After hearing Vegapunk's words, he still doesn't know what this group of people will do to themselves after they choose themselves, but he feels the breath of the 2 men in black and Magellan in front of him. He glanced at Mio and grinned. I wanted to escape, but it looks like my life is over now. I just want Lousy to die. Somehow. Some people will be buried with him. Listen to this. Mio looked calm, just raised her head and looked over. Vegapunk said lightly, "You don't need to live, and corpses can be used. On the way back with such a dangerous guy, if it is alive, it will be very troublesome. It is the same to find a few good, capable people on the upper floors later." Hear the words. The brawny man struggled immediately and laughed, trying to say something. But the next moment, it's really noisy. In the depths of eternal hell, Earl Red slowly raised his head and looked at the strong man. A terrifying aura burst out, ignoring everyone and directly pressed towards the strong man. At the same time, "Don't bother me to rest, okay?" Bullet opened his eyes, and the same horrible aura burst out, like Count Red, pressing on the strong man. "You trash, you bother me. Do you want to die? Huh? Kill this idiot earlier, or you'll get out. Waste." A series of irritable voices sounded. What followed was a terrifying aura bursting out. All of them pressed towards that person. From the moment Vegapunk appeared, although I didn't know what Mio was planning, the old monsters on the 6th floor of this eternal hell knew that the time for cooperation had arrived. As long as they can get out, they don't care what Meow is planning. They just hope to be able to leave this ghost place. "It's really a dangerous place." Vegapunk chuckled, then said lightly, "Kill early and leave." Yes. Hearing Vegapunk's words, the two men in black nodded and felt that it was a bit dangerous here. In order to ensure the safety of Vegapunk, it is better to leave early. Therefore, the two of them did not hesitate and directly shot at the strong man. The two men clenched their fists and blasted them out. The horrible breath erupted, and the ear-piercing sound rang out. The fists of the two men directly hit the chest and heart of the strong man. A powerful force burst out. A mouthful of blood spurted from the brawny man's mouth, and an incredible color appeared in his eyes. He didn't seem to expect that he would die like this, and he didn't even have the power to resist the struggle. The brawny man before he died still glanced, as if he was thinking about his death, and he didn't tell the guy's plan to escape. A pity flashed in his eyes. Immediately afterwards, the man lost his last breath. The whole person turned into a corpse. At the same time, Magellan also immediately stepped forward to release the shackles on the dead strong man. Mio's eyes flickered, and the right hand hidden in the dark raised slightly, caught a little guy coming from Vegapunk outside the cell, and placed it under her. Because of eternal hell, the momentum of some big pirates broke out violently at this time, especially the Red Earl and Bullet, and some old guys who were once powerful in the ocean, even if they're now trapped here, was handcuffed by chains. But they are still extremely powerful, and once they find a chance, it is not difficult for them to kill Vegapunk. Therefore, most of the attention of the two men in black and Magellan was on some of the strong men in the eternal hell, which caused this scene without being noticed by them. Perhaps none of them thought that the purpose of Vegapunk, who was protected by them, came to impel down just for a deal with Mio. The so-called material, on the contrary, is second. Soon, the body of the strong man was dragged out of the cell by a man in black. Vegapunk also left eternal hell under the protection of another man in black and Magellan. After a while, eternal hell returned to darkness again. For a while, there was no sound, only a faint breathing sound. I don't know how long it has passed before Bullet's voice sounded slowly. "The two guys who shot just now are from world government, right?" "Yeah. Only the people of the world government can be dressed like that." Earl Hong sneered and immediately looked at Meow and said lightly, "I can get people from the world government to come to Impel Down to help you, and it seems to be an incredibly important guy. I'm very curious now, boy. What is your purpose for Impel Down, right?" "The purpose is natural. Otherwise, what am I doing in this ghost place?" Min curled his lips, raised his hand slightly. A phone worm appeared in his hand. "This phone worm is naturally Xiaomi. Do it, little guy." Mio grinned. "Brew." The little guy made a sound, and the two tentacles on his forehead shook, then looked at Mio. "Is the link successful?" Me asked. "Brooke," Xiaomi nodded. "Then change those monitoring screens so that Magellan guy thinks it's very peaceful here." Mio nodded the little guy's head. The little guy nodded again and activated his screen ability. Although the little guy does not have a high IQ and his abilities are not well developed, What Meow asked the little guy to do is that the little guy only needs to restore everything he sees in this eternal hell to the screen of monitoring the phone worm. NS. Let Magellan see a very calm picture of eternal hell. That's enough. There is no need for how complicated the use of abilities is. This is also the reason why Mio had asked Hyan to bring back those with the ability to produce fruit. This ability is not very useful to oneself outside, and it is very tasteless. Only in this Impel Down, it has a very huge effect, especially on the 6th floor. On the 6th floor, there are very few Marines. Even Magellan rarely comes here. If he is someone with other fruit ability, he might come here occasionally to take a look, but it is a pity that Magellan is a poisonous fruit ability. This ability allows Magellan to work every day, only 4 short hours. The rest of the time is either sleeping or having diarrhea. With Mio's voice falling. At this time, in a room, there is a huge video here. The video shows the images returned by surveillance phone bugs everywhere in Impel Down. There are also a few guards staring here all the time. But when the guards didn't notice it, the picture on the screen shook slightly, and the content on the other layers of hell remained unchanged, except for the 6th layer. At this time, in the picture on the 6th floor, you can see that every criminal in the cell seems to be resting, and there is no sign of movement. And because the criminals on the 6th floor were like this before, they basically didn't make any other actions in normal times, so after a few guards took a look, they stopped paying attention and didn't have the slightest suspicion. Eternal Hell. Xiaomi Chowming nodded, indicating that he had completed the task. Good job. Meow rubbed Xiaomi's head. Immediately, he slowly raised his head, disregarding the horrified gazes of Earl Hong and the others. With a thought, the figure disappeared instantly, leaving only the sound of the handcuffs falling to the ground. Next moment, Mio's figure flickered almost everywhere in Eternal Hell, and every time it flickered, a phone worm lying on the wall died, and at the same time a buzzer siren placed on those phone worms was left in place. But time to count interest. Almost all the telephone bugs on the 6th floor died. After breathing, Mio returned to her cell again and said to Xiaomi, "The location where all the phone worms died just now, use your ability to add another fake phone worm to it and also cover up the situation in my cell." Xiaomi nodded gently, urging her ability. In the place where the phone worm died, because of the ability of the fruit of the picture, an illusory phone worm emerged and lay on it quietly. And in the cell where Mio was, on the ground, a character in the picture identical to Min appeared, just like the real Min. At this moment, this Min was lying on the ground like the previous Min, with his limbs locked in shackles. Watching Xiaomi finish all this, Mio is a little relieved. And at this moment, Earl Red's exclamation voice also couldn't help sounding. Eating devil fruits phone bug, and your abilities, why haven't you been suppressed by Seastone? Is this kind of thing important? Mio grinned. The high level in the world government, 8 devil fruits phone bug, and your ability to not be suppressed by Seastone. You are fully prepared. I am more curious about the purpose of your Impel Down. Save people. Bullet opened his eyes and looked at Meow, with a certain curiosity in his expression. This kind of preparation obviously has some purpose. Isn't it right to be well prepared? I'm not staying in this ghost place. Min shrugged, stepped out, and with a thought, appeared in Bullet's cell. This weird ability immediately caused Bullet's pupils to shrink, but then he calmed down, still watching Mio. Mio sat cross-legged in front of Bullet and said lightly, "As for the purpose, it is very simple to say, but my purpose still needs your help." The voice fell. One after another his eyes fell on Mio's body, waiting for meows below. Mio looked around with a grin, then said slowly after looking around, "You are all great pirates in the sea once or now. Maybe you have strong strength and some weak strength. It doesn't matter to me. In short, if you want to go out and leave this place, you have to ask me. I think you should be clear about this. Even if you want to go out, me alone is not enough. You still need all of you to work together. Otherwise, even if you rush to the first floor of the sea alone, Impel Down is absolutely inseparable from facing the sea. As long as I think about it, I can release you from the cell any time, but unfortunately, it is not yet time. If you want to leave here, at least you need. Mio raised her index finger. Wait another year, and during this year, you must do your best to help me. Otherwise, I don't mind continuing to delay. I've just been locked in, and it doesn't matter if I'm locked in for another 10 years. I can't bear it. After all, I'm still young. A smile appeared on the corner of Meow's mouth, jokingly said, "But you are different. Some of you are old, and some have been locked up for long enough. Even if you go out in the future, you have already passed the peak period. What do you do then?" Whispering sound. Hearing this, a pirate curled his lips, then said calmly, "No need to talk nonsense. Just tell your purpose. What do you want us to do for you?" No one is a fool. Seeing Mio's preparations so far, and what I said just now, there is no doubt that Mio's purpose is them. It doesn't matter if it is Mio who wants to take the lives of some of them. Now we only need to know Mio's specific purpose. If Mio really wants to take some people's lives, other people don't mind helping Meow. It's not their lives anyway. But obviously this possibility is very small. After all of them are now unable to move and perhaps have the ability to shoot, but the power is definitely not as good as the peak period. Facing this kid's strange ability is no different from being unable to resist. If this kid wants to kill, they're basically fish on the chopping board, and they can be slaughtered. "Explain your purpose, kid," Red Earl also said lightly. Speaking of his heart, he is not young anymore, and he also feels the decline of his strength, even if he can stand his loneliness, waiting for other opportunities to run out in the future. But at that time, his age will be old and his strength will drop. What can he do? What I want you to do is simple. Mio grinned slightly, stood up, looked at a famous pirate of eternal hell, grinned. "You all have good abilities. I think you should have achieved extraordinary results in hockey and have your own unique training experience, right? As a newcomer on the sea, I was planning to go to New World, but found that his hockey was still too weak. No, I will come here specifically for Impel Down. I hope you can help me." Speaking, Mio raised her index finger again. "In 1 year, you only have 1 year. How about, if I'm not satisfied with the improvement of my hockey after a year, I don't mind dragging it on for a few more years." The voice fell. For a time, Eternal Hell was silent suddenly. Earl Hong squinted his eyes and stared at Min. A faint flash of disbelief flashed in his eyes. But soon, Earl Red had a smile on his face. "Ha ha ha, boy, you very courageous. The old man promises you, for the so-called hockey, dare to come to the 6th level of Impel Down alone, and let the monsters on this level teach hockey, to practice hockey and increase the strength of hockey. Isn't that bold enough? Ordinary people who would dare to do this. Anyone can fix hockey, either by finding a place to practice or by fighting, even if someone goes to other people to teach themselves. But who can come to Impel Down to teach them monsters like the guy in front of him?" Even Bullet smiled with blinking eyes at this time. Good courage. Even redheads may not dare to think like this. It's too bold. One accidentally found something strange by Marine, but he will be imprisoned here forever. Even here is the place of burial. And whether they agree or not is a question. But the guy in front of him was prepared to the fullest point, and at the same time he held their fate. And this courage enough. It's Bullet, and I can't help but look at Meow with admiration at this time. Boy, the sea today I thought would be a very boring era, and even I was thinking about staying here all my life and dying here. I didn't expect a funny little guy like you to appear. You succeeded in making Lousy want to go. Look at the sea outside now. Lousy also agreed to your terms. A large pirate responded with a grin. This is indeed a great pirate, but it is not the guy who appeared in the original book, but it is an old guy from the previous era of Roger, in the same era as Rox. It's just that he is very old looking at his gray hair. Ha ha! I am very interested in what you say, and I also want to know that so many of us come to practice your hockey. Then in a year, where will your hockey reach? Jia. When you said so, I suddenly looked forward to it. Mio's eyes flickered, and she smiled lightly. In order to avoid a big mess, I will only remove the shackles on your hands. Enough. Bullet shook his shoulders and leaned his back against the wall. At this time, a slightly confident smile appeared on his face. My age may not be as old as these old guys, and observation hockey may not be as strong as them, but regarding armament hockey, talking. Bullet raised his hands, and the shackles that locked his hands made a crisp sound. Bullet said solemnly, "Untie my hands, enough to teach you to practice hockey." In this impel down, those chain shackles are all made of sea stone, not only to seal the abilities of those with abilities, but more importantly because sea stone is very hard, and the limbs are imprisoned, it is difficult for ordinary strong people to break free. At this moment, Mio didn't hesitate when he heard Bullet's words and slightly clenched a fist with his right hand, and a turbulent flame suddenly appeared, surrounded by a trace of armament hockey. With this threat of hockey, Bullet couldn't help but curl his lips. Weak enough. However, Earl Hong fixed his gaze on the flames on Meow's fist with a slight concentration of suspicion, but he didn't say much. This trick should be the fire dragon's iron fist, Meow murmured in his heart, followed by a punch that hit the chain directly. The powerful force burst out without the slightest reservation, and the chain suddenly broke. Meow's current strength is not weak. He has cultivated many creatures, and the powerful physical attributes of these creatures have also greatly improved his various attributes. Immediately, Mio blasted another punch, smashing another chain. Bullet's hands were freed. Although there are still shackles on the wrists, for Bullet, it doesn't matter, this is enough. Shaking his hand, Bullet moved his hands and grinned. Although taking sea stone has reduced your strength and physical fitness a lot, it is enough to teach you hockey, and your physical fitness itself is not bad, but then I hope you're ready to do it, and you can't just rely on theory to practice armament hockey, but also through actual combat. Hey, hearing this, Mio also grinned. It's already ready. After all, Meow looked at Xiaomi in his cell and ordered, "Set up and cover up this cell." "Brew!" Millet yelled, and a halo emerged after stimulating her ability, and she came to Bullet's cell and enveloped it. It's like a piece of cloth covering the surroundings of the cell, forming a picture in which only Bullet is in the picture, and Bullet in the picture is still imprisoned. Seeing this ability, a pirate smiled. This ability seems to be specially prepared for Impel Down. I'm afraid it took a lot of time to find this fruit, right? Just take care of so many things, just go out if you have a chance. A pirate said with a curl of his lips. The Bullet guy's armament hockey is very strong. Next, we will change individuals to teach him every day. 1 year is enough to improve his hockey a lot. You guys don't have any reservations. Lousy is thinking about leaving after a year, and don't want to delay it for a few more years. You said what Lousy wanted to say. For them, being able to go out now is the most important thing. And they also saw that Mio was the best able to help them escape here. First of all, because of Mio's ability, and besides that, only Mio was able to help them get out of the cell now. So although they're all arrogant guys, they were even conditioned before, but they're not unhappy. It is an exchange of interests in itself. Mio helps them escape here, and they help Mio promote hockey. In Bullet's cell, at this time, the cell was covered with the fruit ability of the screen. Bullet squinted his eyes and felt the remaining physical energy. Then his breath exploded slightly. The next moment, his upper body was directly covered by the black armament hockey, and the whole person's upper body seemed to be transformed into a hard black iron. The streamer slipped, and hockey faintly seemed to have the possibility of leaving his body. This means that Bullet's hockey has reached a high level. It should be almost like this. Bullet looked at Min and said directly, "Get close to me for 1 meter. You can't leave the range of this meter for the next time, and then use your armament hockey to attack me." Good. Hearing this, Mio nodded earnestly. In terms of strength improvement, he would not be sloppy. Approaching the Bullet directly, within 1 meter, he made a fist with both hands, surrounded by armament hockey, and blasted a fist. This day, a newspaper flew to the world and attracted the attention of some people. The content in the newspaper is very eye-catching. This year's pirate Supernova, the captain of the Black Crow Pirates, was arrested by Marine and has been imprisoned in Impel Down. The crew of the Black Crow Pirates is unknown. North Blue. Doflamingo looked at the contents of the newspaper in his hand, and his squinted eyes flickered. Impel Down. What do you want to do? He really couldn't understand Mio's thoughts. As for Mio was really arrested and impelled down, he wouldn't believe it. Ming had his own news channel, and world government also had an internal response. Plus his help was in the plan this time. So he knew very well that Mio had deliberately entered impelled down this time. It's just that he doesn't know what Meow's purpose is. Forget it, as long as you give me what I want at that time. Doflamingo murmured, thinking of what Mio had promised to give to herself. A glow of hotness appeared in his eyes. At the same time, upside down the mountain, on a pirate ship that had just entered the Grand Line, Bellamy looked at the contents of a newspaper in his hand. After reading it, Bellamy threw the newspaper directly into the sea and said angrily, "Just kidding, how could that guy be caught? And what if he is caught? He will definitely escape. Little ones, let's move on." After speaking, the pirate ship left the upside-down mountain and officially headed towards their first island on the Grand Line. New World, on an uninhabited island. There was a group of pirates drinking and eating meat on the island at this time. In the crowd, a red-haired young man was sitting with Hawkeye. The red-haired young man was drinking wine and looked at Hawkeye and said with his lips, "Mihawk, is there any shocking news today?" No. Mihawk shook his head and put down the newspaper, a flash of thought flashing in his eyes. "Isn't that serious?" The red hair murmured strangely. Hawkeye threw the newspaper directly into the redhead's arms and took a sip of his wine. "It's just that I know someone in the newspaper, and it's surprising." "Oh." Upon hearing this, the red hair picked up the newspaper and read it. Soon, seeing the news of Mio's arrest, I couldn't help being surprised. This is this year's supernova, right? Was arrested before arriving at Sabaody Archipelago. His strength is difficult to be arrested. Mihawk frowned and said, although Mio's strength is not strong, he knows Mio's ability very well. Coupled with the strength and ability of the crew on board Mio, it is difficult to arrest Mio. Unless this guy did it on purpose? Such a thought suddenly appeared in Hawkeye's mind, and he was suddenly surprised. "What's the matter with you?" The red hair noticed the eagle eye. "No, it's nothing." Hawkeye shook his head, suppressing the thought. Just looking at the sea, the pupils in his eyes that are like eagles with deterrent power shrink slightly, and he muttered in his heart, "Is it really arrested, or is it really deliberate?" Behemoth Island. This is an uninhabited desert island with a large number of giant beasts on the island. This is the place where the Black Crow pirates will live for the next year. At this time, the ship was docked at a coast, and Erica Hyen and several people all began to practice on the island. But at the same time, a few people need to spare a certain amount of time every day to take care of Maxie. On the Behemoth Island, Erica was practicing her swordsmanship and armament hockey. Because of her previous battle with Akiji, she made a choice and chose to focus on armament hockey for her practice. Roar. In front of Erica, a huge mammoth was running on the ground at this time. The huge size made the ground tremble slightly, and the two sharp tusks were facing Erica straight at this time. The two swords moved slowly, and Erica assumed a fighting posture. With a thought, a trace of armament hockey was suddenly wrapped around the weapon, and then Erica stepped out, and her body rushed in instantly. Double blade flow. Silver brilliance. Puff. There was a dazzling silver bloom in the midair, and then Erica's body appeared behind the mammoth, and the two weapons in her hand slowly retracted into the scabbard. With the sound of song, the weapon was completely unsheathed, and at the same time, the mammoth's huge size crashed to the ground, and at the same time, two huge wounds appeared on both sides of the body, blood spattered, and limbs were suddenly broken. Erica raised her head and looked in the direction of impelled down here. A firmness appeared in her eyes, and a turbulent aura burst out of Erica, sweeping across the country. Because of this violent aura, the forest is full of leaves. This is Conqueror's Hockey, Behemoth Island. This island is huge. On the other side of Giant Beast Island, Hei Yin is training his Lin Hyuk. Like Erica, his focus is on armament hockey, besides his physical attributes. The combination of Lin Hyuk and armament hockey is destined to have great achievements in physical skills. In addition to Lilith, Warwick is the same as Erica and Hei Yin, both focusing on armament hockey. During this period, Warwick is also constantly practicing and exercising his body. It's just that Warwick was not on the island at this time, but in the deep sea. Let the drought help him. With the help of the pressure from the depths of the sea, he exercised his body and increased his physical strength. At the same time, Drought is not idle and fights with sea kings in the sea almost all the time, and the target of the fight is the huge sea kings. But fortunately, there are so many sea kings in the ocean. Even if he fights for decades, he can't kill them. Lilith on the island is different from everyone else. Lilith focuses on observation hockey, supplemented by armed color. After all, her fruit ability needs observation hockey to match. The stronger observation hockey is, the stronger her ability will be used. As for Little Robin, at this time, while reading a book on the boat, he was still taking care of Marcy. At the same time as his own crew is practicing. Impelled down, in the monitoring room, Magellan just came out of the toilet, looked at the situation on the big screen in the surveillance room, and then asked a prison guard, "What happened?" Report, "No, the sixth floor is still the same as before." The prison guard said quickly, "Well, keep staring." Magellan nodded, and just after her voice fell, her stomach screamed. Magellan suddenly clutched her stomach and said as she walked toward the toilet, "If there is any situation, notify me as soon as possible." "Yes." The prison guard nodded and looked at Magellan, who was leaving, and wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. They were used to diarrhea for most of Magellan's day, but occasionally it is inevitable to be a little helpless and complain. This fruit ability, it's really powerful and embarrassing. Shaking his head, the prison guard looked at the big screen, and when he found that there was no change, he picked up a newspaper next to him and read it to pass the time. And in the sixth floor, eternal hell. Bullet cell. The popping sound kept ringing. Because of deliberate suppression, the movement caused is not too big, so it won't attract attention. In the cell, Mio clenched fists with both hands, armament hockey circled, and fist after fist bombarded Bullet. And Bullet simply turned his head to avoid Mio's attack, and then blasted out with a punch, directly hitting Mio's fist, and said lightly, "Your hockey is too weak and small. For me, the improvement of armament hockey must first be carried out if the body is strong enough. Correspondingly, if the strength of the body is not good, when the strength of armament hockey reaches a certain level, it's also difficult to improve. I will increase your physical strength in the next time." Finished. Bullet punched armament hockey to cover it, and then landed on Mio's abdomen, directly blasting Mio out, and said lightly, "Beating is the best way to increase physical strength." Hear the words. Mio grinned and stood up, holding his abdomen, without any ink stains, and came to Bullet. "Continue." Bullet didn't talk nonsense and shot again, and at the same time Mio also shot. The two people were in this cell, constantly shooting. When almost 2 hours passed, Bullet spoke slowly. "I'm almost here. Go find the next person." His physical stamina can only support human until now, and the remaining stamina can't be used. Min nodded and went directly to the next cell. Let Xiaomi cover the cell as before. In the cell this time, there's a guy who has not appeared in the original book, but it is undeniable that he is very strong, and he can be distinguished by his aura alone, but he is not young. But this kind of old and strong old guy is the best teaching object, because they have sufficient experience. Everyone in this 6th level knows armament hockey, and everyone may have the same method of practicing hockey, but there's a little bit of his own in the experience he has gained. Therefore, everyone's requirements for Meow are more or less different. Of course, in addition to armament hockey, there is observation hockey. Among the observation hockey, the cultivation method of the Red Earl is the most special and requires Ishin 3 uses. Close your eyes all the way, and then you need to use observation hockey to see the trajectory of the opponent's attack. You need to use your intuition to evade, and you need to listen to the sound to evade. When cultivating with Earl Hong, Meow was beaten all the way. In the entire 6th layer, almost everyone is divided into 2 groups. A part is dedicated to upgrading armament hockey of Mio. Part of it is to promote Mio's observation hockey. And Meow only has 4 hours of rest every day. In Impel Down, In addition to the practice of armed color and observation hockey, Mio also practiced the ability to replace fruits. The development of fruit abilities first needs a direction. Once there's a direction, it will be much easier to develop, and the next direction for Mio has long been determined. That is, replacing items. Let two items swap positions with each other. Time passed slowly. 1 month later, Naval Headquarters. Akiji, who just returned from New World, returned to Naval Headquarters. Not only Akiji, but Kizuru and Garp stayed behind in New World. Others also returned to Naval Headquarters. The main reason is that Sengoku will be officially promoted to Naval Headquarters, and Akiji will also be promoted to Admiral, which will also bring a huge boost to Marines' morale. In the office, at this moment, Akiji sat lazily in his seat, looked at Sengoku, and asked, "Sengoku, Admiral." "No, I should call the Marshal next." "Marshal, is there any news from the Black Rook pirates?" Upon hearing this, Sengoku shook his head. There is no news. Since the captain of the Black Crow pirate group was arrested, he has lost track of his whereabouts. Perhaps it has been disbanded. It feels impossible to dissolve. Akiji shook his head. He clearly remembered what the crew of the Black Crow pirates called Mio before. The relationship was obviously extraordinary. How could such a relationship be disbanded? It may be from the heart, judging from the title. It's just been a month without any movement. Are you still waiting for something? Sengoku looked at Akiji and said with a smile, "Don't worry too much. It's not easy to come back from New World. You'd better find a time to take a good rest. Otherwise, you will go back to New World after this event is over. There will be no time to rest by then." Hearing this, Akiji couldn't help nodding. That's right. After speaking, Akiji just got up. "Are you ready to go?" Sengoku asked in surprise. "Of course." Akiji shrugged. "After all, Marshal, you are right. After this event is over, you will have to go back to New World. There will be no rest time. So you have to take care of every minute now. I just want to go to Sabeti Archipelago to play." "All right." Sengoku nodded. "You go to Sabeti Archipelago and take care of those pirates who want to go to New World, by the way." "I see." Akiji responded and left the office. All around the world, at this time, no one cared about the news about the Black Crow pirates, except for a few people. Among these few people, some are thinking, like Doflamingo, wondering why Mio hasn't moved yet, and some are wondering, like Hawkeye, wondering whether Mio was really arrested and entered into Impel Down. Certainly, there is also a pity. It's a pity that Rayleigh lives in seclusion on the Sabeti Archipelago. At this time, Rayleigh is drinking and holding the newspaper about Mio's arrest that he bought a month ago. It is a pity that he drank and shook his head. A good newcomer, it's a pity. It looks like it's going to disappear. Time is still passing. Before I knew it, half a year passed. In the past 6 months, a lot of big things have happened. First of all, the former Marshal Marine was promoted to the World Commander and headed to Mariehua to sit in the Holy Land. The former Marine Admiral Buddha Sengoku, known as the Resourceful General, was promoted to Marine Marshal and served in Naval Headquarters, and the former Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral Akiji was promoted to Marine Admiral and killed a large number of pirates in New World. During this period, Garp was once again proposed to be promoted to Admiral by the world government due to military exploits, but was rejected by Garp. In New World, after some turbulence in Marine's promotion, the turbulent situation has calmed down a lot. Many big pirates died in the hands of Kaido, Charlotte, and even Marine, so that many pirates who wanted to fight for the throne were relieved. But everyone with a discerning eye knows that this is a harbinger of a storm. The ambition of the pirates is not so easy to calm down. The vast majority of people are waiting for the next storm to come. During this period of time, the red-haired Shanks showed strength and became famous, and he was officially considered capable of competing for the throne. At the same time, in this year, the world government decided to launch the 7 Warlords of the Sea project in order to completely suppress the next stormy situation in the coming New World. The plan was rejected by Sengoku, but it was implemented at the strong request of the world government. Marine began to select personnel. During the period, Zephyr's disappointment with Marine increased sharply, but he still stayed at Naval Headquarters to train a new generation of Marine students for Marine. This year, Zephyr has trained many marine powerhouses, and now the 3 admirals are from Zephyr subordinates. So Marine is reluctant to let them go. Impel down. The 6th floor. On this day, the 6th floor, a guest came. Mio looked at Doflamingo, who was brought in by 2 prison guards outside the cell, with his back leaning against the cold wall and the corners of his mouth slightly raised. As you are, even if you have that level of identity, you can't come here. Hey, do you know 7 warlords of the sea? Doflamingo grinned, eyes flickering under the sunglasses. Looking at the Mio in front of him, although Mio lowered his head and looked motionless, he felt something wrong inexplicably. It seemed that the scene in front of him was an illusion, but he couldn't think of anything wrong. And what was wrong in his heart, he never said it. 7 warlords of the sea? Hearing this, Mio's heart moved, and then slowly said, "That's it. It looks like you have succeeded in being a member of Shichibukai. Yeah, I got some small tricks." Ming Gu sneered, his eyes flickering as he remembered the methods he used when he got the Shichibukai seat and the price he paid to calm the anger of those in the world government. "No wonder you can come here. So now tell me your purpose of coming here." Meow said lightly. "In the next cell." Bullet and even the Red Earl closed their eyes slightly. While silent, he was listening to the conversation between the two. "Hey, yeah, I just came to see you. After all, you're my longtime partner." Minga grinned and said with deep meaning in his words, "You have a lot of stuff left with me waiting to get it." Hearing this, Mio also grinned. "Don't worry, it will be soon." "That's it." Doflamingo nodded, his eyes flickered, and he grinned. "Is there any news that I need to know? After this time, I may not be here next time. If you have any news that you want to know, I may be able to tell you. After all, I think this impel down will not someone will bring you newspapers. Information." Mio smiled, and to be honest, there's nothing worthy of his attention. If you want to say that the only thing worthy of attention, it may be his partner. But now that Doflamingo has said this, Mio still intends to ask a few questions. Where is Crocodile now? That Logia fruit power person? Hearing this, Ming frowned slightly, but Kaido followed. In New World. That's it. Since Crocodile is still in the New World, when he leaves Impel down, he should be almost back to the Grand Line. Maybe he can go find that guy at that time. Alabastus Pluton. He is bound to win. Min nodded. Where is Tiger, the explorer of the Fishman Island? In the Holy Land, Mariewa. Although I don't know why Mio asked this person, Doflamingo answered, with the corners of his mouth raised and grinning. I'll send someone to catch it personally, and then send it to Mariewa. Then I have nothing to ask. Mio smiled slightly. It was unexpected that Tiger was caught, but after thinking about it carefully, it was unexpected. As for who caught it, that kind of thing doesn't matter. You only need to know that Tiger was caught. In this way, when I see Tiger next time, maybe not far from making Mariewa. If that's the case, then I will leave first. Doflamingo smiled, took a deep look at me, then looked at the other people in the cell next to him, turned around, led by the 2 prison guards, and left the 6th floor. Within a few months after Doflamingo left Impel down, Naval Headquarters announced the establishment of 7 warlords of the sea, but the specific personnel are still being selected and invited. P.S. The 7 warlords of the sea at this stage does not represent the people of the 7 warlords of the sea in the future. In the beginning, 7 warlords of the sea obviously had some cannon fodder. After all, at that time, it was like a female emperor. She was still a little girl. So it was obvious that Shichibukai members continued to die until the beginning of the plot, and then they were replaced to form the 7 warlords of the sea at the beginning of the plot. At the same time, Sky Island, Burka, there is no thunder fruit, but because of Mio's words, Enel is also in constant training and has certain strength. You will follow me from now on. Among Burka, Enel said in a cold voice, looking at some gangsters who existed in front of him. When I become stronger in the future, you can have everything you want. In this way, Enel actually started to pull up a small force of his own in Burka. But to what extent it can be developed, and whether Enel can go to Appiato, as in the original work, is unknown. Time, under the persistence of Meow's practice. 5 months passed in the blink of an eye. I entered Impel down from Mio, and so far, exactly 1 year has passed. This day, it impelled down in the 6th floor, eternal hell. Boom! Inside the bullet cell. The upper body was completely armament hockey turned into a battle with bullet, punch after punch. Both of them were upper body armament hockey turned, fists and punches at the same time. They constantly dodge each other's attacks. Boom! Suddenly, Mio hit Bullet's abdomen with a punch, and the powerful force exploded, causing Bullet to frown. At the same time, Bullet took the punch abruptly, and then blasted a punch, landing on Mio's abdomen. The terrifying power made Mio also feel pain. After a long time, the two talents are stopped. Mio sat down in front of Bullet, breathing smoothly, tapping the ground lightly with her index finger. Her lips moved slightly, as if she was calculating something. Bullet closed his eyes slightly, regaining his physical energy. Deep in the cell, Earl Hong opened his eyes slowly. His eyes flickered, and he said lightly, "Boy, 1 year is here." With the sound falling, in each cell, a pair of eyes opened and looked at Min. Despair. At this time, listening to this, Mio's index finger also stopped. The corners of his mouth rose, and a smile appeared slowly. It's exactly a year. Speaking, Mio stood up and looked around. The place where his eyes fell was basically demon fruit power, but unfortunately, in the 6th layer, there were only a few people with fruit ability. The existence of the ability to have fruit. Like Bullet, he can't kill. Yes, it is indeed impossible to kill. Even if his current strength is not weak, he can't kill Bullet. You must know that the current Bullet has freed his hands, even if he can't use his abilities. But for the terrifying armament hockey, if Mio really wants to kill Bullet, it will take at least a few days to waste. Although Bullet consumed a lot of stamina in the battle with Mio. In fact, every time he trains, he retains a part of his stamina to ensure his life. Never use up his own energy. In addition, the people of this 6th level can't kill too much. After all, they're also the main fighting power for escaping from Impel Down this time. As for what tragic things will happen in the world after it is released, that is not my concern. Unfortunately, in this 6th layer, there's a guy with good abilities that he can kill, and there are some good abilities in the upper layers. Thoughts moved. Mio's figure disappeared in the Bullet cell. At the same time, Bullet opened his eyes abruptly and looked at the location of Mio, his eyes flickering with surprise. I saw that Mio actually appeared in Burndy World Cell at this time. Burndy World had been in the ice, and Mio had never liberated this guy. At this time, Mio appeared beside the frozen Burndy World, and then did not hesitate, clenched his fists with both hands, covered by armament hockey, and a turbulent flame was also gathered on the fists. The corners of Meow's mouth raised, grinning. "Wait until I take this guy's head off." The voice fell. Boom, boom, boom. One punch, another punch. Every punch of Mio landed mercilessly on Burndy World's forehead. With one punch, the ice of Burndy World shattered directly, and then the frozen Burndy World had not had time to open. He was greeted by Meow's constant bombardment. There are no reservations. Every punch is Mio's greatest strength. Boom. Another punch fell, blasting on Burndy World's head. The powerful force, coupled with the previous punches and punches before, blood flowed out of Burndy World's 7 orifices. Afterwards, Mio gritted his teeth and punched again. Boom. Blood spattered on Min's cheeks. On the panel, a prompt emerged. "Congratulations on your inclusion of the pirate, Momo Fruit Gene." Perhaps it was because of being frozen for 10 years. At this time, the blood from Burndy Waldo on the cheeks was not hot, but rather cold. Stepping out, Mio appeared outside the cell, in the center of the 6th floor of the Eternal Hell. Looking around every cell around, Mio grinned slightly, wiped the bloodline on her face, raised her hands and laughed. "Everyone, are you ready?" The voice fell. A wave of violent and excited and trembling voices kept ringing. "Hey kids, stop talking nonsense. Let Lousy go, it's a bit. Can't wait." "Ha ha ha. The smell of blood. You guy makes Lousy want to kill again. It just so happens there are a lot of prison guards on Impel Down, so Lousy should be able to kill enough. Gia. Soon Lousy will be able to return to the sea again." Even Red Earl inevitably had his eyes flickering at this time with excitement. Mio's figure flickered and appeared in a cell, punching punch after punch, destroying the sea stone shackles that bound the prisoner with a violent, destructive force. When a pirate was liberated, Mio's figure appeared beside another pirate. It took a quarter of an hour. With a clang, the shackles on Earl Hong's body fell to the ground with a soft noise. What? Feeling of freedom. With his body moving, the corners of Red Count's mouth raised, and a cold smile was drawn on his face. Rumbling. A pirate bombarded the wall with a punch, and a powerful force burst out, causing the wall to vibrate slightly, and the pirate suddenly grinned. Ha! This is the feeling of freedom. Lousy really can abandon freedom. Blue, 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 blue. At this time, there was a sound from Xiaomi's mouth. Everyone is looking at Xiaomi. Mio connected the phone worm, and a familiar voice sounded that he hadn't heard for a long time. Master, we are about to reach the gate of justice. Are we going to make a direct shot? Erica, your voice is still so listening. Hearing this voice, a slightly reminiscent smile appeared on Mio's face. Master, your voice is the same. Erica replied without hesitation. A year's time is enough to cause a lot of changes to Mio, but the most obvious change may be Mio's height. This may be the legendary secondary development. Mio's height has increased a little. At the same time, her body is slender and her muscles are well defined. Perhaps because she hasn't seen the sun a year, Mio's face is slightly pale, plus a long black hair. At this time, Mio seemed to have a gentle feeling. I'll just shoot, Meow ordered, and then hung up the phone worm. Putting Xiaomi into his arms, Meow looked in front of him, and a famous pirate was staring at him, his eyes flickering. Seeing this, how could Mio fail to understand the thoughts of these people? And immediately grinned. That's my pirate ship. If you want to take a downwind boat, I think there will be warships on the first floor of the sea for you to take. Hear the words. The pirates curled their lips slightly. They really wanted to get on Mio's boat and leave. After all, what I said just now can be heard. Mio's people will pick him up through the gate of justice. And for people like them, apart from rushing up to leave impelled down, the most important thing is the problem of the boat. It is impossible to leave by swimming. But what Mio said is correct. On the first floor of the sea, there were warships for them to drive. Moreover, they don't want to argue with Mio now. After all, Mio is not their opponent, but in this year, they have seen many weird abilities of Mio. They want to kill Mio. The possibility is very small, but Mio wants to kill them now. Haha. The possibility is great because there are definitely many of them willing to lend a helping hand. You should have a plan to escape. Tell me what we are going to do next. Bullet looked at Xiangming and asked in a deep voice. Of course. Min shrugged and grinned. Now you have two options. The first option is to go to the 5th floor and replenish your physical fitness. The second option is to rush directly to the first floor of the sea. There is Xiaomi's cover. Now Magellan doesn't know that we have come out. You can catch it by surprise. At the same time, you can also rush to the first floor of the sea. All the guys in the layer are released. Although those guys are not strong, they can also help us attract some attention. Replenish physical fitness? Earl Hong frowned and looked at Min. Is there food on the 5th floor? Army Wolf, a creature in impelled down, specially used to torture criminals. Do you want to eat it? Meow tilted his head slightly to look at the crowd. Hey kid, would you like to borrow a fire then? A pirate looked at Meow with a smile and licked his lips. I haven't eaten barbecue for a long time. Want to eat barbecue? A sneer appeared at the corner of Meow's mouth. Do you deserve it now? After speaking, Mio walked directly towards the gate not far away. The pirates behind him suddenly laughed. Ha! That kid is right. You are not worthy now, and we are not worthy. I want to eat barbecue. Let's talk about it when we escape. Just taste the blood in advance. You can replenish food, restore your physical fitness, and just leave it raw and cooked, as long as you are full. Yes, only when you are full can you let go of your hands and feet to welcome the next situation. Hee. The pirate curled his lips and was dissatisfied with what the others said, but then he also smirked. Well, wait until you escape from Impel Down, and then taste the things that I have missed for a long time. People like Earl Hong and Bullet followed Mio without a word. When you come to the gate, Mio stopped, turning his head slightly to look at the crowd, said lightly, "Don't think that you can do whatever you want after you leave the cell. The fifth floor has a special situation, and there is no phoned bug installed in intelligence, but there will inevitably be accidents. You're now semi-free. Pay attention to the surrounding area and destroy it directly when you see the phone bug. Now, if you can hide it for a while, Magellan will hide it for a while. I don't want to wait for Marine support before rushing to the first floor of the sea." That's right. Earl Red also became cold when it came to escaping here. "I don't want all of this to be wasted because of your carelessness. Otherwise, I don't mind getting to know you personally." Earl Red was raging, and his eyes were oppressive, looking at everyone. Bullet ignored the aura of the Red Earl and said lightly, "At this time, everyone's purpose is the same. They are all to leave here." The San Juan Wolf nodded and smirked, agreeing. "Yes, get out of here." Hearing this, Mio shrugged and said lightly, "Then go." After speaking, Meow looked at the door in front of him, took a step forward, raised his hands, and pushed directly. The huge door was slowly pushed open. "The door has just been pushed open." Two figures rushed out directly. When the door was completely opened, the two pirates dropped the things in their hands, which were buzzers. One of the pirates said lightly, "They are all surveillance bugs in the passage, and they have all been resolved." Mio nodded, and observation hockey easily covered the entire passage leading up to it. Indeed, none of the phone bugs survived. The group of people left the sixth floor eternal hell directly and headed toward the dark depths in front of them. Freezing hell. This is the upper layer of the sixth floor of eternal hell. The prisoners on this floor are all pirates with a reward of over 100 million. Originally, Mio should have been held here at first, but because of special circumstances, he was held on the sixth floor. This layer has an extremely cold temperature lower than that of the Big Ice Store. The pirates detained here have to endure the ultimate cold every day. Most of the pirates suffered severe frostbite and died due to the temperature here. At this time, a group of people appeared in the fifth floor. There is no doubt that this pedestrian is naturally Meow and others. Just came to the fifth floor. A pair of scarlet eyes appeared not far away, staring at everyone. Mio grinned and smiled, and licked her lips excitedly. "It seems that the little guys here are very active. They will be delivered to the door when they know we are here, so there is no need to bother to find them." Looking at the army wolves, there was also a hint of greed in Bullet's eyes. "I haven't eaten for a long time." The voice just fell. Boom! There was a loud noise. The Red Earl's figure has disappeared in place. His fist is covered with armament hockey, and the moment he appears is a punch to kill an army wolf. And then no time is wasted. His hands are torn, and the fur on the army wolf's body is torn directly. Down was draped by the Red Earl, ignoring the blood as a sweater to block the cold wind. Immediately afterwards, Earl Red tore off a good-looking part of the army wolf and ate it with big mouthfuls. Did not hesitate. For them, it was impossible to eat blood. Perhaps some of the pirates have this hobby, but most of them are not possible. But now it is to escape here. For them to eat blood is not a big deal. Of course, Mio will not be like this. After all, I have fire. Step out. Mio's figure instantly appeared behind the army wolf, making a fist with his right hand. Armament hockey covered it, and hitting the army wolf's head with a punch. The powerful force burst out, and the head of the army wolf burst directly, splashing blood. A Red Earl who was eating blood on the side saw this, his mouth full of blood, and he rarely joked. "The fur like you can't usually sell for a high price. Someone wants it." Mio shrugged, tearing off a piece of leg meat. Palms of flames burst, and a piece of meat was roasted half-cooked immediately, and then Mio also ate it with big mouthfuls. This scene makes many people envy, but I can only envy it. They also didn't force Meow to help them barbecue. After all, if they didn't eat barbecue, they would also be able to clearly know that they were still and impelled down, not escaped, and they would be able to explode with powerful survival power in the next battle. After eating, Mio looked at the crowd and said lightly, "You can find out if there are other pirates around. The guys held in this fifth floor are all very powerful and can help a lot. I found a lot. Bullet threw away the wolf bones in his hand, stood up, looked in one direction, and said, "In that direction, 10 or so pirates gathered. It seems that they should be huddled together on this floor to keep warm. There, 5. Count Hong raised his hand in one direction. One of them hugged a wolf's leg and gnawed with a big mouth. After a long time, he put down the wolf's leg, hiccuped, wiped the bloodline on his mouth, and pointed in one direction. There are 13. There are 7. There are relatively few here, only about 3. Underscore plus equals I equals hashtag. Min twisted his neck, let out a crisp bone noise, and slowly laughed. Let's act separately. Gather these people together, and gather here later. I'll go here. Meow pointed in a direction and chose where he wanted to go. A pirate shrugged and said indifferently, "Whatever. Any of you want to go? If I don't go, I will go here just to move my lower body in advance." Earl Hong raised his eyes slightly. "Don't kill too much. Too little cannon fodder will not attract much Marine's attention. Don't worry. Only kill 1 or 2. The pirate grinned, showing a hideous smile. The voice fell, and the figure had disappeared. Mio shook his head helplessly, stepped out, and his figure disappeared in place. Soon, many people left one after another. Others are waiting here, or when someone notices that there are pirates in another direction, they will leave and prepare to bring those pirates over. Both Red Earl and Bullet stayed where they were and did not leave. Tightening the wolf skin on his body, Earl Red looked at Bullet and asked with a smile, "Your character, I'm afraid you will do something incredible after you go out." He had fought Roger many times, so he knew more or less about the people on Roger's ship. Bullet is a powerful presence on Roger's ship, and a guy comparable to Rayleigh, he naturally knows the strength of this guy, and he also knows a little bit about Bullet's character. Bullet boarded Roger's ship only because of Roger. The goal is also Roger, and that is to surpass Roger. And now he has not surpassed Roger, but Roger is dead. So after leaving Impel down, Bullet will inevitably find a way to surpass Roger in other ways. Hearing this, Bullet said lightly, "I don't have to tell you what I do, but you, with your strength, once you leave Impel down, Marine and world government won't let you off easily." Huh. A look of contempt flashed in Earl Hong's eyes, and he didn't care. "I want to escape. They can't catch me. I have suffered a loss once. Do you think I will eat a second time?" He was arrested because he fought to the exhaustion of the former Marshal Marine, and Garp took the opportunity to arrest him and take him into Impel down. But even so, he won the battle. After eating a loss once, he won't eat it a second time. Speaking of it, he himself has a relatively aloof personality. If it weren't for leaving Impel down this time, and being surprised by Mio's courage before, he would not temporarily ally with Mio and others. He prefers to act alone. World government is not easy. Bullet said lightly. They don't use their own power easily. The exposed power is far less daunting than hidden. Earl Hong looked up and looked at the sky. He naturally understood the horror of the world government. But at his level, many things can be seen very clearly. So I'm not afraid. With that, Earl Hong looked in the direction where Mio was leaving, and a deep meaning flashed in his eyes. This guy, if he successfully leaves Impel down this time, he will become famous. Is this part of his plan? Maybe. Speaking of Meow, Bullet couldn't help raising his spirits, frowning slightly. The guy in the new era, I thought there was nothing to be eye-catching, but I have to admit that he made people look at the guy in the new era with admiration. I'm not as good as this kind of courage and planning. I'm a little looking forward to the sea when he grows up, Red Earl murmured, then chuckled lightly without saying more. In this sea, the strong began to disappear one by one. Sora had gone to the world government. The Golden Lion retired, and Roger died, leaving only the most familiar old fellow, Whitebeard. Rayleigh may be counted, but Rayleigh is like a golden lion and retired completely. For Earl Red, those familiar old guys have all left. The sea has also become boring. If there is another existence that is powerful enough, maybe the sea will become interesting too. Freezing hell. A snowy area. At this time, there's a bonfire rising here. More than a dozen pirates gathered here to warm the flames. But even so, it is inevitable that they would feel shivering. Damn it, when is this kind of day? A pirate was unhappy and vented. If you can escape here, you will end up. Yes, hey, escape here? Why don't you think about how to survive here? Several pirates talked to each other, and at this moment, a figure suddenly sounded. I take the liberty to ask, is there any of you capable? Ooh. Hearing the sound, the pirates hurriedly got up and looked towards Mio. When they saw Mio alone, these pirates were all stunned. But then, there was a pirate who said coldly, "Boy, what are you going to do?" "No, don't do anything." Meow scratched his head and shrugged. "I just want to ask, are there any of you capable?" "What do you ask this for?" a pirate asked with a change of expression. A harmless smile appeared on Mio's face. "I just want to see if there are those who are capable, and I can follow those who are capable so that I can improve my chances of surviving here." Just finished speaking, the pirate burst into laughter suddenly. "Haha, boy, Lousy is a capable person. Zoan Sparrowhawk Fruit capable person." When the sound fell, the pirate's arms shook, his body shape changed, and it quickly turned into a human beast with wings spread out on his back, exuding a fierce aura. Looking at the pirate who turned into an eagle in front of him, he narrowed his eyes flickered, and he couldn't help muttering, "Zoan, but Sparrowhawk, it's not bad." "Boy, what are you muttering?" The pirate couldn't hear Meow's words clearly, but asked in a cold voice. Mio scratched his head. "No, just thinking, although animals are not as good as Paramecia, they're still a good harvest." What to pay? The doubt in the pirate's heart hadn't been fully questioned yet. Mio's body had disappeared, but the next moment he suddenly appeared beside the pirate. Fire Dragon's Iron Fist. The hot breath radiated, and under the fists wrapped by armament hockey, flames surrounded, and the hot flames suddenly increased. Boom! Meow blasted a punch and directly landed on the man's forehead. The powerful force burst out in an instant. With a bang, the man's head was blasted into the snow. The snow is even more stained with blood. With a punch, the pirate was killed directly. Congratulations on your inclusion of the pirate, Sparrowhawk Fruit, Gene. All this just happened in the time of counting interest. A pirate died in Mio's hands like this. His fists were stained with blood. Hey, what you kid doing?" The pirate next to him opened his eyes wide and his voice trembled. This ability is the basis for their survival. Without strong strength, it is difficult to survive in freezing hell because it is not only necessary to survive, but also to be wary of other pirates fighting. Quiet. Min shook his fist, sprinkled the blood from his fist, and raised his eyes slightly. The cold gaze made the pirate shiver, and he dared not speak. Mio pointed in one direction and said lightly, "Going in that direction, there are a group of old guys waiting for you. If you want to leave Impel down, you'd better not miss this opportunity. Otherwise, there will be no next time." After speaking, Mio observation hockey unfolded. Within a kilometer, it was already covered. He turned his head slightly to look in one direction. His eyes flickered, and he stepped out, and the figure disappeared directly. Call. The cold wind blows. A few minutes later, the remaining pirates came to their senses. Seeing that their bodies fell to the ground, their heads were corpses deep in the snow. While their bodies were cold, the pirates felt even more in their hearts. Icy. The pirates looked at each other and remembered what Mio had said before leaving, and their hearts suddenly became hot again. Then, that guy just said, "We have a chance to leave here." Okay, it seems to mean that. It's not a lie, is it? How about, come and have a look? Go. After a few pirates hesitated for a moment, they swiftly passed in the direction that Mio had pointed at earlier. This scene happened everywhere in freezing hell. Mio continued to appear everywhere in freezing hell, and every time it appeared, either a group of people went to the Red Earl, or someone died. And Mio's harvest is not bad. Congratulations on your inclusion of the pirate Tiger Fruit, Gene. Congratulations on your inclusion of the pirate Buffalo Fruit, Gene. Congratulations on your inclusion of the pirate Rattlesnake Fruit, Gene. Congratulations on your inclusion of the pirate Blade Fruit, Gene. 4 genes. Although not much, Mio is already satisfied. After all, this represents 4 devil fruits, and in Impel Down, although there are a lot of demon fruit power, it is difficult to find. It is impossible for Meow to waste most of the time on the way to find the fruit power. When you are ready to escape, you will always encounter many other fruit-powered people. At that time, he can easily kill the opponent as well. After harvesting these 4 genes, Mio returned to the original place. At this time, hundreds of pirates have gathered here, and they seem to be densely packed. And these pirates are all pirates offering a reward of over 100 million, many of which are still old monsters and dominate level existence. It can be said that this is an extremely large force. A group of newly arrived pirates looked at the few people sitting in the center, their expressions shaking, and they were shocked. Then, that seems to be the legendary Red Earl. That is the strong man who used to be on the same level as Roger Whitebeard. Also, there's that Bullet that is a member of Roger's ship. I heard that the strength is as strong as Pluton Rayleigh, the deputy captain of the Roger Pirates. Hi. Is this huge size a huge battleship from decades ago, the San Juan Wolf? It's amazing. All the people sitting there are powerful people who are famous for the sea. They have only heard of but never seen them. I didn't expect them to be in Impelled Down. Many pirates trembled in excitement. These are all legendary powerhouses. Not only did I see them today, but I will also prepare to break out of Impelled Down and escape from here with these powerhouses later. They couldn't help but wait, and their blood boiled over. With a swish, Mio's figure suddenly appeared. Seeing Mio's return, Earl Hong and others all got up and looked at Mio. Bullet said directly, "Almost there. It's almost done." Mio looked at the hundreds of famous pirates from the 5th floor freezing hell, nodded gently, and said, "Get ready to go. Next is the 4th floor." On the 4th floor, Earl Hong frowned slightly. At that time, Magellan should find us there. Enough. A big pirate twisted his neck. We have already bought a lot of time. Then we only need to keep rushing upwards while releasing the pirates on the upper layers. Hey, that's what I said, but it's better to be fully prepared. Mio grinned. When we stepped onto the 4th floor, it was time for Marine to start supporting Impel Down. At this time, in Impel Down, in the room that monitored Impel Down everywhere hell conditions, a prison guard was putting down the newspaper in his hand at this time, looking up at the screen to see if anything happened. After a glance, the prison guard lowered his head again and continued to read the news in the newspaper. But the next moment, the prison guard suddenly looked up again, looking at a place on the screen with a shocked look in his eyes. That was the location of the 4th floor, and at this time, in the blazing hell on the 4th floor, there were already a group of silhouettes appearing, and those silhouettes were very familiar to this prison guard. Isn't this the existence of the monsters on the 6th floor? How could it appear on the 4th floor? He looked at the surveillance picture on the 6th floor again. Is it my illusion? Why are the monsters in the 6th level surveillance still the same as usual? The guard was astonished. But then, the picture changed. The old monsters who were sleeping and resting in the cell in the original 6th-layer surveillance picture suddenly disappeared, and even the picture on the 6th layer was no longer visible. Only a piece of white is left, which indicates that the 6th layer of monitoring insects has died. At the same time, in the monitoring screen on the 4th floor, the prison guard saw the Black Crow pirate Captain Kirikawa Mio appearing in the screen. He seemed to have spotted the monitoring bug, and suddenly looked in the direction of the monitoring bug, and his body disappeared. When the ground appeared again, Mio's figure had already appeared in front of the monitoring bug, and Mio could be seen grinning toward the monitoring bug in the screen, and immediately this monitoring screen disappeared. The monitoring bug apparently died. Damn, the guys on the 6th and 6th floors didn't know when they all escaped. The prison guards looked shocked and looked at the white surveillance screen, and cold sweat began to appear inexplicably on their faces. Even a color of fear emerged. Those monster-level existences escaped the cell, and then the entire Impel Down was in danger. When the fear came, it took the prison guard a long time to recover, and then he quickly took out the phone worm and dialed out. Blue, 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 blue. Soon, the phone worm was connected. I'm Magellan. What's the matter? No, it's not good, Magellan. All the prisoners on the 6th floor have escaped. They are currently in the 4th floor. The guards quickly reported without any hesitation. Magellan, who was squatting in the toilet on the other side, stood up in shock for an instant. He didn't even have time to wear his pants. but stared at the phone bug in his hand with shocked expressions, and the color of disbelief slowly emerged in his eyes. But Magellan quickly recovered, gritted his teeth, and roared. "Damn, are you sure what you said is true?" Yes, Lord Magellan. All the surveillance bugs on the 6th floor have died." "Damn it! How can these guys escape the cell?" Magellan yelled. "This is an incredible event. At first, Golden Lion escaped from Impel Down, but he was only alone and left a pair of legs, even if it's just a loss of face to escape. But this time, for all the prisoners in the 6th floor of hell, if these guys were allowed to escape, it would not be a simple matter of losing face. It was a huge shock to the entire sea. Contact Naval Headquarters immediately, report the situation of Impel Down, and apply for support, and then tell me the location of those guys now, so that everyone can gather on the 3rd floor." Magellan quickly ordered. Immediately afterwards, he lifted his trousers and moved towards the 3rd layer. Although he knows that those guys are on the 4th floor, but because of this, he will choose to intercept on the 3rd floor. You know that Impel Down's guarding power is scattered at all levels. If you want to stop these guys, Magellan knows very well that it's 100% impossible on her own. All the guards can only be gathered, and then supported, dragged until Marine support arrives. If he were to intercept on the 4th floor alone now, he would probably be beaten to death in a short time. After all, if he is alone, those monster guys will not hesitate at all, and will definitely rush to kill him, the biggest threat in Impel Down. When Magellan knew that the 6th-tier prisoners were about to escape from Impel Down. At this time, here is the door of justice leading to Impel Down. A group of black pirates came slowly. Lilith looked at the huge portal in front of her, stroked her hair, and looked in one direction. The place that controls the opening and closing of the Gate of Justice should be there, right? Observation hockey spread, covering this sea area. Lilith's eyes moved slightly, and immediately her body disappeared. Lilith put her hand on her waist weapon and looked at the door in front of her, looking forward to seeing Mio later. After a while, the door of justice in front of her suddenly opened slowly. At the same time, Lilith's figure appeared on the deck, and she could see that Lilith's hands were stained with a little bloodline at this time, exuding a faint smell of blood. Robin held the glasses on her face. She raised her head while reading and asked curiously, "Lilith, you killed those Marines. How did you open the Gate of Justice?" "Rely on appearance." Lilith chuckled, then looked towards the sea and shouted, "Drought, let's go, let's go." Roar. Seabed. With a roar in response, the Black Glory immediately headed into the Gate of Justice. When Robin heard Lilith's answer, he couldn't help but curl his lips, then shrugged and continued reading. Thinking about it carefully, what Lilith said was nothing wrong. The moment she spread her wings, the light was dazzling, and she could make people with unsound minds fall in love with her. It really depends on her appearance. Passing through the Gate of Justice is undoubtedly very easy for Lilith and others. At this time, Naval Headquarters did not know what happened here. In other words, in the Naval Headquarters at this time, Sengoku has been shocked by the Impel Down. What are you talking about? All the prisoners on the 6th floor have escaped. In the office, Sengoku was like Magellan squatting on the toilet. After hearing this, he stood up suddenly, his face full of disbelief. Yes. In the phone worm, the voice of the prison guard from Impel Down rang, hurriedly said, "Now that the prisoners have reached the 4th floor, Magellan-sama decided to intercept on the 3rd floor, hoping that Marine support can arrive as soon as possible. Otherwise, we may not be able to support it for long." "Damn it, I see." Hearing that, Sengoku's expression sank, and he hung up the phone worm. But then, Sengoku quickly picked up another phone bug and dialed out. As the call worm connected, Sengoku spoke solemnly and directly ordered, "Let all the vice admiral and higher positions in the department come to the meeting room, and I want them to arrive in the meeting room within 5 minutes." Meeting room. At this time, all the backbone and above forces currently seated in Naval Headquarters are gathered here. 10 vice admiral and 1 admiral. So anxious to summon all of us, it seems that something important has happened. Akainu said solemnly. He is now temporarily returning to Naval Headquarters, which was originally a small holiday, but now it seems that this holiday will not be used anymore. The other Marine Vice Admiral also looked at each other with some doubts. Everyone. Sengoku sat in the first place, looked at everyone, and spoke directly without wasting time. A major event happened today. On the impel down side, all the prisoners in the 6th floor escaped. As soon as the sound fell, there was a tumult in the entire conference room. What? A Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral abruptly got up, his hands lying on the table with a shocked face. All the criminals on the 6th floor have escaped from prison? All the monsters imprisoned there are vicious monsters. Have you escaped from impel down now? Not yet. Judging from the previous intelligence, the prisoners who escaped are still on the 4th floor. Magellan has organized guards to intercept on the 3rd floor, delaying time. Now you must gather your personnel and go to impel down to support you. All the escaped prisoners were arrested again. Sengoku looked around the crowd, his eyes solemn. Everyone, you should all be aware of the existence of criminals in the 6th tier. They are any existence that can bring heavy losses to Marine. Once these people escape, whether it is the world government or our naval headquarters, will suffer severe losses, and even the sea will be turbulent again. This time, led by a canoe, gather all rear admiral above commodore in the headquarters, as well as elite soldiers and non-commissioned officers, and go to impel down now. Under the reputation, Akainu stood up and said coldly, I will get rid of those guys who don't know the so-called. After all, Akainu turned and left the office. And those commodores, one by one, got up and left with heavy faces. It is conceivable that their next task will be arduous, and they will have to do everything to stop the criminals and impel down, including their lives. Soon, from the naval headquarters, 3 warships set off directly to the Gate of Justice. Through the Gate of Justice, Marine can quickly go to impel down to provide maximum support. In impel down, the 4th floor, with Magellan's departure, there are only Mio and others on the 4th floor and the criminals who were originally on the 4th floor. This layer is blazing hell. The temperature on the whole layer is very high, just like a huge iron pot, full of boiling pools of blood and sea of fire. An area within blazing hell. At this moment, all the pirates on the 4th floor gathered here, looking at the Meow and others in front of them with caution. The headed guy is a strong man and also a demon fruit power. There are a lot of pirates in the 4th layer, almost 300 to 400 people. At this time, these pirates temporarily formed an alliance, and this man seemed to be a so-called temporary leader. They are all legendary monsters. The youngest is Campbell, offering a reward of 87 million. Campbell said slowly while looking at Meow with a grin. Since the adults are preparing to escape from impel down, we will naturally choose to go with the adults, but our strength is weak, and we know that we can only be cannon fodder, so we form an alliance temporarily, in order to hope that the adults can understand us. Difficulty, but don't wait to meet an enemy. Just let us go no matter what. Let us sacrifice, otherwise, we will have to consider becoming the enemy of you adults. Campbell pointed behind him with a slight smile on his face. Although our strength is not strong, we have more than 300 people in total. I don't think you adults want to be our enemies, right? After speaking, Campbell watched Mio and others quietly, waiting for their answers. But Campbell's eyes couldn't help flashing a look of confidence. Their strength is indeed weak. Facing a strong like Red Earl, it is no different from cannon fodder, but as he said, they are numerous, and they are a lot of strength when they gather. Campbell believed that Red Earl and others would not reject their proposal. After all, at this stage, the purpose of all criminals is to escape and to offend people like them. Is no good. Pity. Meow put his hands behind his head, turned his head slightly to look at the Red Earl and Bullet beside him, and said lightly, What do you think? Huh. Red Earl chuckled softly, and the corners of his mouth gradually rose, drawing a cold smile. Is this a threat? Bullet narrowed his eyes, cold light flashing. Interesting. I didn't expect to be threatened by someone before leaving impel down. Lousy is so good that he hasn't been threatened by anyone. If you want to threaten us, you have to see if you have enough strength. Behind Mio, there were other 6th-tier pirates grinning sneer. They recognized that they were threatened by Mio. After all, Mio was able to release them at the beginning, and Mio's ability was enough to make them jealous, coupled with the courage that Mio showed for them to appreciate. But what's the guy in front of me? But not everything can threaten them. Who is going? Min twisted her neck and said lightly. Behind him, a six-layer pirate just wanted to take a shot. Red Earl's body had disappeared. Only a burst of air was heard. Suddenly, many people looked behind Campbell with wide eyes. I saw Earl Red suddenly exploded at a terrifying speed, appeared there without even breathing, and then spread out his palms and grabbed Campbell's head abruptly. This palm seemed to contain a very powerful force, which made Campbell's face a painful look. "Threat? Are you worthy?" Red Earl said lightly. His eyes moved away from Campbell and placed on the other pirates on the fourth floor. A terrifying aura burst out and rushed away. Immediately afterwards, boom, Red Earl's palm power exploded. Campbell's head shattered in an instant. Blood spattered, and the corpse fell to the ground. Campbell can become the leader of this fourth layer of pirates. Even if it is temporary, it is enough to surface that Campbell's strength is already acceptable in this fourth layer. But now, he died in the hands of Earl Red without the slightest resistance. It even seemed that the Red Earl didn't take the slightest effort. In this scene, the pirates on the fourth floor couldn't help but shudder, and a look of horror appeared on their faces. Just then, Mio took a step forward and looked at the pirates on the fourth floor, grinning. "Everyone, what this dead guy said is right. You are cannon fodder. You now only have two choices. First, to be our cannon fodder, there is a ray of life. Maybe you can escape impelled down. Second, I will send you on the road now. No matter how many people there are still cannon fodder." After speaking, Mio's tone turned into cold and indifferent. 5 seconds, choose. Guru, with Mio's voice falling. The pirates on this fourth floor were stunned, as if they didn't expect such a result. They gathered together, but just to avoid being cannon fodder. Why are they now? Are you a bit too deceiving? A pirate mustered up his courage and gritted his teeth angrily. Too deceptive? Bullet curled his lips in disdain, staring at this guy indifferently. Are you strong? Being watched by Bullet's gaze, the pirate suddenly felt a great pressure, sweating like a mountain pressing on his body. His face turned pale, and he couldn't say anything. With this appearance, Bullet couldn't help but laugh, and immediately stepped out, but in an instant he rushed in front of the pirate and suddenly violent. "Without strength, what about killing you?" Rumbling, Bullet grabbed the pirate's head and slammed into the ground, splashing blood. The power of terror caused the ground to crack like a spider web, and the pirate died on the spot. Waved the blood of his palm, Bullet looked at the others and said lightly, "Do you have anything else you want to say?" Guru. The pirates swallowed their saliva and took a few steps back in horror. After all, there are all tens of millions of people offering rewards. Although many people have heard of the existence of the name Bullet Red, how can they have seen such horrors? Strength. At this time, they were horrified and shook their heads hurriedly. "It looks like you have already made your choice." Seeing this, Mio shrugged, grinned, and pointed in a direction. "There's the way to the third floor. Let's go." Hear the words. The pirates couldn't help swallowing again, with some hesitation. The choice mentioned by Meow's mouth is nothing but cannon fodder. And what the end of the cannon fodder is, they are very clear. After all, most of them are the captains of the pirate ship. Before entering the impelled down, they also have some cannon fodder on their ships. Every time they fight, they let the cannon fodder go up and die. Unexpectedly, now that he and others have fallen to this point. But I felt the gaze of Mio and others. These pirates gritted their teeth and walked in the direction Mio pointed. If they don't want to die, they can only do so. And with so many people, it may not be you who die. Maybe you still have a chance to escape from impelled down. This is what the vast majority of the fourth-tier pirates thought at this time. On the fourth floor, there are elevators that lead directly to the upper floors, but it is obviously unrealistic to go directly to the first floor through the elevators. After all, Magellan and others will definitely move the elevator to one of the upper floors. Stop it. So when he came to the elevator, Mio just gestured please to the pirates on the fourth floor. Later, a pirate on the fourth floor went directly into the elevator And when the people in the elevator were almost the same, they were sent up. Not long. Mio's earlobes moved slightly, raised his head to look up, and said lightly, "It seems that Magellan intends to hold us on the third floor. Get rid of Magellan as soon as possible, and we can leave as soon as possible." Red Earl said with a frown, looked at the other pirates, and motioned to get down the elevator. Continue. Another group of pirates entered the elevator. As these pirates went up, Mio could even hear the screams of fighting from the third floor. The pirates of the fourth layer were sent to the third layer in batches, and then the pirates of the fifth layer. The main role of these pirates is to help Meow and others solve more enemies and hold them, so that Meow and them have time to solve some of the more threatening people or find opportunities to escape from them. It took a full half an hour to transport it up, and only these people on the fourth floor were left. Soon, the elevator came down again. Meow looked at Earl Hong and the others, with a smile at the corners of his mouth. "Let's go, we should go up too." No one answered and stepped directly into the elevator. Mio shrugged and stepped into the elevator. Pulling the switch, the elevator rose rapidly, but soon, when it reached the third floor, it stopped automatically. The door of the lift was opened. What appeared in the line of sight was a massacre. It is indeed a killing. The pirates and the guard in Impel Down are fighting each other, and there are some beasts kept in Impel Down. Although there are no future jailer beasts in Impel Down today, there are many ferocious beasts, these beasts. The number is still quite large. At this time, help the guards fight with the pirates together. And with this time, the elevator door was opened. Magellan, who was destroying more than a dozen pirates, looked there, his pupils shrank, and immediately shouted, "Everyone, defense!" The jailers and the beasts immediately retreated, separated from the pirates, and looked forward vigilantly. The ground was full of corpses and blood. The pirates also retreated to the elevator side, looking bloodthirsty in the direction where Magellan was. They also want to understand. This time, if they can't do without Impel Down, it's nothing more than a dead end. So naturally they're not afraid of death, but they're all thinking about how to solve Magellan, the biggest obstacle in front of them. In the elevator, Mio stepped out of the elevator, looked at Magellan, grinned. "Warden Magellan, do you want to consider letting us go? If that's the case, maybe you can save a life." "It's you." Looking at Mio's face, Magellan's eyes flashed with shock. At the same time, he also noticed Mio's position, standing in the most central position, with the 6 floor guys on both sides of him. "It looks like you're the main culprit this time. Kirika Mio." Magellan gritted his teeth and hissed as drops of purple venom emerged on his body, tumbling. "I thought you hadn't been moving for a year, and your partner had no news. I thought you were silent now, but I didn't expect to wait until now. Akiji talked about the Black Crow pirates a year ago. I think Mio might find a way to escape from Impel Down. It's only been a year, and this guy hasn't moved much." So Magellan had already let go of his vigilance against Mio. But now it seems that this guy has been waiting and has waited until now. From the first day I came in, I was thinking about when to leave. Now that the time is up, I should leave too, right? Meow smiled slightly. "After all, I don't want to stay in this ghost place forever. Don't be delusional. This is a place you can never escape. If you want to leave here, kill me first. Otherwise, you will never want to leave." Magellan roared. Next to him, Bullet stepped out, his body raging, and burst out instantly. "If that's the case, then kill you." "That's Douglas Bullet, the descendant of the devil on the Roger pirate ship. That's a powerhouse on the same level as Pluton Rayleigh. No, it's not just Bullet, but also the guy who was defeated by Marshal Sora, Red Earl Barloric Letterfield. Hey, that one seems to be an old monster from Roger's last era. Ghost figure Felix Arnold, a guy offering a reward of up to 1.8 billion. There is also that who was arrested by Garp Vice Admiral himself and brought into Impel Down, Hobson Murphy, the alligator, the ancient animal emperor crocodile fruit capable person. Everyone is a powerful person with a reputation in the sea. Can we stop such a guy?" The prison guards recognized one after another who was once famous for the sea. Every time they recognized one, they felt that the pressure on their bodies increased a lot, and even a feeling of despair was emerging. Magellan roared immediately. You are Marines, as Marines. Even in the face of the most powerful pirates, remember our responsibilities as Marines. After that, he looked in the direction of Min and the others and shouted coldly, You scum, don't even want to leave today. Poison cloud. As Magellan's voice fell, the poisonous gas emitted by the venom gushed out of Magellan and swept towards the direction of the pirates ahead. Because the prison guards had already prepared for a long time, they quickly put on antivirus suits, but the pirates didn't have the slightest protection. They had a set of prison uniforms. Many pirates were exposed to poisonous fog. He fell to the ground numbly. Hum! With a move of Meow's heart, armament hockey immediately covered his entire body. He can do this kind of thing, and it's easy, but he can't make the whole upper body stronger like just covering the upper body. If it covers the whole body, it will be weaker, but it can only be used to block the poisonous mist. This guy, leave it to me. Bullet watched Magellan and said slowly. His voice fell, and with a clang, the dark armament hockey instantly covered his whole body, making Bullet look like an Iron Man. Step out. Bullet passed through the poisonous fog directly, covered by armament hockey, giving Bullet an extra layer of protection on the surface of his body. Even if it was touched by the poisonous fog, his armament hockey would not penetrate at all. For these people in Mio, the biggest obstacle to leaving impelled down is Magellan for now. But in fact, Marine support cannot be avoided. There is only one way to leave impelled down. But even if Magellan is resolved and impelled down is left, you will definitely encounter Marine on the way away, and there will still be a collision at that time. Naval headquarters itself is not too far away from impelled down, coupled with the ocean currents and the 3 gates of justice, can make Marine quickly support impelled down. Perhaps by this time, Marine has passed through the gate of justice and is heading impelled down, may also be on the way. After all, this is not the top war. All Marine's power and attention are placed there. So now, Mio is no longer in a hurry. Instead, I want to wait. Wait until Marine arrives, fish in troubled waters, and wait for the opportunity to leave. With my own ability, it is easy to want to leave. And once Marine arrives, it will not be him who attracts firepower, but the Red Earl and Bullet. That's why they want to quickly resolve Magellan's departure from impelled down. People like them know that they are on Marine's side. How much attention is paid, but when you see them, you basically won't let them go. Mio can leave impelled down at any time now, but there is no need for it. He wouldn't be so stupid to meet Marine alone who came to support him. Thoughts moved. Mio took a step out, and his figure instantly appeared in front of a jailer, with a palm sticking out and grabbing the jailer's neck, twisting it hard, and the jailer died directly. Earl Hong narrowed his eyes slightly. As if he had noticed something, he sighed, looked at the jailers around him, and muttered, It's just a warm-up in advance. It's really not easy to get out of here. The ability of that fellow Golden Lion is really enviable. At this moment, Earl Hong had no idea of leaving alone. He just set his sights on Magellan, as if he wanted to work with Bullet to solve Magellan first. Poison Dragon. Magellan already felt the hostility from the Red Earl. With a low growl, and then a poisonous dragon made up of venom roared towards the Red Earl, where the venom dripped and corroded the ground. With a light leap, Earl Red easily avoided the poisonous dragon attack. At the same time, Bullet stepped out in one step, and the terrifying speed broke out at this moment, without the slightest reservation. In a flash, Magellan appeared in front of Magellan and blasted out a punch. Magellan's pupil shrank, but his reaction was extremely rapid, immediately stimulating his ability, and a large amount of venom gathered in his abdomen. However, Bullet completely ignored these venoms. Armament hockey was mixed with Conqueror's hockey, and there was a hint of ghostly mixed in between, making Bullet a blue devil in just a few breaths. A punch was blasted out. With a bang, Magellan flew upside down like a broken kite and slammed into the wall far away. Is this serious? Earl Red glanced at Bullet and said faintly. He kept his figure and came to Magellan, who fell on the ground in a blink of an eye, dropped his foot, and bombarded Magellan's abdomen. Enduring the sharp pain in the abdomen, Magellan rolled over without hesitation. The ground that had been trampled on by the Red Earl crazily cracked in all directions with his foot falling. Ahem. Wiping the bloodline at the corner of his mouth, Magellan looked at the two people in front of him heavily. The bullet, which has developed the form of a devil, and is therefore called the descendant of the devil, and the unfathomable Red Earl. Even Magellan feel a lot of pressure. Fight for my life, and I will keep you here. Magellan snarled, and a large amount of venom emerged from his body and began to wrap Magellan. Poisonous giants, hell's judgment. Drink in a low voice. It was a diffuse, bright, red venom. Earl Red couldn't help frowning when he saw it. Awakening? Trouble. It's indeed a troublesome ability. Bullet said in agreement, frowning slightly. The ability to poison itself is very annoying, let alone the venom after awakening. This is why Magellan is now able to sit in the position of warden. It is because of this terrifying toxin, this bright red venom. Almost touching will be infected and will gradually spread and erode everything. Poisonous fruit is very powerful, but it also has shortcomings. It is these shortcomings that make Magellan have little time to rest. If it weren't for this, Magellan's strength would be even more terrifying than it is now. He even has a position in Admiral of Headquarters. At the same time, in the palm of Mio's palm, Xiaomi lay on it at this time and heard a familiar voice, which belonged to Lilith. Master, here comes Marine. Is it so fast? Mio raised her eyebrows, but immediately grinned. It doesn't matter if you are here, Marine is here, so you can be sure to retreat. Marine won't come. You really might not dare to take the first step and leave alone. At this level, although it is considered an awakening, more of it should be half awakened. Bullet grinned sneer at this time. If it is truly fully awakened, Magellan of this level of toxin can be used from the beginning without waiting until now, which means that the current Magellan has only reached the point of half awakening. But to fully awaken, there is still an opportunity. Of course, these are not important to Bullet. A purple halo suddenly emerged from Bullet's body, spreading towards the surroundings in an instant. Bullet is a person with the ability of Paramecia's combined fruit. It can create weapons of unimaginable size or armor that can envelop itself by combining, and has developed this fruit to the point of awakening long ago. The place covered by the aperture, any weapon and inorganic materials that can fuse scrap iron, rubble, etc. are all absorbed and flow toward the Bullet, and quickly wrap Bullet. However, within a few breaths, a huge war machine appeared in front of everyone. This is a giant like steel. The giant has a height of nearly 20 meters. With the sound of clang, the giant is instantly covered by armament hockey, so it looks like it will give people a super defensive power. Strong feeling. Come. Bullet grinned, and without hesitation, he punched it out. Go to hell, you fellow. Magellan roared and punched out, and the giant venom skeleton giant followed Magellan's movements with a punch. Boom. When the two huge monsters collided, a terrifying wave of air suddenly erupted, and as the war machine touched the venom giant, the terrifying toxin could be seen spreading around the war machine in an instant. But the next moment, hey, this level is useless. Bullet grinned and said with a clang, the armament hockey on the surface of the war machine's body was suddenly strengthened, even if it was spread all over the body. But this toxin has no effect on the war machine, unless Magellan's venom can penetrate this armament hockey completely. It is not only necessary to infiltrate this armament hockey, but also after infiltrating armament hockey, infiltrating the war machine in order to touch the bullet in the war machine. Damn it. Seeing this, Magellan's face suddenly became gloomy, and the intensity of this hockey was beyond his imagination. I will do my best to intercept you. Magellan took a deep breath and looked around the entire third floor. Next moment, hell, trial! Magellan let out a low roar, and drops of bright red poison suddenly spurted out of the poisonous skeleton giant, spreading all around. He may not be able to stop the existence of this level of Bullet. Although insisting on his duties, Magellan is not a fool. What he can do now is to delay the time, and at the same time solve a large part of the pirate cannon fodder for the upcoming Marine support. As for the top powerhouses, they can only wait for Marine to arrive. Damn it, Run. This kind of venom can kill you if you get it. Damn Magellan. The pirate screamed in horror and fled around. Bullet, get rid of it early, Marine. Coming soon. Earl Red frowned slightly, avoiding the venom spilled on his side, looking in one direction, and said in a deep voice, "The Red Earl's observation hockey is very powerful. It can be said that his observation hockey talent is strong and terrifying. From a very young age, he has a strong sense of experience, and his observation hockey, even if he does not exercise, but with age, with growth, observation hockey will become stronger and stronger. From this, you can imagine how powerful Earl Red is. Not only the coverage is extremely wide, but also it can see through people's hearts. It is also because of this that Earl Hong's character is withdrawn." Hearing the words of Earl Red, Bullet was taken aback. Immediately, there was a cold glow in his eyes. He knew Earl Red's strength very well, and he didn't have the slightest doubt about Earl Red's words, but said slowly, "If that's the case, let's end it." The ability to assemble fruit is urged. The aperture expanded again. This time, Bullet absorbed more inorganic matter, and the war machine became even bigger. But even so, armament hockey still covered the entire war machine. Boom! Without any hesitation, Bullet blasted out with a punch and blasted directly towards Magellan. Can't let Magellan deal with these cannon fodder anymore. These cannon fodder will also have a big effect after Marine arrives, and it can hold a lot of Marine's footsteps. Damn it! Magellan cursed secretly, and the next moment he greeted him. The poisonous giant shook his fist, and the fist was also spilled with venom, which caused many pirates to suffer. It was another collision between the war machine and the poisonous giant. But this time, after the fist collided, Magellan's face suddenly changed. What? I saw the power that the war machine erupted. Compared with the previous one, it was even more powerful. The terrifying force actually blasted the poisonous giant's venom arm away and turned it into poisonous water to spill around. Then Bullet shot another punch, taking this opportunity to land on the chest of the poisonous giant, and the unparalleled power burst out, and the poisonous giant was completely scattered under this punch. And Magellan himself fell out of the poisonous giant. Earl Hong squinted his eyes, stepped out, and his figure disappeared. In a fleeting moment, he appeared in front of Magellan, who had fallen on the ground. Just after landing, Magellan noticed the attack of the Red Earl for an instant. His pupils shrank, and a burst of red venom instantly covered his whole body. However, Earl Red stretched out his palm, and armament hockey, who had cultivated to an extremely high level, covered his entire arm. The palm pressed Magellan's head and slammed it directly towards the ground. Rumbling. The ground was suddenly smashed into a big hole, like a spiderweb cracked. The terrifying venom did not affect the Red Earl in the slightest. After the blow, Earl Red grabbed Magellan's head and slammed it on the ground again, and a loud noise broke out again. At the same time, a sound of breaking through the air sounded. Count Red looked up, saw the fist bombarded by the war machine, and left the place with a calm expression. Subsequently, the war machine landed directly. The huge fist almost directly drowned Magellan. Rumbling. The ground shakes. Because of this punch, the entire third floor seemed to have experienced an earthquake, and a huge amount of dust was thrown up and enveloped this area. From a distance, Mio looked at the war machine with his fist raised, and then at Magellan, who had completely fainted without any accident. Magellan today is still too young. In the face of such a terrifyingly powerful person, every weak point is equivalent to a level of weakness. But poisonous fruit. Mio's eyes flickered, and there was a touch of greed, which was a good fruit. When preparing to act, Mio suddenly raised his head and looked up, which was the top of the third floor. But he could detect that someone was coming. It's Marine. It has reached the first floor of the sea. This hot breath. Meow frowned, then raised his eyebrows and murmured, "Is it a Kainu? It's troublesome. I have to leave here and go to the first floor of the sea." Since the last time he saw Akiji's awakening, he knew that 3 Admiral had basically been awakened. At this time, it's the fellow Akainu. If you continue to stay on the third floor and wait for Akainu to come down, then it's really troublesome. Once the Akainu fruit awakens and changes the environment, the third floor will probably be full by then. It's all lava. Although armament hockey can resist temporarily, it will consume a lot of physical energy in the long run. Frowned slightly. Mio shouted directly, "You guys, if you don't want to die, you'd better go up there. Marine is here. Do you want to be blocked here by staying here?" The voice fell, and the figure of Mio appeared in front of a pirate instantly. He just noticed that the pirate was a capable person or Paramecia's devil fruit, but it was not clear what it was. Holding the pirate's neck, Mio twisted hard. There was a click. The pirate's neck broke directly. "Congratulations on your inclusion of the pirate absorption ability, Gene. Nice ability." Looking at the prompt on the panel, Mio nodded with satisfaction in her heart. With Mio's actions and words, the pirates also recovered, and they were immediately panicked. "How come Marine comes so fast? Damn. Go up quickly. I don't want to be surrounded by them. It will be really difficult to get out then. Hurry up, you guys." The pirates shouted. Then they hurriedly rushed towards the elevator. Although they couldn't think of such a deep place, they knew that once they were blocked by Marine on this floor, it would be really difficult to leave. Men flashed around, came to Earl Hong's side, looked at Earl Hong, and frowned. "Akainu's strength. Should you understand it?" Red Earl nodded, frowning slightly. "A strong kid. That guy's fruit ability is very well developed. In this kind of terrain, it is very unfavorable for us. The Red Earl's strength is not Akainu's opponent. After all, he is a person who can defeat Sora, and Akainu can also be defeated. But that did not do him any good. He could only be delayed here, and then wait for other support from Marine to come, and then continue to be arrested." On the side, Bullet, who had relieved the fruit's ability, walked over and said lightly, "Although the Akainu fruit ability is troublesome, I think your ability should be able to cope with it." He was referring to Mino. The current Red Earl has not yet eaten the bat fruit of the Eudemons. Hear the words. Mio's eyes flickered, and a faint smile appeared on her grin. "Do I need to help you? Moreover, if my ability wants to deal with his ability, I can only go to the first floor on the sea, where you can now punch through the walls of this third floor to let the outside sea water flow in." Red Earl sneered. "It is true that only fools can do things like impel down. Breaking impel down, they basically don't need to escape. Impel down, if a gap is broken, the impact of the seawater. It can quickly expand the gap. At that time, the entire impel down will be swallowed by seawater, and some of the devices inside will also be destroyed. At that time, the impel down will explode. Everyone in impel down will die." Bullet said solemnly. "A condition, how? None of them are not Akainu's opponents, but they never thought of head-to-head with Akainu. If they don't mind playing a game in New World, but playing here is no different from death. So once they go to the first floor of the sea, their goal is to escape directly. However, with their strength, Akainu will definitely be the first to look at them. Once they look at it, it will be very difficult to escape. And Mio's ability. In this year, they have seen Mio's development of fruit abilities. Although it has not reached a particularly high level, there is no problem in dealing with Akainu temporarily, so that Akainu cannot pursue it. Once the distance is over, Akainu may not chase them again. After all, the two of them are not the only threats on the 6th floor. A condition? Hearing this, the corners of Meow's mouth rose, looking at Earl Hong. Red Earl said lightly, "A condition? Yes, but I can only promise to do my best." Mio grinned immediately and agreed without hesitation. Let the two powerhouses agree to one of their future conditions. This deal is not bad. As for future conditions, will they agree to it? This is nothing to worry about. After all, Bullet and Red Earl are not ordinary pirates. They're all guys with their own pride. They may agree to difficult conditions, but most of them will not refuse. Let's go. Seeing Mio's promise, Earl Hong didn't talk nonsense and walked directly toward the elevator, ready to go up. Not surprisingly, Marine has already set up an interception point on the first floor of the sea. Maybe as soon as you go up, you will face a strong bombardment from Marine. But fortunately, a large number of cannon fodder pirates went up just now, which can attract a large part of the firepower, so there's no need to worry too much about this. But before leaving, Mio looked at Magellan, who had passed out, and couldn't help sighing. It was a pity that this was indeed a good ability. But seeing Magellan's slightly moving fingers, I also know that there is no chance now. A group of people stepped onto the elevator and headed directly to the top floor. Rumbling. The elevator keeps rising. Suddenly, a scorching breath has already come. Mio frowned slightly, and when the elevator stopped and the elevator door was opened, a look of helplessness suddenly appeared. In my sight, it was red. It was full of magma, almost forming a magma lake, separating the elevator from the front by a very long distance. And on the far side of the magma lake is Marine, 1 admiral, more than 10 vice admiral, nearly 30 rear admiral, and a large number of elite soldiers and non-commissioned officers are really a force. Meow grinned lightly. Looking ahead, a Kainu in a red suit can be clearly seen, staring at himself and others with a cold expression. The pirates who came up before were not far from the elevator, watching the Marines vigilantly. Pirates, catch it with your hands. Akainu put his arms around his shoulders, his tone indifferent. Whether it is an old guy from the last era or a newcomer from the new era, since you have entered Impel Down, you should stay in it for the rest of your life, and the sea has no contact with you anymore. As the voice fell, Akainu slowly raised his eyes, making fists with both hands. Of course, I hope you will resist to the end, because then I can kill you. Everyone without hesitation. Rumbling. Hot magma suddenly dripped from Akainu's fists. The pirates in Impel Down cannot be killed without authorization. Otherwise, Shiryu of Rain will not be imprisoned on the 6th floor. Only this time, if these pirates still intend to escape, Akainu will not show mercy. This is the 1st floor on the sea. Behind Akainu and others is a huge iron fence. Behind the iron fence is the gate, and behind the gate is the sea. As Akainu's voice fell, the atmosphere became serious for a while. No one doubts Akainu's words, and Akainu's strength is undoubtedly strong. That is the reputation that was killed in the New World, which is enough to make the pirates frightened. The guy back then has grown to an incredible level now. Red Earl said lightly, staring at the Marine soldiers behind Akainu. His expression calmed down, and a turbulent aura suddenly erupted. The terrifying Conqueror's haki swept away in an instant. Pause time. Thump, thump, thump. A Marine soldier fell to the ground. Next to Akainu are more than 10 Marine Vice Admiral and Rear Admiral in the 2nd row. They look calm. Conqueror's haki faced the Red Earl without the slightest change on his face. Akainu said lightly, I've been caught in Impel Down, so I should stay in Impel Down for a lifetime. So why bother to come out? After all, we are all people who belong to the sea, and only the sea is our destination. Red Earl responded flatly. Akainu sneered immediately. You are just a scum that brings pollution to this sea. Such words, you should talk to the world government. Earl Hong sneered and said, I just don't know if you dare to say that to those celestial dragons. Upon hearing this, Akainu snorted suddenly, and the magma on his body became more turbulent. No more nonsense. Either bring your sea stone handcuffs and go back to your cell, or you will be sent to death. If you want to kill us, your strength is not enough. Bullet said lightly, and a horrible aura broke out on his body. This was Conqueror's haki, but at the same time, it was mixed with a powerful armament haki. His armament haki has reached a very advanced level and can be released outside. At this time, as Conqueror's haki was released, the power was even more terrifying, and even the magma lake in front of him was surging, swept toward Akainu by this momentum. Humph! Seeing this, Akainu's face suddenly became gloomy. It looks like you have already made a choice. The temperature suddenly rose. Hot lava surged from Akainu's body, and immediately Akainu punched out. Facing the momentum unchanged, the hot magma wrapped his right arm and condensed into a huge fist bombarded. Bullet didn't talk nonsense. He made a fist with his right hand. His right arm was covered by armament haki, for an instant, stepped out, and fisted away with one punch. The powerful force erupted, and the momentum turned into a wave of air, sweeping across the quartet. A punch directly blocked Akainu's blow. It's useless to talk so much nonsense. Let's see how many people you can stop us. Meow grinned and immediately slapped her hands on the ground under her feet, buzzing. An iris suddenly spread out around Mio until it enveloped this area. Captain of the Black Crow Pirates, Kirikawa Mio. Akainu's gaze fell on Mio's body. Originally, he didn't put Mio in his eyes, but now Mio was standing in the center of the sixth floor pirates. My heart sank suddenly. It seems that this newcomer on the sea is not as simple as the intelligence. Replacement. Mio grinned slightly and drank in a low voice. The voice just fell. Earl Red grabbed the arm of a pirate next to him and pulled abruptly. The pirate's arm was directly torn off forcibly, and then was thrown into the air above the magma lake by the Red Earl. Next moment, Mio's ability was suddenly activated. Within the aperture, a gate that closed and impelled down behind the iron fence behind Marine disappeared suddenly and was replaced by an arm. At the same time, a huge portal appeared on the magma lake, and it landed on the magma lake with a thud. The thick gate prevents the magma from melting and burning in a short period of time. This gate almost formed a temporary new road on the magma lake. Seeing this scene, Akainu's pupils suddenly shrank, and a look of surprise flashed across his face. This ability, he looked at the arm that had replaced the portal, and then at the huge portal laid on the magma lake. A weird ability related to space. Mio didn't know the shock in Akainu's heart at this time. At this time, Mio slowly got up, clapped her hands, and grinned. It seems that the abilities that I have exercised this year are quite useful. Everyone, it's time to get up. It's up to you to get out of Impelled Down next. The second stage of replacement. Item replacement. With the ability to replace fruits, some old guys on the sixth floor know the level of development of their abilities, and therefore they are afraid of it. During this year, Mio also successfully developed the fruit ability to this stage. It is also because of this that there will be the so-called condition just now. Mio's ability is not only used to replace gates. It has many other uses. With Mio's voice falling, the pirates who were standing outside the elevator were stunned, and then their faces became bloodthirsty. Yes, it's up to you if you can rush out next. Kill these guys. F***K, damn Marines. The pirates roared and rushed directly. At the same time, those Marines did not hesitate to escape from their weapons and confronted them. On the other hand, Akainu and Vice Admiral did not move at all, just watching Mio and others. What to do? Looking at the silent Akainu and others, Mio shrugged helplessly and looked at Red Earl. What else can I do? Kill while chanting. An old guy on the sixth floor grinned and stepped out and rushed directly towards a Vice Admiral. Humph! The Vice Admiral snorted coldly, then pulled out his weapon in an instant and fought back. Earl Red nodded, slightly in agreement with this old guy's words. Immediately, Earl Red looked at Bullet. Are you going to fight him? If you want to fight him, I don't mind letting you. Bullet raised his eyes and said lightly. Red Earl shook his head slightly. This kind of troublesome enemy, leave it to you. Now I'm more and more envious of you guys with good fruit abilities. If I can leave, I should also find a good ability at that time. Let's talk about it when you escape. Bullet curled his lips. Taking one step out, the figure disappeared directly in place. Akainu made a fist with his right hand, without any hesitation, and struck forward with a fist. For a moment, he collided with the fist of Bullet, who suddenly appeared in front of him. Marine Vice Admiral also began to find their own goals. And those Rear Admiral, they attacked an enemy together, delaying time and looking for opportunities. But at this moment, outside the last door, several figures slowly appeared. Looking at those figures, the corners of Meow's mouth rose slightly, and his eyes lit up immediately. Finally met, my friends. It looks like we are not late, Master. Standing at the forefront, Lilith, who appeared outside the gate, saw Mio at a glance, and immediately smiled, extremely brilliant. Standing to the left of Lilith is Warwick and Hyan, and standing to the right of Lilith were Erica and, well, a little girl with long red and green hair. Marcy. Seeing the little girl, Mio couldn't help showing a touch of joy. There is no doubt that this little girl is Marcy. After a year, Marcy has grown to look like a 7 or 8-year-old girl. Looks like, but it's normal. Because Marcy is not a human being, coupled with her long lifespan, she will grow rapidly in a short time after birth. And when she finally grows to a certain level, she will stabilize until it is close to the time limit. Will age. Mother. Seeing Mio's familiar and unfamiliar face, Mashi suddenly yelled happily. A pair of wings extended behind her, and then flew towards Mio. Mom, Mom, Mom. Hearing this claim, the corners of Min's mouth twitched slightly, and then a flicker of her figure appeared in front of Maxie, holding Maxie in his arms. Mom, Marcy missed you so much. Marcy's head was buried in Min's arms, rubbing constantly. I miss you too, but don't call me mother. Mio rubbed Marcy's head and laughed softly. Don't call me mother? Marcy raised her head, eyes full of doubt. Called brother. Mio said immediately, I don't want to be a father so early. Although he is not his own, he can't do it either. Oh, brother. Marcy nodded obediently and shouted immediately. Really good. Meow suddenly smiled. Whoosh. At this time, a sound of breaking through the air sounded. Mio turned her head slightly, and a tempest kick had already passed by Mio's cheek. Looking up, it was a Naval Headquarters Rear Admiral. At this time, he set his eyes on Mio's body. The tempest kick just now came from Rear Admiral. Is this going to target me? The corners of Meow's mouth raised slightly, and he pulled out a sneer. Marcy twisted in her arms and shouted, Mom, brother, put Marcy down. Huh? What's the matter? Me put Marcy on the ground and asked suspiciously. Marcy stomped her foot, made a fist with her right hand, and waved it, clearly looking like a small lowly, but the next moment, Marcy glared fiercely at the middle of the man. You bad guy dare to attack your brother. Want to die? Huh? Come to fight. Just finished. Marcy rushed out all over. Rear Admiral didn't seem to expect that the little girl would explode so quickly, and her tone was so fierce, she couldn't help having a brief stupefaction. When she recovered, Maxie had already arrived in front of Rear Admiral. Iron Body. Without hesitation, Rear Admiral immediately gave a low voice. The body suddenly hardened. But the next moment, you fellow, Marcy is going to kill you. On Marcy's fist, there was armament hockey surrounding it at this time, and the most important thing was that it appeared with turbulent flames and violent thunder wrapping the fist. Rumbling. A punch was blasted out. It seemed that it contained extremely irritable power. Rear Admiral was directly bombarded, dragged on the ground, drawing a long trace, and finally hitting the wall. A mouthful of blood spurted out of his mouth. At this moment, even Earl Red couldn't help but look sideways, looking at the little lowly who was just over 1 meter tall, and the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. This runaway lowly, this is... Mio twitched and exclaimed. This little lowly is a bit fierce, a little grumpy. Huh? Get up, let's fight again. Marcy yelled towards Rear Admiral, with wings extended behind his back, and on the cheeks under the eyelids, faint red dragon scales appeared. Regardless of age, Marcy alone is full of momentum. Interesting little girl. Red Earl turned slightly to avoid the attack of a Vice Admiral. At this time, he looked at Marcy and couldn't help but chuckled. Then there was some wonder in his heart. This little girl's abilities are somewhat powerful. It looks like it belongs to the Eudemon system. At this time, Earl Red was being besieged by 3 Vice Admiral and 4 Rear Admiral. Even if he was as strong as him, he was supported for a while. This girl is very threatening. Kill her. Akainu blasted out with a punch, repelled bullet, then looked back at Marcy and immediately yelled. Marsh glared at Akainu immediately, with a mouth, a huge flame mixed with thunder, and directly sprayed towards Akainu. You are a big threat, and your whole family is a big threat. Marcy responded loudly to Akainu, then ran to Mio's side and said with a grin on her face, Brother, can I fight them? The reason for the shot just now was also because the Rear Admiral sneaked on Mio, and Maxie couldn't help but shot. At this time, it was a well-behaved appearance. Hear the words. Mio couldn't help shaking his head in chuckles, rubbing Marcy's head. Fighting is okay, but now is not that time. The voice just fell, because of Akainu's orders just now. At this time, another rear admiral directly drew his sword and slashed at Maxie. After the slash, several pirates were beheaded and their bodies separated. However, with a sound of song, a figure appeared in front of the slash. The figure swung the knife and easily blocked the slash, with a white hair fluttering and 2 tentacles on the forehead shaking. While holding the knife in one hand, Erica slowly pulled out the other knife from her waist. Holding 2 knives in her hands, Erica stared at Rear Admiral. A sharp color appeared in her eyes, and the next moment her figure disappeared. Whoosh! The sound of breaking through the air sounded. Rear Admiral immediately shrinks his pupils. Fast speed. However, after a few breaths, Erica appeared in front of Rear Admiral, clutching her swords tightly, and her slashing burst suddenly. Double knife flow and scream. When the terrifying slash just broke out, a horrible aura suddenly entangled on the 2 knives and merged into the slash. Rear Admiral had just prepared to swing his knife to resist, but Xian even felt the terrifying aura of the slashing. His mind trembled, and he fell into a brief deprivation. He hadn't recovered yet. The slashing had already fallen. Puff! Splashing blood. The head rolled to the ground. Taking a step out, Erica appeared beside Mio. With a clang, the double swords returned to their sheaths, and then an oppressive aura burst out and swept the quartet. This is Conqueror's Hockey. Akainu turned her head and looked at Erica in shock. He didn't expect that among the rookie pirate group, such a young girl who seemed to have Conqueror's Hockey. The potential is endless. Earl Red is also looking sideways. At such an age and with such a swordsmanship, he can even see the slash just now, which incorporates Conqueror's Hockey, this little girl who has absolutely unlimited potential. Hockey swept. A large number of pirates and marine soldiers fell to the ground. But even so, there is still a large number of marines who have not fallen. The marine soldiers who came here this time are all elite, and there are many non-commissioned officers among them. Not substantive Conqueror's Hockey, they can handle it. You scum from the sea, die here. Several colonels roared at this time and rushed directly to Marxie beside Mio. It seems that they're all Akainu's loyal supporters, and they are extremely attentive to Akainu's instructions just now. However, now that the members of the Black Crow Pirate Group have arrived, with their strength, how can it be possible to get close to Mino's body? Puff! Puff! Several colonels had just rushed out a certain distance. When strips of sharp tentacles covered in black armament hockey pierced through their hearts, the tentacles waved, and the bodies of the colonels danced in midair. Then with a flick of the tentacle, the corpse smashed directly into the distance. Heian pushed the black-rimmed glasses on his nose that he didn't know when, and walked to Mio's side step by step, staring at her surroundings indifferently. Next, you will not be allowed to approach the master, let alone hurt the master. Lilith smiled sweetly, squinting her eyes, showing a bright smile. The voice just fell. A pair of huge wings suddenly spread out from behind. Waving that huge wing, Lilith leaped slightly and flew into the air. Her wings shook slightly, and a hurricane suddenly appeared. The powerful wind blew everything in front of Meow. Go back. Immediately afterwards, no matter how low Lilith waved, wind blades condensed and shot out. Puff! The voice kept ringing. A famous marine was cut off by the wind blade. This time, finally, no marine dared to approach Mio easily. At the same time, Warwick came to Mio with Raikiri in his hand and handed Raikiri to Mio. Master, your weapon. Trouble you, Warwick. Looking at Raikiri, a smile appeared on Mio's face, and she immediately took it to her waist and pulled Raikiri out of her waist. It's been a long time, Mio murmured softly. In this year, his various aspects have improved, but his swordsmanship may have declined. But it doesn't matter. With a sound of song, Mio put Raikiri under her sheath, and then looked in the direction of the Red Earl and the others, the corners of her mouth slowly raised. Everyone, I'm not going to leave, impelled down this year, but thank you for your care, and then our final transaction should be completed. The voice fell. Boom. Earl Red kicked a vice admiral and said lightly, Are you sure you want to do it now? I can't guarantee that these Marines will do nothing. Great eruption. Akainu was also roaring at this time, blasting a punch, and the huge lava fist formed by the magma wrapped his arm. At this time, blasted forward with a blazing high temperature and unparalleled destructive power. Bullet frowned slightly, but the next moment he immediately opened up the devil form. While his body was wrapped in armament hockey, it was also miserably mixed with conquerors and ghosts, like a blue demon. Immediately afterwards, Bullet fisted to meet him. Rumbling, Akainu's great eruption was abruptly blocked, and then the bullet burst out again, and the great eruption was directly dissipated. After Bullet took a few steps, after a certain distance from Akainu, this was looking towards Mio. If you decide, I don't mind agreeing to you now. Kid, is it now? A pirate on the 6th floor also tore a Marine's arm in the distance, grinning and asking. The entire sea level. There was Marine scream at this time, but more of the pirates. Because of the large number of Marines, and most of the pirates are cannon fodder, coupled with the long detention, it is easy to be killed by Marine. But among the pirates, the most terrifying to Marine are the old monsters on the 6th floor. At this time, Akainu frowned and looked at Mio. After Mio's words were over, the answer to this guy was actually the 6th-tier-old guys. What deal did they make? Come. Mio grinned, sat cross-legged on the ground, and said decisively, This is the best opportunity, isn't it? Mio raised his fingers to the far door behind him, and the corners of his mouth rose. After all, as long as I want, I can leave at any time now. On the word leaving, Mio's tone was deliberately accentuated. A gleam of light flashed in the eyes of Bullet and Earl Red. Then there was no hesitation. A turbulent and terrifying aura suddenly broke out and pressed towards Meow, this aura ignoring everyone else and only pressed towards Meow. Not only these two guys, but the other people on the 6th floor saw Red Earl and Bullet taking action at this time, and they didn't hesitate to burst out their own Conqueror's Haki, pressing towards Meow. One after another, Conqueror's Haki, all pressed towards Mio. One after another, huge pressure came instantly. At the same time, there was a burst of spiritual shock. This shock kept hitting Mio's spirit back and forth. Not long after, cold sweat appeared on Mio's forehead, and it struck across her cheeks and dripped onto the ground. Akainu watched this scene. Although those Conqueror's Haki bypassed the others perfectly, he could still feel that these Conqueror's Haki were all pressed against Mio. Because of this, he was puzzled and didn't understand what this was going to do. But the next moment, Akainu's pupils shrank suddenly, as if thinking of what Mio was going to do. He sneered immediately. It's really arrogant. At this time, I want to use other people's Conqueror's Haki to inspire my own conquerors. Is it when I don't exist? The voice fell. Akainu blasted out with a punch, and another move, Great Eruption, directly blasted towards Mio. I said, You won't be allowed to approach the master. Lilith raised her eyes slightly. Neither can you. Over the past year, the observation Haki and replacement ability that Lilith has cultivated have been demonstrated at this moment. Observation Haki erupted in an instant, covering an extremely wide area in an instant, including the entire 1st floor of the sea, but also a part of the sea area around Impel Down. Immediately afterwards, facing the great eruption in front of him, Lilith snapped her fingers indifferently. Use your head. Hyan grabbed a pirate next to him and said, before waiting for the other person to answer, he snapped the pirate's neck and tore it off violently, and immediately threw the head to Akainu. The sky above his head. Next moment, the pirate's head disappeared. Instead, it was actually a large amount of sea water, which suddenly appeared at this time, and then quickly sprinkled downward. What? Seeing the sea above her head, Akainu opened her eyes wide, revealing a touch of disbelief, and then lifted the great eruption without any hesitation, and hurried to avoid it. If he was dropped on the body by the sea, even he would suffer short-term discomfort and loss of power. Normally, he doesn't mind using this to exercise the situation when he is incapable, but now, if he can't use his abilities, he will be beaten to death, immortal and maimed. After all, you have to know that those old guys on the 6th floor or I will never miss such a good time. When Akainu avoided the falling water, Shin even looked at Lilith solemnly. There is even a strong doubt between the eyebrows. This ability is exactly the same as that guy's. Akainu murmured in a deep voice. Lilith's ability was exactly the same as Mio's ability just now. This is too strange. We must know that there are absolutely no two exactly the same fruits in this world. So how can there be the ability to be exactly the same? Interesting. Earl Hong and the others also noticed this and couldn't help but chuckle slightly, their eyes flickering. A wave of Conqueror's Haki is still heading towards Mio's coercion. At this time, Mio had closed her eyes, and cold sweat began to appear on her forehead. It should be almost. Bullet murmured as she watched Mio. Next moment, boom! An extremely domineering aura suddenly broke out from Mio and swept towards the four directions. This is a black aura sweeping across the quartet at this time. Extremely turbulent, going crazy and coerced towards the quartet. It looks like he was right. Bullet whispered softly. This is the last goal of Molai Impelled Down, Conqueror's Haki. From the very beginning, I thought about how to awaken Conqueror's Haki, and finally Mio chose this method. In Impel Down, the old guys on the 6th level of Impel Down used their Conqueror's Haki to force themselves and passively awakened. It doesn't matter if you lose the bet. If the bet is won, then his trip will be even more rewarding. Black Conquerors. Red Earl frowned slightly, as if thinking of a guy, and then grinning. Interesting, this guy. Suddenly, Earl Hong couldn't help muttering again. This guy has a lot of demon fruit power on board, and it seems that several of them are good devil fruit powers. Look at Marcy. Look at Lilith again. In the eyes of Earl Hong, those are the abilities of the Eudemons. And Mio himself, fire and replacement, in the eyes of Earl Hong, is also an Eudemon's ability. For a while, he was very envious. He also became more determined to leave Impel Down and find Eudemon's devil fruit. His strength has reached its peak, and it is difficult to grow again. It takes a long, long time. He doesn't have that long time, so finding devil fruit is the best way. Call. This is how Conqueror's Haki feels. Mio opened her eyes, exhaled a deep breath, and slowly stood up. Feeling the feeling just now, she couldn't help but lift up a ravenous smile. This guy is very threatening and must not let him leave here. Akainu looked at Mio with murderous intent in his heart at this time. Not only Mio, but also the crew of this guy are also very threatening and can't let him leave. A sharp color flashed in his eyes. Even more, he didn't want to let go of any pirates at this time. Suddenly, Akainu's body was hot, and he was climbing frantically. A vice admiral felt the breath on Akainu's body. His face changed immediately, and he shouted directly. Everyone immediately left Impel Down. Go outside, speed! After speaking, the vice admiral are still in place. But those below vice admiral did not hesitate at all, and hurriedly went outside. It can be seen that a crimson rose on Akainu's body, and then it began to spread continuously. That is magma, hot magma. And the ground under Akainu's feet suddenly began to roll, but within a few breaths, the ground suddenly turned into hot magma, and the magma range began to spread wildly around. Some pirates didn't pay attention. The ground under their feet suddenly turned into magma. The whole person fell in and suddenly screamed, but soon there was no sound and died in the magma. Go! Red Earl and Bullet glanced at each other. Without any hesitation, rushed directly out of the gate. When other people saw this, they did not dare to neglect the slightest. All of you are going to die here today. Akainu's voice was low, with a murderous intent. The voice just fell, rumbling. The spreading speed of magma becomes faster again, and the ground that had been magmatized was filled with hot magma that began to erupt crazily, just like a volcano. The most important thing is that the magma is like Akainu's hands and feet, which can be manipulated at will. On the massive magma, there are magma hounds condensed, roaring and rushing towards a famous pirate. Behind Earl Hong and the others, there are waves formed by magma, constantly chasing them. Once the terrifying waves are overtaken, they will only end up being swallowed. Even if you have armament hockey protection, you will still get injured. This is because it is impel down here. Even a kind dare not burst out the strongest power. Otherwise, he would also be in danger of death. And impel down cannot be destroyed, otherwise Marine will really suffer serious losses. After all, if you want to build another impel down, the cost is manpower and material resources, and the world government may not support at that time. If a Kainu bursts out with all his strength, he can turn half of the island into a magma hell in a short time, and everything in the magma hell is under his control. Die! A Kainu growled, shaking his arms. A large amount of magma gathered, suddenly turned into a huge magma hound, swallowed towards Mio and others. Drought. Meow frowned slightly and spoke directly. Here is the drought. Outside the gate, a loud roar suddenly sounded. Immediately afterwards, a jet of water formed by sea water suddenly sprayed from the gate, and Mio and the others stepped away slightly to avoid. The water column directly collided with the magma hound, and a large amount of steam began to rise. Akainu, give you a present. Mio leaped slightly, grabbed a pirate, and grinned from the corner of his mouth. Seeing the pirate in Mio's hands, Akainu suddenly had a bad feeling. Tearing. The pirate's arms were torn off, and Mio threw it towards Akainu without hesitation. Great eruption. Without any hesitation, Akainu launched an attack, trying to turn that arm into ashes. However, Mio and Lilith are faster. Replacement. Replacement. The voices of Mio and Lilith sounded almost at the same time. Next moment, the two arms disappeared. Instead, there was a large swath of seawater that could almost swallow a person. Damn it! Seeing this scene, Akainu cursed secretly and immediately thought the lava turned into a wall and appeared above it. Resisting all the seawater, he didn't want to be swallowed by the seawater. Gone. Mio didn't go to see how Akainu resisted. After the replacement, Mio let out a loud laugh, and Conqueror's haki burst out on his body, and then his figure flickered, and he rushed towards the gate quickly. Erica and others heard the words without any hesitation, and followed closely behind Mio. Brother, wait for me, Marcy yelled, flapping her wings on her back, but her speed was very fast. She kept chasing Mio, two small hands stretched out, as if to catch up with Mio and give Mio a hug. Come here. Mio saw Maxie, turn around and hug Maxie. His figure flickered again, but after a few thoughts, he rushed out of the door. With his ability, coupled with the fact that he has reached the first floor of the sea, it is too simple to want to leave here. Appeared in sight is a blue sky with white clouds, and ahead is the endless sea. Ha ha! After a year, I finally saw the sea again. Meow laughed excitedly, but feeling the hot breath behind him, Meow looked back, only to see the terrifying magma surging from behind, engulfing everything wherever he passed. Facing the magma, Mio shouted directly, Drought! In the sea, under the black glory, a huge figure suddenly appeared, raising the black honor with one hand. Red skin, that is Drought. As Mio's voice fell, the giant tail of the drought snake twitched on the surface of the sea, and the surface of the sea was suddenly turbulent, turning into waves and slapped towards impel down. The waves hit. Looking at the waves, Earl Red quickly dodged in midair. When crossing the waves, Earl Red and Bullet rushed towards a warship with almost no hesitation. Several people in Mio also rushed towards the Black Glory. Don't you want to leave? Akainu's roar came from impel down. The terrifying magma completely condensed into a magma giant, swinging his huge arm and slamming towards the warship, even though the threat was huge. But Akainu can also see clearly at this time. Even if the Black Crow pirates were allowed to escape, the Red Earl and Bullet could not be allowed to escape. These two people are almost at the level of 4 emperors. Allowing him to escape will undoubtedly shake the sea again. It will also double the pressure on Marine in New World. Remember what you said. Bullet shouted directly at Mio without any hesitation. Don't worry, I am a person who believes, but only once. It's up to you to escape. Mio grinned and shouted directly. Drought. Roar. There was a roar. Hanyan put down the Black Glory, and when he changed hands, he lifted another warship. The powerful force forced the General Han Yin to lift the ship over his head and smashed it towards the magma giant. After that, without any hesitation, Drizzle dived into the bottom of the sea and left directly with the black glory. For Meow, everything that was supposed to be done was done. There is no need to stay here anymore. Akainu couldn't keep them either, nor will I do my best to keep them. Akainu's attention will only be on Red Earl and Bullet. Go to Eni's lobby, Mio shouted. Via the route within the Gate of Justice, you can either go to Naval Headquarters or Eni's lobby. Going to Naval Headquarters is a death, and although Eni's lobby is not a small organization, it only has CP9. With the strength of CP9, I want to stop the current Meow and others like a silly dream. Under the pull of drought, the Black Honor quickly moved away from Impelled Down almost at a very fast speed. And the warship that was thrown out by the drought ray hit the magma giant directly, blocking the magma giant's arm, making a loud noise and causing an explosion. The fiery red light dyed half of the sky red. Mio stood on the bow and looked at the giant that looked huge even if he went away, with the corners of his mouth slightly raised. After today, the Black Crow pirates may be truly world famous. The Marshal of Marine is Sengoku. As long as Akainu goes back to report the situation clearly, Sengoku will definitely know for the first time that the main culprit of this Impelled Down is him. And this time, Marine's face will be greatly lost. Impelled Down has been escaped by Golden Lion once, and now it is coming a second time. I don't know what Sengoku is going to do. With a smile on his face, Mio turned around and stopped paying attention to Impelled Down. Whether he can escape anyway, it depends on the strength of Red Earl and Bullet. As for the life and death of other people, that's something that really doesn't care about Meow. Erica, can you give me some food? Mio looked at Erica with a smile on her face. Good master. Erica nodded without hesitation and turned and walked towards the kitchen. On board. Robin also walked out of the cabin at this time. His body was in a mess, and he turned Byakugan and said, I knew I had gone down just now, and I almost fell into the sea when Han Yin lifted the boat up just now. If you go down, you will be one of Akainu's goals, Mio said with a smile. Robin showed a helpless look, then took out a note and handed it to Min. Captain, this is from Mr. Vegapunk. Yeah. Mio took the note and looked at it. The above content made Mio's eyes flicker, and the corners of her mouth rose slightly, and she couldn't help but show a look of expectation. Then, Mio put away the note and said, Tell me about what happened this year. Okay. Robin sat next to Mio and started talking. During this period, Marcy has been lying in Mio's arms. A lot of things have happened this year. But for Meow, there are not many things worthy of his attention. Only Crocodile failed to challenge Whitebeard and returned to the first half of the Grand Line. This is good news for Mio. Next, he only needs to find Crocodile's position. Thinking about it, Mio took out the phone bug and dialed directly. Soon, the phone worm was connected. Doflamingo's surprised and evil voice suddenly came. Hey, my friend, it's really surprising to receive your call bug. I think you will be even more surprised by tomorrow. Meow said with a faint smile. The matter of Impelled Down tomorrow will spread all over the world. Hearing that, Doflamingo knew it well, knowing why, so I didn't ask much. So, is there anything you're looking for me now? Doflamingo asked. Help me find someone in the first half of the Grand Line. Who? Crocodile. Doflamingo laughed. That guy is not easy to find. Although I don't know him, he also knows some information about that guy. It is a person who doesn't care about his life and has no partners. It may take some time to find his position. Just find it before I go to New World. I have another deal to do next, and I will stay for a while in the first half. Mino said slowly. Hearing that, Doflamingo's laughter came from the phone worm again. Hey. It's really curious about the content of the transaction. Then you continue to be curious. I will find a place to contact you after I leave Eni's lobby. I can send it over at that time. In a year's time, I want to miss yours. Shouldn't let me down, right? Meow said solemnly. At this moment, when Doflamingo of Grand Line heard Mio's words, the corners of his mouth rose slightly. Don't worry, you won't be disappointed. I just hope that what you said can really be given to me in the future. Yeah, Mio shook his head and chuckled. That thing is still early. Even with Vegapunk's ability, it will take a lot of time, but you will get it when you research it out. Okay, then I'm relieved. Mio stopped speaking, ready to hang up the phone worm. But when he was about to hang up, Mio suddenly concentrated and said, "Correct. Anything else? Does Op Fruit know?" Me asked. Hearing this, Doflamingo was silent for a moment. After a long time, he spoke slowly. No, a devil fruit with forbidden power. What? Are you interested in this devil fruit? Are there few people who are definitely interested in this devil fruit? Meow asked with a smile. Hearing this, Doflamingo also laughed, but his words contained deep meaning. That being said, there are not many people who dare to have this kind of power. If you can find this fruit and plan to use it in exchange for benefits, you can find me at that time. Mio chuckled, shook his head, and then hung up the phone worm. In a grand line, on a boat. At this time, Doflamingo also put away the phone worm and looked at the blue sky with an evil smile on his face. I really don't understand you, my friend. In Impelled Down, he had been arrested, but Mio still knew what Shichibukai was. This shows that the intelligence network is very strong. Have a foresight and have a connection with Vegapunk. There seems to be courage and ambition. And the strength is also very strong. The potential is endless. The most important thing is the crew of the Black Crow Pirates, and each of them has great potential. But even so, it cannot be compared with the taboo power of Op Fruit. The ultimate operation of Op Fruit can give others immortality with a life of Op Fruit-capable people. This kind of power makes people who know it feel eager for it, but there are very few people who really dare to get this power. The reason is also very simple. The world government will not allow such people to appear. The appearance of a person who can live forever will pose a huge threat to the world government over the course of time, even leveraging the foundation of the world government. Only those who don't know will think about longevity. Those who know it are rarely interested in this kind of power. Once the world government knows that someone will live forever, then they will really do their best to kill the other person. The entire power of the world government, even the 4 emperors, may not be able to bear it. It's almost the same unless it is combined. After all, it is a powerful institution that has been developed for 800 years. Hop fruit. Doflamingo's eyes flickered, and he knew this fruit. As for whether he could find it, he said otherwise. However, his interest in Mio is getting deeper and deeper. He even began to have the idea of a thorough and stable relationship with Meow's friends. Whether it is intelligence, still the potential of Mio, and the speed of development of the Black Crow Pirates, all made him have to give birth to this idea. But now, it is not the time yet. Beside him, Tory Pole stood on the left side of Brother Ming and said solemnly, "Young master, are the Black Crow Pirates going to New World?" That's right." Brother Ming nodded and looked to the sky. The captain of the Black Crow Pirates escaped from Impelled Down. Whether he escaped alone or not alone, the whole world will shake tomorrow, and he deliberately went to Impelled Down and lurked for a year. You say, what will it be for? No matter what it is for, after tomorrow, he will be completely remembered by the strong of New World. Tory Pole frowned slightly, said, "That's not a good thing. New World can't accommodate too many powerful players. In the past year, all pirates who enter New World were either killed or joined the party. At this time, once they become famous, large, and powerful people enter the New World. People like Kaido will definitely notice the Black Crow Pirates. There will be only 2 roads in front of the Black Crow Pirates. Either surrender Kaido, or be chased to death by Kaido." Brother Ming grinned. Why didn't the Black Crow Pirates kill Kaido? Hear the words. Tory Pole was silent, only to speak after a while. The possibility is too small, their strength, not enough to shake Kaido. Wait for tomorrow. I will know if they have that strength. After Mingo laughed, he stopped talking, put his hands in his pant kabuto, and walked toward the cabin with his unique steps. On the route within the Gate of Justice, the Black Honor is heading towards Eni's lobby. Not surprisingly, Eni's lobby may have received the news of Impelled Down. At this moment, in the restaurant on the Black Honor, Meow was eating barbecue with a satisfied expression. It's the familiar taste. Please come again. Okay. Erica covered her mouth with a chuckle, then picked up a large piece of barbecue and handed it to Min. Take a bite of meat and drink a bit of wine. Mio was very satisfied at this time. After eating and drinking, Mio intends to go to rest. Over the past year, he hasn't taken a good rest. He has been training basically every day, and he has very little time to rest. But before taking a break, Mio checked the genes he had collected. Ancient Monitor Lizard Gene, Antelope Gene, Momo Gene, Sparrowhawk Gene, and many more. These genes made Mio smile all over his face, and when he got the things from Vegapunk, he could start training. But the guys that will be cultivated. A hint of thinking flashed in Mio's eyes, and immediately shook his head and took a rest after washing. Overnight slowly passed. Eni's Lobby. This is an island that never sleeps. It is also a court, but a court in name only. At this time, the justice door of Eni's Lobby was slowly opened. The black glory passed through the gate of justice, and Mio sat on the bow, looking at Eni's Lobby in front of her with a calm expression. On the right-hand side, Erica was standing, looking around, slowly saying, "Master, there doesn't seem to be anyone here to intercept us." Unexpectedly, Mio was not surprised, just ordered, "Get out of here now. You have to go to the next destination." Eni's Lobby belongs only to the world government, not to Marine. The current chief of Eni's Lobby is Spandam, Spandam's father, who is timid and afraid of death like Spandam. Even if he knew the news of Impelled Down, he might not dare to intercept Mio. Of course, it doesn't matter if it is intercepted. Mio would not mind killing another group of people from the world government. The ship moved quickly. Soon he arrived at the location where he was about to leave the sea area of Eni's Lobby. But at this moment, whoosh whoosh, the sound of breaking through the air sounded one after another. Meow raised his eyes and looked at it. At this time, I saw that a warship directly belonging to the world government appeared in the distance. On the warship, shells were bombarding this side. At the same time, there is a warship approaching on the other side. Warwick stepped into the sky, kicked out, and Tempest Kick burst out one after another, turning into an air blade to split the cannonball into two. Mio glanced at the warships, did not get up, still lowered his head to look at the chart in front of him, and shook his hand slightly. "Resolve it." Hear the words. Heian looked at a warship, stepped out, and suddenly disappeared in place. Lilith's figure disappeared instantly when Mio's voice fell. Erica, holding knives in both hands, looked sharply at a warship, suddenly pulled out the double knives, and cut them out abruptly. Two silver sword auras swept across the sea and flew straight away. Rumbling. A warship was abruptly cut from the middle. Spandane is a greedy and timid person. After learning about Impelled Down, Spandane was a little scared, but he was more excited. Because he knew that such a big thing happened in Impelled Down, Marine would definitely be blamed by the world government, and both world government and Marine would lose face. But if you can catch a pirate who escaped from Impelled Down at this time, you don't need to be strong, but you only need a bit of fame and strength. You can take advantage of this opportunity. Maybe you can still make yourself. The seat goes up one more level. When the pirates of Mio appeared, Spandane's men and CP9 members immediately found the reward of the pirates of the Black Crow from the reward order. "My lord, it's the Black Crow Pirates. The captain of the Black Crow Pirates was arrested a year ago. Now it seems that they should have come to pick up their captain specially. The Black Crow Pirates Captain Kirikawa Mio is offering a reward of 102,000. 10,000 Erica crew, 80 million rewards, Warwick 70 million rewards, Lilith 87 million rewards, Hein offers 55 million rewards, and Drizzle offers 50 million rewards. Such a high reward." Hearing this, Spandane was surprised, but then he was excited. "Quickly, intercept me immediately, and then arrest all members of the Black Crow Pirates. There are also a few very beautiful women on the pirates. They will catch me intact, and I will send them away. Go to Celestial Dragons, haha." Spandane laughed excitedly. He can even imagine his own good life after this success. At that time, his power in the world government will undoubtedly go further. Only the next scene stunned Spandam. Wait until the warship garrisoned by Eni's Lobby approaches and intercepts. On the black glory of the Black Crow pirate group, two fierce sword auras suddenly slashed out and finally converged into one. A warship was split in two under this slash and was abruptly slashed away. Guru. Seeing this scene, Spandane swallowed saliva. His pupils shrank and a look of fear appeared, and cold sweat appeared on his forehead. He couldn't help backing a few steps, gritted his teeth, and shouted, "Quick, send me back immediately." If the warship he was on was also cut off, it would be dead. He didn't want to die. He still had a lot of things he hadn't enjoyed. The CP9 member beside him heard the words and immediately took his orders. For CP9, Spandane is their supreme commander. But before the warship returned, a figure suddenly appeared on the deck. "You can't go back." This is an elegant voice. When Spandane looked back, he saw the voice of the master, a tall figure standing in the center of the deck with graceful steps. Okay, so beautiful. Seeing Lilith's face, Spandane was stunned for a short time. When he recovered, he did not hesitate to order the arrest. If this kind of woman is caught and dedicated to celestial dragons, he can get more. Great power. Even if you can't, you can definitely make a celestial dragons. Lilith noticed the color of greed in Spandane's eyes, and she couldn't help frowning slightly, revealing a touch of disgust. Whoosh. The sound of breaking through the air sounded one after another. A CP9 member performed one of the 6 shaves and rushed towards Lilith. Finger pistol. One of the CP9 members, a man, appeared behind Lilith, and the sound of breaking through the air rang out. Finger pistol shot out and took Lilith's head straight. Feeling the movement behind her, Lilith drew a dagger from her waist. For Lilith, she also wanted to try to find a handy weapon and tried the sword during 1 year of training. In the end, it was discovered that the dagger was the best. The dagger was in his hand. Lilith moved aside in a hurry, then turned her head to avoid the attack. Immediately after holding a dagger, he slammed towards the CP9 member's neck. Iron Body. The CP member's complexion changed, and he hurriedly drank. His body suddenly became hard as iron. However, on the dagger, the black armament hockey instantly entangled. Puff! Splashing blood. The CP member's neck was directly pierced. Lilith drew her dagger, twisted her body again, and under observation hockey, she easily avoided the attack of a CP member, and then a pair of huge wings unfolded behind her, leaping into the sky violently. No time wasting, goodbye. Lilith stood tall in the sky with a bright smile on her face. Afterwards, his wings shook. Hum! A huge wind blade instantly condenses, cutting away towards the warship. The power of the wind blade is terrifying. The moment the warship touches the wind blade, it is as if the knife touched the paper and it was easily cut apart and divided into two. At the same time, when Lilith waved her wings, there were faint drops of golden light scattered in the sky, slowly falling. Damn it, hurry, take me away. At this time, Spandane was held in his arms by a CP member and yelled frantically. Obviously, it is only a pirate group with the highest reward of only over 100 million. Why is it so powerful? This is what Spanda had in mind. The CP members stepped in the sky with Moonwalk, and when they heard Spandane's words, they rushed towards Eni's lobby without any hesitation. For them, Lilith's strength is undoubtedly terrifyingly powerful. It's just a pity that since Lilith didn't want them to go, they naturally couldn't go. This is the result of my practice for a year. Lilith smiled, but her eyes flickered with cold light. The wings waved again. A series of wind blades condensed in the sky in an instant, and the number was as large as a hemp. At this time, these wind blades continued to fly toward the front. But the next moment, there was a pop. Lilith snapped her fingers, her red lips lightened. Replacement! The dense wind blades disappeared in place in an instant, and the golden light spots all over the CP members, that is, the sun poison on Lilith's wings, suddenly disappeared, replaced by wind blades flying in a row. Puff! Puff! Those CP members could hardly resist. The sudden appearance of the wind blade and the terrible speed caused blood arrows to shoot out of the CP members, but in a flash, dozens of wounds appeared on the CP members. They don't have any resistance in this near realm. A CP member fell into the sea. Soon, The sea was dyed red. Among them, Spandane is also included. Lilith didn't know Spandane. She just glanced indifferently, and when she found that none of them had survived, her wings shook and she headed towards the Black Honor. On another warship, kill him. Looking at Hyken, who used moonwalk in the sky, the CP member said directly. Immediately afterwards, there were a series of Tempest kick heading towards the sky, densely packed. However, Hyen's expression remained unchanged. He even pushed down the black eye glasses on his nose. 8. Linha quickly stretched out behind him. Armament hockey instantly covered Linha, and Linha waved, cutting everything like cutting melons and vegetables. The Tempest kick hitting himself smashed. With a bang, Ian landed on the warship. He didn't rush to shoot, but took out a pen and a small notebook. After that, Heian looked up at the surrounding CP members and said lightly, "Bring it on." Puff. The voice just fell. A scale he waved, and suddenly penetrated the heart of a CP member at a speed that was not as fast as the ears and eyes, and blood spattered. Kill. Seeing that the CP members who were accustomed to the killing did not change their faces, but with a low growl, they rushed towards Heian. Finger pistol, shoot indiscriminately. Bang, bang, bang. The index finger of a CP member stabs Hyen's forehead frantically, like a bullet, fast and powerful. Chong chong. Heian waved Lin Hei behind him, and the forelin he turned into a shield to block him, blocking all finger pistol attacks. The other Lin he pierced out quickly, pierced through the abdomen of the CP member, and threw it on the deck abruptly, knowing his life or death. Then the other Linha waved again, drawing a CP member from behind, and tied it with Linha halfway through the flight, and then used another Linha to pierce his neck abruptly. 10 minutes later, there was already blood on the deck. The smell of blood permeated the air. He looked around and saw that there was no one alive. Heian searched on a corpse at his feet, found a pile of scattered pele, put it in his pocket, and started writing with a pen. 10,400 Baileys. After writing, Heian searched again. 8,700 Baileys. 32,700 Bailey. It took a few minutes for Heian to leave the warship, but before leaving, Hyen used moonwalk to step into the air, and the 8 scales behind him stretched out and immediately gathered together, covered with armament hockey, and slammed into the warship suddenly. A powerful force burst out in an instant. The warship broke in the middle. When he returned to the deck, Heian came to Mio, took out a large pile of banknotes and coins from the pockets of her clothes, and placed them in front of Mio. "Master, a total of 438,300 Baileys." Looking at the pile of scattered things in front of him, Mio scratched his head, twitched the corners of his mouth, and then nodded. "Good job." Heian nodded, left in front of Mio, put away the pen and notebook, and stood in the corner with his hands on his shoulders. Several warships were all destroyed in a short time. There was no change on Mio's face. For Mio and them, it didn't matter how many warships there were. The important thing was whether there was a strong enough presence on it. Slightly shook his head, Mio looked at the sea and shouted, "Drought, go forward at 7 o'clock. The next destination is an island and a place to trade with Vegapunk. A deserted island, an uninhabited island. The distance from here is not too far, because both Mio and Vegapunk know that once Mio himself escapes from Impel Down, he will definitely come out of Eni's lobby. The drought knows it. In the sea, the sound of the drought sounded, and immediately the Black Glory speeded up and moved quickly in that direction. Time passed without knowing it. Early the next morning. For some areas of the Grand Line, this is a good weather. For people all over the world, today is undoubtedly a day that shakes people's hearts. A newspaper, under the leadership of Seagull, flew all over the world. Just kidding? Another criminal escaped from Impel Down, and there is more than one. Damn it, is Marine eating shit? I contribute so much Bailey every year. Why does this happen? The flying pirate Golden Lion escaped from Impel Down last time. This time, several guys named Golden Lion escaped. Bullet, the descendant of the devil. This guy is a monster in the Roger Pirate group. And Red Earl. This guy is the real monster. That is the strong man who defeated Marshal Kong. All over the world, because of this news, there's a lot of discussion over a certain sea area in the first half of the Grand Line. Strong world, where the Golden Lion is today. In a castle, Golden Lion bit a cigar in his mouth and stepped on two famous knives, Sakura, Tin, and Deadwood. At this moment, Golden Lion was holding the newspaper in his hand, looking at the contents of the newspaper, and suddenly laughed presumptuously. Ja-ha-ha-ha. Have some old guys escaped from that place too? There is also the fellow Red Earl. It seems that the sea is interesting again, but it's a pity that Lousy won't play with you this time. Golden Lion flew out of the castle, looking at his air base, his eyes gleaming with spirits. When Lousy's plan is completed, I will see you again. With a murmur, Golden Lion looked at a picture in the center of the newspaper. Above is a picture of Mio in Impelled Down. In the picture, Mio is wearing a prison uniform. The people on the left and right are the old monsters on the 6th floor, and Mio is in the middle. With long black hair, a slender figure, and a faint smile on his face, Meow in the picture looks a bit awkward. Below the picture, there's a line of text. This time the main criminal of Impel Down escaped, the captain of the Black Crow Pirates, Mio Kirikawa. An interesting newcomer finally appeared on the sea. Grinning wildly, Golden Lion waved his hand, and the newspaper drifted away. East Blue, Lowtown. A green-headed boy was holding a newspaper in his hand, looking at the content on it. His face was full of excitement. It's too good. I can escape when caught and impelled down, and I'm still the main culprit, as expected to be Lord Mio. That's so cool. No, I want to cut this picture and save it for a lifetime. Grand Line, first half. On a pirate ship, Bellamy looked at the contents of a newspaper, with a look of as expected on his face. How could the guy who can beat Bellamy be locked and impelled down for a lifetime? Bellamy threw the newspaper and looked at the sea, whispering in his heart, "When I find you again, I will defeat you." Alabasta. In the Kingdom Castle, Cobra in the study was also looking at the contents of the newspaper at this time, with a solemn expression. This guy feels more and more terrifying. He can actually escape and impel down, and he is the principal offender. It feels scarier than Golden Lion. Hey, I hope it won't cause us any trouble for Alabasta. New World. For today's news, New World's news is undoubtedly the biggest. In a tavern on an island, a few pirates were drinking wine with a sad face. New World is chaotic enough. I didn't expect that this kind of thing would happen again at this time. I am afraid that New World will be more turbulent next. Yeah, those guys who escaped from Impel Down have no ambitions. Originally, New World is at a critical moment, but now, those of us who have just entered New World may be even more difficult. If we don't find a strong existence to rely on, sooner or later. Was killed. Hey, I don't know if Lord Red needs followers. I am his admirer. A certain sea area. Hawkeye is drinking with the redhead, and after today, he intends to leave. Looking at the contents of the newspaper, the pupils in Hawkeye's eyes shrank slightly and immediately put down the newspaper. The red hair had already read the contents of the newspaper, and his face was solemn at this time. Your friend is not easy. You can take other people to escape from Impel Down, and the ones who escaped are some incredible guys. Bullet, Red Earl. As an apprentice, it feels like he was a trainee crew member of the Roger Pirates. How could he not know how powerful these two are? Now, the red hair is very strong, but I dare not say that it is the opponent of these two. And Mio was able to stand in the middle of these two people, so she couldn't help but look down on Mio with red hair. Even if I haven't seen Mio, the redhead already knows that this will not be a simple guy. Huh. Hawkeye shook his head in chuckles, took a sip of the wine, and said slowly, "I've always felt that I was deliberately caught and impelled down. Now I am more determined about this idea, but I don't know why he went to impel down." Oh, hearing this, the red-haired face showed a look of surprise and said in a deep voice, "If this is the case, no matter what it is for, the courage alone is admirable. If I have time, I would like to meet this guy. There will be a chance. Next, they should enter the New World. There will be a lot of trouble at that time. Just take this opportunity to see your friend's temperament." Whitebeard. Kaido. IWC. The major forces in New World are all paying attention to the Black Crow pirates. The first half of the Grand Line. At this time, Mio was also holding the newspaper in his hand, looking at the contents of the newspaper, grinning with a grin, wicked and wicked. Either Marine, World Government, or New World monsters are all paying attention to us. The next voyage is really exciting. In addition to the content in the newspaper, there's also a reward order. The Black Crow Pirates, a reward for all members. Kirikawa Mio, the captain of the Black Crow Pirates, a suspected Zoan Phantom Beast, and the extremely evil criminal who escaped from Impel Down. The threat is huge, with a reward of 500 million, regardless of life or death. Erica, a crew member of the Black Crow Pirates, who is suspected of being a Zoan insect fruit-capable person. The threat is huge, with a reward of 130 million, regardless of life or death. Lilith, a crew member of the Black Crow Pirates, who is suspected of being able to produce Zoan monsters. The threat is huge, with a reward of 200 million, regardless of life or death. Black Research, the crew of the Black Crow Pirates, the fruit is unknown, the threat is huge, and the reward is 100 million, regardless of life or death. Warwick, the crew of the Black Crow Pirates, the Zoan fruit-capable person, the threat is huge, with a reward of 90 million, regardless of life or death. Dry Man, Black Crow Pirates crew, suspected descendants of the Devil Oz, powerful, can survive in the sea, threats are huge, offering a reward of 74 million, regardless of life or death. Maxie, a crew member of the Black Crow Pirate Group, who is suspected of being a Zoan monster with the ability to produce fruits, is a huge threat, offering a reward of 110 million, regardless of life or death. Nico Robin, O'Hara survivor, Paramecia fruit power person, the threat is huge, with a reward of 100 million, regardless of life or death. All members offer a reward. The rewards of people who have been offered rewards before have all been promoted and increased. In particular, Meow's reward has been greatly improved, reaching 500 million directly. I have to say, Marine's courage is very big. It can be seen from this increased reward that Marine has already put the Black Crow Pirates in his sight, and I am afraid that it will always pay attention to it. Mio didn't care about this. The current Marine couldn't deal with him. Whether it's Bullet or Earl Red, they both make Marine sad. However, from the point of view of the rewards, the lineup of the Black Crow Pirates group can be regarded as very luxurious, with all members of fruit ability and 3 suspected Eudemon species. Those who don't know will undoubtedly be shocked. Marcy, Mio yelled, and in the cabin, Marcy flew out, wearing a vest and hot pants, and plunged into Mio's arms. Brother, what's the matter? Well, take this thing to the restaurant and paste it up. Mio rubbed Ma Shi's head and handed the reward order to Ma Shi. Okay. Maxie nodded obediently and turned around with the reward to leave. But before leaving, Marcy flapped her wings and turned somersault in the sky, and then shouted lively, "Brother, look at Marcy's flame of love." As he said, a flame spurted directly from Marcy's mouth, exuding a fiery breath. Seeing this, Mio smiled, opened her mouth and swallowed the flames, grinning slightly. Tasty. Maxie laughed happily when she heard Mino's words, turned and flew into the cabin. The ship is still sailing. Evening. An island appeared in Mio's sight. This is the island of the destination, without a name, just an uninhabited island marked on the map. At this time, on the island, a shirtless man was waiting. When the Black Glory arrived, the man immediately walked to the shore holding a huge box covered by black cloth. Mio noticed the man and leaped gently in front of him. The man said respectfully, "Master Mio, who are you?" Mio tilted her head slightly, her tone indifferent. The man said firmly, "You can call me Hall, Master Vegapunk's most loyal servant. This is what Vegapunk asked me to bring you. Please have a look in this letter." Hearing this, there was a chill in Meow's eyes, and when he took the letter, he opened it and looked at it. After reading it, the chill in his eyes disappeared. Immediately, he took out a small bottle with a drop of blood in it, blue blood. That was Lilith's blood. Take it back to Vegapunk, hoping that he can develop something that will surprise me. Hall took the bottle, put it in his arms cautiously, and bowed his head in a respectful tone. Hall retired first. After speaking, Hall turned and went to the shore, where there was a small boat, which was Hall's navigating tool. The letter mentioned this guy as a slave that Vegapunk obtained from celestial dragons. It is considered that Vegapunk gave him a new life. This guy is also a paramecia fruit power person, a clone fruit power person. Being able to create an avatar, there is no difference between the avatar and the self. This is the clone. The letter also mentioned what was under the black cloth in front of him. Vegapunk spent a lot of time extracting the most excellent part of Erika's genes, and finally selecting a good little guy, and then training a creature. It is the result of research. On the black honor, Min took the thing covered by the black cloth back to the deck, and at this time, he surrounded the thing and looked at it curiously. "Brother, what is this?" Mashi said, standing beside Mio with a slight frown. Marcy feels an irritable breath in it. "Good stuff." The corner of Meow's mouth rose slightly excited. "It's inside, but we will be the first captain of the Black Crow fleet in the future." Fleet? Robin was surprised when he heard this. "Captain, are you planning to form a force?" Almost." Mio nodded, her eyes flickering. "But I'm afraid I have to wait until I go to New World to get more details." After speaking, Mio didn't waste time anymore and lifted the black cloth. Boom! A sound suddenly sounded. In front of me was a cage made by sea stone. And in the cage is a very weird animal. It has the tentacles of an ant and horns, but its body looks like a wolf. Has sharp fangs and claws. In his eyes were a pair of pale yellow pupils, which were crashing against the cage frantically at this time, roaring frantically, looking extremely violent. And this creature's body has scales, black hair like scales, so that this creature didn't suffer the slightest damage when it crashed into the cage crazy, which shows that this creature's defense power is strong. "What is this? I have never seen such a creature," Robin asked in surprise. Erika and Lilith stared at the body of this creature curiously. Mio grinned and smiled. A little guy cultivated with various genes. The main body of this guy is a cow, because the body of the cow is strong and the strength is strong enough. In addition, it has a lot of other animal genes. This is considered to be Vegapunk's best. Among them are Erika's genes. Through the means of Vegapunk, the potential of these genes is thoroughly stimulated, but they are extremely fierce. Although they have a certain sense of reason, they are very difficult to tame. This is the result of Vegapunk's research over the past year. There were results before, but in the end they were all abandoned by Vegapunk. After improvements, there was such a little guy. Interesting, really interesting, haha. Mio couldn't help laughing. This little guy himself was undoubtedly very powerful. He was really curious about how strong this little guy's strength and potential would become after he cultivated it by himself. Looking at the little guy's fierce gaze, Mio grinned slightly, covered it with a black cloth, and then Mio said, "Well, I will stop here tonight and have a rest, and leave tomorrow." With Mio's voice falling, Erika and others gathered here also dispersed, each doing its own thing. Marcy also left, and the little guy went to fight Warwick. To be honest, this little guy was a little active. The main reason was that he liked fighting, but fortunately, he listened very much. Mio picked up the cage and walked toward the room. Putting the cage in the room, Mio lifted the black cloth, and the little guy looked at Mio fiercely as before and slammed into the cage frantically. Fortunately, it was made by sea stone. Otherwise, he couldn't help the impact of this guy. "Don't worry, let you out now." A smile appeared on Mio's face and opened the cage. The moment the little guy opened the cage, he rushed towards Mio, opened his big mouth, and extended his fangs to bite Mio's neck directly. High speed, but it's a pity that in the middle of the journey, Mio suddenly grabbed her neck and mentioned it in midair. No matter how hard she struggled, she couldn't escape from Mio's hands. Mio's right hand firmly grasped the little guy, and then with a thought, he opened the panel and entered the fusion panel. Fuse all the devil fruit genes in your hands. At present, there are a lot of devil fruit genes in Mio's hands, but most of them are Zoan genes, and there are 3 paramecia genes. These genes are tiger gene, buffalo gene, rattlesnake gene, ancient monitor lizard gene, sparrowhawk gene, antelope gene, blade gene, extraction gene, and momo gene. Among them, the absorption gene and the momo gene are the 2 most important genes in Mio. Needless to say, momo gene and absorbing gene is able to recover one's injuries and physical fitness by absorbing other energy. This energy contains the vitality, blood, and physical strength of animals and plants. This kind of absorption can suck people to death. Very tough. Not worse than momo fruit. At this time, these genes were all fused by Meow and became a mysterious gene. After getting these things done, Mio pulled out Raikiri from the waist, stabbed it out, pierced the little guy's abdomen with a poof, and then drew out Raikiri, bringing out a lot of blood to the ground. Looking at the little guy who was still struggling, Meow stabbed a few more times without changing his expression. It was not until the little guy was almost dying that he stopped his movements, moved his heart, and put the little guy into the training tank. Mio pulled the fused mysterious gene into the gene slot, in addition to some of the pirates and marine genes he had killed before, and put them into it. Among the creatures cultivated this time, the good genes possessed by Mio were the most cultivated among all the creatures, and it was also the one most anticipated by Mio. Call. Take a deep breath. Mio pressed the training button. Cultivation begins immediately. A look of expectation flashed in Mio's eyes, and she waited quietly. When a quarter of an hour passed, one option is now in sight. Please choose the training direction. Animal type? Human type? Human type. Mio immediately made a choice. Soon, another quarter of an hour passed. Training is the end. Successful training. Name, unnamed. Abilities, hard armor. Its physical defenses are terrifying. Tenacious, willpower is very strong. Supernatural power. Its power will make you feel terrified. Superb speed, unparalleled speed. Endless life, its physical ability. It has truly reached the point of endless life. Consumption is fast, but recovery is also very fast. Toughness, its skin is full of toughness. It is difficult to get hurt. Resilience, it has terrible resilience. Fearless, it will not be afraid even if it faces death. Absorb, it can absorb all the energy of any creature with signs of life to restore its own injuries and physical fitness. Momo, it can improve itself 10 times, 100 times, or even higher, even the size and speed of other objects. Beastization, its strongest ability, because the body contains a variety of genes, so that it can greatly improve all aspects of its attributes after beastization, is the strongest state. P.S. Fear of seawater. Strength, Vice Admiral Headquarters. Ultimate strength, Semi-Admiral. The potential has not yet been developed. Perfect, so perfect, haha. Looking at the ability panel of the post creature that was cultivated this time, an ecstatic smile appeared on Mio's face, and she couldn't help laughing out loud. As he said, the creatures cultivated this time are really perfect. Whether it is physical strength, physical fitness, vitality, resilience, and even ability, in Meow's view, they are all perfect. The only flaw in it is perhaps the fear of seawater. Really perfect. Mio couldn't help sighing again, eyes full of excitement. Next, this guy will definitely shock the New World people. And this year's Pirate Supernova has been booked by the creatures cultivated this time. Extractability. After Meow's admiration, he secretly said in his heart. Ability began to draw immediately. Mio also looked forward to it. The biological abilities cultivated this time are all good. No matter it is any ability, the combat power against Mio has been improved, of course, except for Fearless. Starting to draw, the draw is successful. Congratulations on the ability to draw endless and 1/10 of the all-round attributes of the creatures you cultivated this time. Looking at the prompt in front of her, a surprise suddenly appeared in Mio's eyes. Good ability. In this world, any ability displayed in battle, whether it is hockey, swordsmanship, physical skills, or fruit ability, consumes physical energy. It can be said that physical energy is the most fundamental condition for a strong person. Mio's current physical stamina is not weak, but compared to the top powerhouses on the sea, it is still a lot worse. But now that he has the ability to live and live, his weakness in this area is directly made up for. After all, being alive is able to quickly restore physical fitness. There is no doubt that the ability extraction this time made Mio extremely satisfied. Clenching a fist with his right hand, Mio showed his armament haki to the maximum without hesitation. Her eyes flickered, and her fist was completely covered by black armament haki, spreading her entire upper body and spreading toward the lower body. Soon, armament haki covered Mio's entire body. Armament haki, Mio can only cover half of his body at most, because once he surpasses his physical energy consumption speed, it will increase dramatically. But now, although his physical energy is consumed fast, he recovers quickly. Enough for him to support him in a battle in this state. Not bad. Mio sighed again and nodded in satisfaction. Immediately, armament haki dissipated, and his heart moved. A figure appeared in front of Mio. This is a sturdy figure with a height of at least 4 meters, with well-defined bronze muscles. It looks very strong. The figure has a pair of horns on its forehead, and its limbs are vigorous. Apart from that, there is nothing different from human beings in other aspects. Owner. The man spit out a vain breath from his nose, watching Mio slowly kneel on one knee, his speech full of respect. Tisk. Mio touched her chin and looked at the creatures that were cultivated in front of her. She had to say that this body alone made people feel oppressive, and the breath on her body was not weak, just relying on breath. Is able to let people know that he is a strong person. Show me your strongest state and let me see. Me suddenly said, beastification. This is the strongest state of the person in front of you. For this strongest state, Mio is more curious. Yes. Hearing that, the man nodded without any hesitation. Then a flash of scarlet flashed in his eyes, his body surged, and he could clearly see that the man had changed at this moment. The body swelled and became bigger and stronger, muscles bulged, and a pair of antler-like horns grew from the horns on the forehead, and black scales and hair appeared on the body. His pupils turned into eagle pupils. Behind, there is a pair of black wings extension, where the animalization is complete. At this time, Mio couldn't help but shrink his pupils, exclaiming, "This!" If it wasn't for the fact that the guy in front of him was still human, Mio would have thought it was a dragon. It is so alike. The items resemble snakes, scales resemble fishes, claws resemble eagles, palms resemble tigers, and ears resemble oxen. It may not be too many to say that it is a dragon, but it is absolutely no problem to say that it is a dragon. After the beastization, the man's momentum has skyrocketed even more, very terrifying. Mio raised his hand and shook. The man immediately disappeared from the animal state, and his expression was respectful again. But even so, his eyes were still full of oppressiveness and fierceness. Meow squinted her eyes. The color of thinking flashed in her eyes, and after a while, she spoke slowly. "From now on, you'll call Talos." "Yes." Talos nodded respectfully, perhaps because of the name. A flash of joy flashed in his fierce eyes. "Okay, put your clothes on and go out." Mio threw a pair of trousers to Taros. As for the clothes, forget it, I couldn't wear it at all. After Taros was dressed, Mio sat down cross-legged and said lightly, "Next I'll find an island, let you go down, let you do one thing. Please speak." Taros listened. Meow said solemnly, "Form a pirate group, become a pirate, go to New World, show your strength, expand your reputation, build a powerful pirate group. No matter what method you use, I want you to be a pirate people are in awe and fear. No matter if Talos is going to kill people and set fires or something, Mio doesn't care. He just needs the result. After all, Mio will restrain his morality, but he will not restrain his subordinates in all aspects, especially those who are 100% loyal to his existence, such as Talos. Mio didn't want Talos to be like Zephyr's do not kill appearance. It was just a joke. Talos understands. Taros lowered his head and said in a deep voice, "Then in the next few days, you will stay on the boat and get a good understanding of the world. When I get somewhere, I will let you go down and give you a startup fund." Min nodded. Subsequently, Mio took Talos to introduce him to several other people. During the period, Mio also changed what Erica called him, by the way. Well, except for Marcy, women call themselves husbands, and men call themselves adults. Time passed slowly. 3 days later, an island appeared in sight. Asia Islands. A small island, but there are still towns on it. On the shore, after Meow and others got off the ship, they bought some supplies, and then Meow and others returned to the ship and separated from Talos. Before leaving, Mio gave Talos a phone worm to contact him, hockey, six-style, and Murloc karate practice methods, and 50 million Baileys. If there are too many, it is estimated that Talos will be troublesome to bring. The rest of the things were solved by Taros himself. Let the drought drive the ship away from the island of Asia. Meow looked at the shrinking island in her sight, the corners of her mouth lifted up, showing an expectant smile. "I hope you can surprise me, Taros. This is a whole card that Mio will prepare for the future. I just don't know when it will be used before it needs to be used. Maybe soon, maybe a long time later. Go to the next island." Mio got up, turned to look at Erica and others, grinning. "The next island is where you meet Mingge. And this time, what Meow doesn't know is the Holy Land Mariehua, the seat of the world government. At this time, someone was arguing because of him. This is the intelligence of all members of the Black Crow Pirates. Although this pirates has only been in the sea for a year, its threat is huge and must be eliminated immediately." Sora placed the information obtained from Sengoku in front of him. On the table, Kumu stared at the 5 elders in front of him. The bald-headed Kendo old man picked up a piece of information, took a serious look, and said slowly, "Indeed, the threat was huge, and it was immediately killed in the bud. But now I can't draw much military power." Another 5 elders frowned slightly, said, "The son of Garp, the one who defected to Marine, wants to form a revolutionary army. And you all know that the revolutionary army's concept will shake the foundation of the world government. Now most of the troops are put on Chalong. Dragon's ability. How can it be so easy to find and catch him?" Kong frowned. He also felt a headache for this son of Garp. If the General Marine Vice Admiral had such a son, he would have been caught in Pell down long ago. But Garp really can't catch it. Once caught, it is estimated that Marine's military spirit will be dissipated. Of course, Sora will not catch it either. Even if you can't catch it, you still have to catch it. The 5 elders said solemnly. "Is it just because of his ability to ignore it? You will be responsible when the revolutionary army is really developed. But the Black Crow Pirates has such a huge potential, and it has only been around for 1 year, so it can't be left alone. Yes, it really needs to be taken seriously, and the crew configuration of the Black Crow Pirates is a huge threat. There is no need for another rock to appear on the sea." 5 elders discussed with Sora. And at this moment, on the desktop, a silver telephone worm slowly rang. Blue, 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 blue. As the voice of the phone bug rang, the whole hall fell silent for a moment. Even Rukong opened his eyes wide and said no more. After becoming the commander-in-chief of the entire army, he knew how deep the world government was, how complicated the situation in the world government was, and knew the phone bug who would call it. 5 elders, who was slightly fat, picked up the phone worm with a respectful look and connected. "Then speak directly. Please tell me." In the phone worm, a voice came, very small, but he heard it. A shocking color appeared in his eyes, but after that, he said in a deep voice without hesitation, "I see. I'm honoring your orders." "Yes." After another answer, the phone worm hung up. 5 elders who answered the phone stopped moving towards Kong and said lightly, "We know about the Black Crow Pirates, and we will discuss it. You still have a lot of things to go back." "Okay." Kong nodded, turned, and left without any hesitation. With Kong's figure disappeared into the hall. The other 5 elders members all looked at the one who answered the phone. The 5 elders still had surprise and doubt in his eyes at this time, but he still said, "My lord has spoken. Don't make any arrangements for the Black Crow Pirates for now." "What? How can this be? How could Lord Yim pay attention to a pirate group? Are you kidding? The voice fell, and the faces of the other 4 or 5 elders showed shocked expressions. I don't know, but this is the order of Lord Yim. The Lord seems to want to observe this pirate group in order to understand some things. In the hall, it was very silent for a while. The 5 elders all showed contemplation, as if thinking about what the adult wants to understand. After a while, 5 elders sighed. Since the adult has ordered, then pay attention to it first, and don't make any targeting for the time being. Seconded. Seconded. At the same time, between flowers, a figure sits in the flowers with its legs bent and allows butterflies to surround it. Beside the figure, there are reward orders scattered around. The top one is Meow's reward order. At this moment, the figure picked up the reward order, and the hand holding the reward order was a little slender. Staring at the face of the bounty Ling Shangmi, the figure's murmur sounded slowly, extremely subtle, like the feeling of not belonging to this world. Interesting. How long have you not had this feeling? Shake his head gently. The reward is then scattered among the flowers. The first half of the Grand Line. At this time, Mio didn't know what happened to Mariewa. The ship is still sailing. Mio is now practicing swordsmanship and is fighting against Erica. Swordsmanship is a very good combat method and a general direction for improving combat power. In particular, Mio owns Kendo himself and is still a swordsman, so naturally he will not give up Kendo. Although he has not touched a sword for a year before, he has become familiar with it during the battle with Erica, and also began to ask Erica for some understanding of Kendo. For example, how to integrate Conqueror's haki into the slash. On the deck, 2 figures are holding swords and fighting, sparks splashing from time to time. Suddenly, the black glory shook. On the surface of the sea, Han Yan's huge arm suddenly popped out, and his palm stubbornly held a sea beast that was nearly 50 meters long. "My lord, do you want food?" Han Yan asked with a smile. "Yes, of course. Sea beasts are good barbecue ingredients." Mio and Erica separated, nodding without hesitation. The drought threw the sea beast directly over the ship. A sharp color appeared in Mio's eyes, and Raikiri slashed out suddenly, with phantoms emerging, slashing towards the sky one after another. Immediately afterwards, the sea beast in the sky turned into neatly cut pieces of meat and landed on the deck. "Robin, do me a favor and send it to the restaurant." Mio shouted to Robin. Robin, who was reading a book, reluctantly put down the book and flipped through Byakugan. "Mr. Captain, I'm not a porter." I know. Kaido said indifferently. Robin was helpless, but still wrapped his hands in front of him with a thought. One arm after another appeared on the deck, moving the piece of meat. "Continue." Mio took a sip of whiskey and called to Erica. The two continued to fight. Mio's physical energy was consumed in the battle, but he recovered quickly, almost able to fight Erica for 5 days and 5 nights. As the ship sailed, another few days passed like this. And on this day, an island also appeared in front of the ship. That is the destination of this trip to Mio. Sanaya Island. On the island, in a Joker tavern. At this time, in a dark room in the tavern, Brother Ming in the dim room was lying on the sofa very inelegantly, holding a hot girl in his arms and holding a goblet in his other hand. Contains scarlet wine. I have to say, Doflamingo will enjoy it. Suddenly, the corners of Ming G's mouth raised. Diamanti, get ready to meet our friends. By the port of Sanayo Island. This is an island without a marine branch base. At this time, as a ship slowly docked in the port, some people's eyes began to show horror. Even some pirates, after seeing the pirate flag flying on the ship, were unavoidably stunned. I have no dizziness? That seems to be the banner of the Black Crow Pirates. It's really the Black Crow Pirates. They will actually appear here. It's really an honor. It's a guy who offers a reward of 500 million. All the members are a big pirate who offers a reward of more than 1 billion. I didn't expect to be able to see it here. I don't know if I can join them. Some pirates were shocked, frightened, and excited. At this time, on the deck, Meow and others gathered, preparing to disembark and leave. But at this moment, The voice of the phone worm rang. Mio took out the phone worm, gleaming in her eyes, and directly sat down cross-legged to connect to the phone worm. What do you think of the gift I gave you? Vegapunk's warm voice sounded. Very satisfied, mentioned Talos. The corners of Meow's mouth raised and smiled. As the call worm connected, the deck was very quiet. Even to avoid disturbing the communication between Mio and Vegapunk, Lilith slowly came to the port and put her finger on her mouth. Hush! The meaning is self-evident. Is there anything going on looking for me this time? Meow didn't waste any time, so he went straight to the point. That's it. I just received what you asked Hall to bring back. I just got the opportunity and time to contact you. When he said this, Vegapunk said in amazement, "The genes I got from you are all incredible. You may not know the charm of these genes to me, just like One Piece's attraction to those pirates is simply intoxicating. Speaking of which, I hope I want to get Marcy's genes on your boat. I feel that her genes will be more special and full of charm." Vegapunk's tone was a little excited. Mio said with a faint smile on his face, "You will always get it in the future. Since you contact me, there happens to be something that needs your help. Let's take a look." Vegapunk asked with interest. "Help me cultivate a group of little guys with giant genes. Well, mass production, all don't need to be unique and special. It's better to use the same kind of creature as the main body. How about?" asked me. Upon hearing this, Vegapunk took a sip from his teacup, frowned slightly in thought. The genes of giants are not a problem, but the creatures that can match the genes of giants, I am afraid that only ancient creatures can bear it. This requires an ancient island as an experimental site. When talking with Vegapunk in Mio. At this time, Diamanti came to the port under the Black Glory and looked at Lilith and said solemnly, "Young master asked me to invite Mr. Meow over." "Wait a moment. Sir has important things now," Lilith said with a smile. Hearing that, Diamanti nodded, standing aside, and stopped talking, just secretly surprised. The shocking place is that there's a faint oppression exuding Lilith. No, not only Lilith, but also the few standing on the side of the ship on the Black Glory. Every one of them has an aura that made him feel oppressed. In 1 year, everyone in the Black Crow Pirates has become so strong. Diamanti was full of shock at this time. It deserves to be the existence that the young master values. Mio didn't know what Diamanti was thinking. After hearing Vegapunk's words, Mio raised her mouth and smiled. "For the world government, as long as you speak, let alone an ancient island, 2 or 3 are not a problem, are they?" Haha. Having said that, it also requires research results, otherwise world government will not waste resources on me. After all, what I have helped you research is not in line with world government's ideas. They want you to research. It's a man-made devil fruit, especially Logia. Vegapunk chuckled, then said again, "But if you ask me, I will help you, but I need to come up with 2 research results at that time. But after this research, I hope you can transfer the genes of the Marcy on your ship." "Yes, but you know what I want." Mio nodded slightly. "Don't worry. Any research results from the genes you gave me will not be handed over to the world government, let alone help the world government increase its strength." Vegapunk shrugged. "I'm a person who believes in what I say, not to mention that only you can get what I want. That's it. I still have something to do here, so let's call again." Meow smiled slightly, and then hung up the phone worm. Putting away the phone worm, Mio touched his chin. A look of expectation flashed across his face. "Hope to be contacted again by Vegapunk as soon as possible. At that time, it will be the beginning of the real violent soldiers." Shaking his head, Mio stopped thinking about it and slowly got up. "Let's go. Don't let our friends wait for a long time." With a smile on Mio's face, he walked off the Black Honor. On both sides behind him, several people from Yen were following, and a few people were wearing cloaks. A few people stepped off the boat, and without restraint, a faint aura irradiated, causing the pirates who were surrounding the port to step back a few steps, leaving a road in the port, and those standing on both sides of the road. At this time, the pirates looked like they were specially welcoming Mio's arrival. "Mr. Mio, the young master is already waiting for you," Diamanti said immediately after seeing Mio. "Lead the way. Please follow me," Diamanti said, and immediately led the way. Before leaving, Nico Robin looked back at the black glory and called out, "Drought is optimistic about ships." Roar! In response, a roar sounded from the bottom of the sea, with a few people leaving the port. The pirates looked at each other with shock on their faces. It deserved to be the Black Crow pirates, the guy who escaped from Impel Down, so strong, it feels like he's going to die. This is the aura of a big pirate. The sound from the bottom of the sea just now, is it one of the crew of the Black Crow pirates, Drought? I really want to see it. The pirates are discussing one after another. In the first half of this grand line, all pirates who exceed 100 million have basically gone to New World. The vast majority of pirates are offering tens of millions of rewards. And the existence of Meow, who offered a reward of 500 million, in their eyes, naturally became a great pirate. In town, at this time, Mio and others, led by Diamanti, had already arrived at the entrance of the tavern. In the dark room of the pub, with the arrival of Mio, Doflamingo picked up the wine glass and poured a glass of Mio, then sat down slowly, lifted his glass, and raised the corners of his mouth and laughed. I have to say that when I saw the news, I was shocked for a long time, but up to now, I am still curious about your purpose of Impel Down and what you got during the year. In the newspaper, there was no purpose for Impel Down. Of course, they wouldn't know. Although Doflamingo was shocked when he knew that Mio was the main culprit, what he wanted to know was that Mio took the initiative to Impel Down. Mio picked up the wine glass, took a sip, grinned lightly. Strength, strength. Hear the words. Doflamingo's pupil shrank, and a flash of shock flashed past. Even the shaking glass stopped temporarily. Doflamingo is not a fool. He thinks of the old monsters on the 6th floor and the identity of the main criminal of Mio. You can guess everything with the word strength. After a while, Doflamingo recovered. Hey, it's so courageous. It seems that your harvest makes you very satisfied. Brother Ming's eyes flickered, and the corners of his mouth smile even more. His exact purpose to give Meow was shocked. But after the shock, it was abrupt. It looks like you plan to enter the New World next. There is still something to be done. Mio leaned back on the sofa and raised Erlang's legs. Does the location of Crocodile know where it is? Doflamingo didn't ask much about what Mio was talking about. After thinking about it at this time, Kaido, my subordinates in the family recently checked. Crocodile appeared near Alabasta. Not surprisingly, he should still be there now, but I don't know how long he will stay there. That's it. Hearing this, Min's eyes deepened and his heart pondered. Have you arrived at Alabasta? Now Crocodile may not know the news of Pluton, nor the information in Alabasta, but this kind of thing is not important to Meow, and the location of Crocodile is already known. Then, you could go to one of the Shichibukai guys. Thinking of Shichibukai, Mio suddenly raised her eyes and asked, "How about Shichibukai's candidates? What? Are you interested?" Doflamingo asked in surprise. Mio's ambition should be in the throne of New World. Mio shook his head slightly. "No, it's just something I want to know." Brother Ming thought for a while and said, "Shichibukai is still being screened. There are not many confirmed at present, and an invitation is needed to obtain the consent of the other party. There are still 3 vacant seats." Hearing this, Min nodded. "Next time Shichibukai will inform me of new information. I am not interested in this seat, but I can still use it." "Hey, that's interesting, but your threat, whether it's Marine or world government, won't necessarily let you join Shichibukai." Minga grinned. "It doesn't matter if they are willing or not. I naturally have my own way." Meow shook his head lightly. The two drank and chatted about other things. It was just talking about business. "Okay, get the things out," Mio said. He is looking forward to Doflamingo's collection of good things for himself in this year. I won't let you down." Seeing Mi's expectation, Doflamingo couldn't help but grinned and said. After speaking, Doflamingo snapped his fingers. Soon, one door was opened. One after another, Doflamingo's men took things in. The first is devil fruit. To be precise, it is a box containing devil fruit. There are 4 in total, which represents 4 devil fruits. Among them, there is a devil fruit illustrated book. The most comprehensive devil fruit illustrated book is among the world government and naval headquarters. This one is the one I can get with the most devil fruit illustrated book, except those two. Mingu said, pointing to let's introduce the 4 devil fruits. And of the 4 devil fruits, 3 are Zoan and 1 paramecia. Zoan is in the form of dog fruit check wolfhound, snake fruit bamboo yi ching form, and cat fruit snow leopard form. And this paramecia is a video fruit, which can affect the playback of a certain range of circumstances around it. They're all general abilities. Mio shook his head helplessly. There's not a good ability, but it's normal. There are too many devil fruit abilities in this world, some of which are fancy and useless. Especially in paramecia, the ability of chicken ribs is too much. Hey, it's good to be able to collect devil fruit. Mingus shook his head and smiled. Although these abilities are really average, devil fruit is not so easy to collect, especially there are many forces to collect devil fruit. Some good abilities are basically in the hands of some big powers, are difficult to find, or are at auction, and once they're on the auction and the abilities are slightly good, the price will not be low. Doflamingo will not bother to fight. Nevertheless, it is inevitable to be a little disappointed. Mio picked up the devil fruit picture book and replied while reading it, then looked up. What about others? Hi. The next thing is the main event. Minga grinned and snapped his fingers again. After the sound fell, someone came in carrying 3 cages covered by black cloth. One of the black cloths was lifted. Doflamingo introduced with a wicked smile on his face. This was found on an island in New World. It cost a lot of money to send it back to the first half of the Grand Line. It was very aggressive and had good conditions in all aspects. It was the king of eagles and wanted to catch this little guy. It took a lot of effort, and even almost lost the trace of this little guy. In the cage, there's an eagle. Before crossing, it was called the god of 10,000 eagles. According to legend, only one sea donching would appear in 100,000 condors, the tallest and fastest bird to fly. This sea donching is not small in size, and it looks even more vigorous. Whether it is eagle claws or beak, it looks full of magical horses. This guy's claws can easily tear a pirate who is offering a reward of millions, and his beak can easily penetrate a 20-centimeter iron plate. Doflamingo said again. Hearing this, Meow's face was even more satisfied. Yes, look at the other 2. Meow said expectantly. Hearing this, Mingus smiled and clapped his hands. The other 2 black cloths were also lifted. Fur Tribe, looking at a girl in a cage in front of her, Mio looked surprised. The people in the 2 cages are Fur Tribes. The Fur Tribe is rarely seen nowadays, even rarer than the Murlocs. The reason is that the Fur Tribe lives on the back of Zwowu, and Zwowu is a person who often walks on the sea, causing Zwowu the location is erratic. As a race living on Zwowu, Fur Tribes can be said to be natural warriors. Every member of Fur Tribe possesses certain combat power and can use electric current. Physical fitness is inherently stronger than humans. Even babies will be basic self-defense techniques. The Fur Tribe is also a race that Meow wants very much. This race, coupled with some genes, can easily cultivate a group of backbone forces. I originally wanted to wait until I went to New World to gain some power, and then consider the Fur Clan, but I didn't expect to encounter 2 now. And it looks like Sister Flower. That's right. There seems to be a pair of cat fur tribes in the cage. It was not a rabbit, which made Mio a little disappointed, but then she felt excited by touching her chin. I didn't expect you to be able to get the Fur Clan, Meow said with a smile. In the cage, 2 girls from the cat fur tribe looked at Min and Doflamingo with scared eyes, leaning on each other tightly, looking a little pitiful. Foo. Under coincidentally get nothing. If not, you may need to take into account. I'll take these 2 little guys dedicated to the celestial dragons. Doflamingo grinning. Yes, I like it a lot. Mio nodded slightly, really likes it. Costin, plus 2 fur tribes, and those devil fruits, this time can be said to be quite fruitful. Although devil fruit has the ability of chicken ribs, it doesn't matter to Meow. The ability of chicken ribs is just right for him to win the lottery. Maybe he could draw powerful genes. Those powerful genes are no better than some good fruits. Poor ability. It's fine if you're satisfied. Doflamingo drank the wine, cocked his legs. Mio glanced at Warwick and Hyen, and the two immediately took the things in their hands, left the tavern, and walked towards the harbor, preparing to take the things onto the boat first. As the two left, Mio looked at Brother Ming and slowly stood up and smiled. Ask you one thing. What's the matter? Do you know if you see the birds in the southeast, northwest, northwest? Huh. I know the kind of bird naturally, and I also know its location. In New World, Grand Line is rarely seen. Minggu thought for a while after Kaido. This kind of bird is still very famous in the sea, because it is very special. I need to see birds from east to west, and tell me the location. The Nanan bird has been kept on the boat, so Mio intends to find a chance to collect the genes of other birds, and then cultivate it. Hearing this, Brother Ming thought for a while, and then said, in the Gai West Asia Islands of New World. New World, I see. Mio nodded. New World, you'll go soon. Then I will go first. Meow looked at Brother Ming and said. Brother Ming nodded, raised the corners of his mouth, and laughed. See you next time. Maybe it's a new world. Then wait for your arrival. Mio smiled and shook his head, turned and left the tavern, and Erica immediately followed. The group soon left the tavern and returned to the Black Honor. The next destination is Alabasta. Returning to Alabasta this time, for Meow, the biggest expectation is nothing more than Pluton, as well as the content recorded in the historical text. Dry Yin, let's go. Meow shouted from the bow of the boat. On the bottom of the sea, the Drought Yin responded. The ship is slowly leaving the port. At the same time, Mio also returned to the cabin and ordered Lilith. Keep this stuff up first. He was talking about Costin, and Costin is not in a hurry to cultivate it, and wait until a few other birds are found, but there are 2 fur tribes that can be cultivated in advance. And for the fur tribe's idea, Mio intends to send out like Talos. The difference is that Talos will be the captain of the first team under the Black Crow Pirates in the future, and these 2 fur tribes. Mio needs them to go to the New World to develop the power of the underground world, because once developed, it will be a good way to get devil fruit. It is also equivalent to an intelligence network of its own. Shaking his head, Mio didn't think about it anymore, and now I'll talk about the lottery first. 4 devil fruits, draw 4 times. Think about what powerful genes should be drawn. With a thought, 4 devil fruits turned into a chance to draw a lottery. At the same time, lottery roulette also emerged. This time, Mio also saw many new genes. Magic Forbidden Book Catalog 1 Party Gene, Date on Campus Makoto Edo Gene, Pleasant Goat and Big Wolf Gene, Pokemon Gung Ghost Gene, One Piece Kaido Gene. Seeing some of the new genes on this, the corners of Meow's mouth twitched slightly, and even Kaido genes are included, but is there something strange in it? Even if it's Big Wolf has a very high IQ and can make a lot of inventions, but Brother Chung, forget it, smoke it. Cursing his lips, Mio directly pressed the lottery. The roulette suddenly began to spin. With a little expectation in Mio's heart, watching the roulette spin faster and faster, it started to become slower and slower again. Soon, the roulette began to stop. The result of the lottery, this time, also appeared in front of Mio's eyes. Congratulations on winning the Gung Ghost Gene through the lottery. This gene. Seeing the result of the lottery, Meow's eyes suddenly lit up. Gung Ghost Gene, to be honest, this is a good gene. Magical treasure berries elves can be said to have very good abilities. Most of them are equivalent to a kind of energy from a master, and the same is true for Gung Ghost. As a ghost Pokemon, Gung Gui has a very good offensive power through walls, hiding, etc., and it feels very good when used to train intelligence personnel. It can be said that having the Gung Ghost gene is equivalent to eating an alternative version of the ghost fruit, and it also comes with more attack methods than the ghost fruit, but it does not have the decadent ability of the ghost fruit. Nice gene, go on. The first gene is so good, which makes Meow look forward to the next gene lottery. As the Gung Ghost gene was drawn, the original Gung Ghost gene disappeared on the roulette wheel, and it was replaced by the gene that still came from the Pokemon world, the Dream Demon gene. Lottery. Without hesitation, Mio pressed the lottery button. The roulette turned again. The remaining 3 draws. Let Mio include Crimson Eye Ace gene, The Adventures of Jackie Chan's somber gene, and a gene that makes Meow feel twitching at the corners of his mouth, Pleasant Goat, and Big Big Wolf gene. First of all, there is no need to say more about the Ace gene. The ordinary Ace gene will naturally not care. This is the Ace gene that has taken forbidden blood and possesses the ability to manipulate ice like Akiji. Maybe it's not as strong as Akiji in terms of manipulating ice alone, but Ace possesses a terrifying ability, Mokubatamo. This ability allows Ace to freeze time and space, as well as time. Although there are limitations, it is definitely a terrifying ability. Even if it can only freeze for a short period of time, it is enough to reverse all situations. The Sombra gene in the Adventures of Jackie Chan is related to the Sombra core. With this gene, it can summon the Sombra core. Very peculiar ability to summon the Sombra core that exists in another world to this world to help oneself fight. I have to say, it feels quite amazing. The strength of the Sombra core may not be very strong in this world, but the Sombra core has a very good feature, that is, it is immortal, and it is numerous and diverse. In addition, the Sombra core owns the Sombra Kingdom. The so-called Sombra Kingdom can be regarded as a different dimension space. The Sombra core can use the Sombra Kingdom to go to any place, and it can also return to the Sombra Kingdom from any place. It is difficult to detect whereabouts. The biggest role of the Sombra core is not in combat. It lies in intelligence. Can quickly build a powerful intelligence agency. Finally, it is the genes of Big Grey Wolf. This gene really hurts Mio's face, but after seeing the introduction, Mio suddenly felt this gene is quite practical. Big Big Wolf gene. Genes from the world of Pleasant Goat and Big Big Wolf. Although they are wolves, they have super high IQs, but these IQs are used in research and development. Look, although it is not very strong, it is indeed useful. It's not bad to be able to improve IQ. Train yourself, and train yourself as a boatman or the mechanic on board. Forget it, they're the first few genes, and they're very good. It is impossible to draw a good gene every time. Meow murmured, shook his head, and closed the lottery panel. Of the 4 genes, 3 are quite useful. The Gun Ghost gene, the Ace gene, and the Shadow gene. And of these genes, 2 are used to cultivate the fur tribe, and the remaining 1 is used to cultivate Costin. As for the Grey Wolf gene, it depends on when it needs to be used. And for cultivation, Mio is not in a hurry now, because he still needs to collect other genes to enhance the basic biological attributes after cultivation. If this gene alone is used for cultivation, although the potential may be good, the cultivated the strength is too bad, but it's not enough to help me do things. Thought of this. Mio opened the map of the room and looked at the other islands on the route to Alabasta. There are many deserted islands in the Grand Line. Most of them are not marked with information and names. I don't know what's on them. Meow wants an island with many giant beasts. It's best to be the one trained by Erica and others. Kind of island. Although there is nothing particularly powerful in the above, those giant beast genes are very good for him. It's just that on the route to Alabasta, there doesn't seem to be such an island. Meow can only retreat and find an island with many ferocious beasts. Ranty Island. After determining the location, Meow came to the deck and ordered Erica to raise the 2 fur tribes and hide Donching first, and do not let them out for now, and then went to find the dryman and talk to the dryman. The direction and distance of travel. Time passed by. Unconsciously, for days passed. On the sea, many people are waiting for the Black Crow pirates to go to Sabeti Archipelago, because that represents the most eye-catching pirates this year will enter the New World. It's just a pity that they don't know that for the next period of time, Mio will not plan to go to Sabeti Archipelago. This day, in the sky, thunderclouds filled the sky, and Razor was rolling in the dark clouds. The torrential rain poured down. In sight, an island finally appeared. That is Randy Island. Mio stood on the deck wearing short sleeves, and Lilith beside her with wings displayed on her back, covering the top and blocking the rain. Let's go. Mio gave the order to Drought. Drought immediately pulled the ship and leaned towards the island. After approaching, Mio squinted his eyes and looked at the pirate ship on the shore of Randy Island. with the corners of his mouth slightly raised. Is this specially to give me genes? Although there are no pirates that are too powerful in the first half of the Grand Line, most of them are better than some wild beasts. Maybe you can meet some capable people. Therefore, a look of expectation flashed on Meow's face at this time. With a black glory docked, it could be seen that someone on the pirate ship also discovered the arrival of Meow. A pirate climbed up the flagpole and watched the black glory dock. His face suddenly showed shock and shouted, "Old boss, what should I do with someone who is not coming?" The voice fell. In the cabin of the pirate ship, a series of voices rang. "What are you talking about? Is there any incredible character? Could it be that someone offering a reward of over 100 million yuan appeared nearby?" "No way." In the cabin, a group of figures walked out, the leader with yellow hair and a cloak, as if not caring about the pouring rain, just looked at the pirate on the flagpole and frowned. "What happened?" "Old boss, it is the Black Crow Pirates." The pirate immediately pointed in the direction of the Black Glory. When the man heard the words, a flash of shock flashed in his pupils. Immediately after looking at the Black Honor, he was even more stunned. But after the shock, the man showed an excited smile. "I finally met you. Damn guy. This time Lousy will definitely beat you." Bellamy stepped out, jumped directly off the pirate ship, landed there, looked at the Black Glory, and shouted, "Curacao Mio, come down and accept my challenge." Lousy is Bellamy, the guy who was defeated by you in North Blue and didn't die. On the Black Honor. At this moment, Mio heard the sound and turned her head slightly to look. When she saw Bellamy on the shore, a thought flashed in her eyes. After a while, it suddenly appeared. "That guy," he murmured, remembering that in the first period after his journey, he encountered Bellamy on an island on the way out to sea and defeated him. He thought that Bellamy should have died at that time, but unexpectedly he was still alive. "Do you want to challenge me?" Mio leaned on the enclosure, supported her body with both hands, and looked down at Bellamy, speaking slowly with a smile on her face. "Yes, come down and meet my challenge." Bellamy didn't care about the reward offered by Mio before, and grinned at this moment. At the same time, the feet turned into springs. Obviously, he had already eaten devil fruit at this time. "Challenge? No, you don't have that qualification yet." Mio shook her head slightly, pointed to Erica and others on both sides of her, and said lightly, "That you choose anyone. If you win, I will give you a chance to challenge." What? Upon hearing this, Bellamy was taken aback. Then a look of anger appeared on his face. "Damn, you guys don't be too arrogant. Lousy is Bellamy. How could it be disqualified? My lord says you're not qualified. You're not qualified." Warwick stepped out and landed directly in front of Bellamy in a fierce tone. Hearing that he was disqualified again, Bellamy's eyes lined with anger again, the springs on his legs compressed, and he burst out, slamming a punch toward Warwick. "Death to Lousy, you fellow." The speed at which Bellamy broke out at this moment was very fast, but just approaching Warwick. Whoosh! Warwick suddenly stretched out his hand, directly pinched Bellamy's neck as he was rushing, held it in midair effortlessly, and slammed it to the ground. There was a boom. The dust flew away. Warwick's powerful force pressed Bellamy tightly, making Bellamy unable to move at all. How is this possible? Just kidding. The boss was actually taken down directly. The members of Bellamy's pirates group showed error on their faces at this time. It seemed that it was unbelievable that the captain, who had been so powerful before, had no resistance at this time. In front of a member of the Black Crow Pirates group, he was stunned. "Hit down. Grown-ups." A flash of cold light flashed in Warwick's eyes, and he looked at Mio, as if asking whether to kill. Warwick said that although he was stupid, he still remembered that Meow was very interested in demon fruit power. Mio gave up, and the corners of her mouth raised slightly to look at Bellamy, who was pushed on the ground by Warwick, and said lightly, "Have you seen the gap in strength?" He had no idea of killing Bellamy, and Warwick released Bellamy with a sound. Because Warwick had choked his neck before, Bellamy coughed constantly after Warwick let go, and his eyes were full of disbelief. At this time, the heavy rain had stopped, the thunderclouds in the sky dispersed in a short time, and the sun was exposed. The corner of Meow's mouth smiled, and she looked at Bellamy and smiled lightly. If you want to challenge me, go to New World. If you're famous in New World, I will give you the opportunity to challenge me. How about? He just wanted to see how a character in the original story would change under his own impetus and whether it would have any impact on the plot. Not to kill Bellamy. For him, it's just one gene missing. It doesn't matter. Hear the words. Bellamy was stunned. Immediately after gritting his teeth, a firm color appeared in his eyes, and the next moment he suddenly said in a deep voice, "New World. Wait, I will beat you next time." After speaking, Bellamy catapulted suddenly and jumped onto his boat. "Go." Without hesitation, Bellamy spoke directly. At this time, his heart was still full of disbelief, and he suffered a huge blow. With Bellamy's departure, on the deck, Robin stared at Meow curiously and said, "Captain, it always feels like you're not making any good ideas." Hearing that, Meow immediately patted Robin's head, not having a good air. "How can you say that to me? I'm a Jungrin Kunzi." "Huh." Robin flipped through Byakugan, Masato Kunzi? I would not believe it. "Huh." When the sun came out, Meow couldn't help stretching her body, twisting her neck, and grinning. "Well, it's time to start doing our things. Go ahead, everyone." Meow looked at the island in front of him and said slowly, "Remember, you only need ferocious and powerful beasts." After speaking, Meow took the lead and stepped out, and the figure quickly disappeared from everyone's sight. Erica and the others did not hesitate and immediately rushed towards the island. The beasts in the forest on this island also ushered in a massacre at this time. However, most of them were caught first and then sent to Meow to slaughter them. The inclusion of genes is also constantly growing. On the Black Glory, Robin shook his head while listening to the roar of wild beasts in the forest and continued to read his book. After a while, Meow returned to the shore in blood, jumped directly into the sea, and washed away the blood on her body. At the same time, the tentacles on Erica's forehead shook, and immediately afterwards, the ants in the forest began to converge and appear and began to move towards the entire island, looking for it. When he walked on the beach, he looked at Erica and asked, "Are there any gains?" He was referring to the fact that Erica asked the ants to search for devil fruit and finally came across a suitable island, so naturally they had to look for it. Hearing this, Erica shook her head. "No, sir." "Then go." Meow shrugged and was not disappointed. If not, she would not bother to waste time here. The group of people boarded the boat directly and headed towards Alabasta. The Black Glory began sailing again. On the deck, Meow looked at the gene recording panel on the front panel that only she could see with satisfaction. Now, in a short time, there is no need to lack genes. Among the genes included today, there are almost 30 or 40 beast genes. But although the number is large, it can only bring an improvement in attributes, but it will not have any powerful abilities. With a thought, Min turned off the panel and turned to look at the map. Hey, it's still some distance away from Alabasta. After a murmur, Min put away the map, got up, and returned to the cabin. Holding a bottle of whiskey in his hand, Meow came to a room. At this time, there are 4 cages in the room. One is Nan Meet the Birds, and the other is Costin. There are 2 more, those 2 cat fur tribes. As Meow came in, Hai Dongqing stared at Meow sharply, and from time to time he caught the cage with his claws or beak, making a harsh sound. Meow looked at Costin. A horror aura suddenly erupted, and under deliberate control, he went directly toward Costin with coercion. Powerful momentum. In an instant, Hai Dongqing fainted. Afterwards, Meow set his sights on the 2 cat fur tribes. Grumbling, Meow sipped whiskey, and under the slightly horrified but firm gazes of the 2 fur tribes, Meow asked indifferently, "If there are 2 abilities placed in front of you now, one is to summon a black shadow warrior. The other is like a ghost, with an ability to improve IQ. What ability will you 2 choose?" Hear the words. A cat fur tribe hesitated, Kaido, cautiously. These are 3 abilities, not 2. Meow glared at the fur tribe fiercely. "I know there are 3. You don't need to remind you. Just tell me which ability you want to choose." After being yelled at by Meow, the fur clan shrank his neck in fear. I want ghost-like abilities. How about you? Min nodded slightly and looked at another fur tribe. This fur clan seemed very calm at this time. He thought about it for a while and then said, "Summon the Dark Shadow Warrior and increase IQ." Okay. Mio nodded, took another sip of whiskey, then put down the bottle and opened the cage. Mio grabbed a fur tribe and pulled it out of the cage. Then Conqueror's hockey exploded, and the two fur tribes fainted directly. This kind of cute little guy, I really can't bear to start. Looking at the fur tribe in her hand, Meow grinned. In fact, these two cat fur tribes are quite cute, with cat ears, cat tail, and cat ears. Cat paws, if their face and body are the same as humans, are two real cat mates. Sigh. Mio didn't hesitate and pulled out Raikiri, directly piercing the cat fur tribe's abdomen. Raikiri was then drawn out. Blood splattered. With a thought, the fur clan disappeared into Mio's hands and entered the cultivation tank. Regarding the gene used for cultivating this fur tribe, Mio was the same as the previous question. This fur tribe wanted ghost-like abilities, so Mio pulled the Gung ghost gene over and then chose many others. The beast gene is used to improve the basic attributes after cultivation. Afterwards, Meow clicks to cultivate. Then he waited quietly. This time, there was not much fluctuation in Mio. After a lot of good genes used to cultivate taros before, there was only one good gene in cultivation now, so there was not much fluctuation in Mio's heart. Fortunately, these two little guys are fur tribes, and the genes they use to cultivate are very good. Coupled with the training of the two little guys, both of them made Mio intend to use it for intelligence, but it doesn't need too many genes, just the right ones. Please choose the training direction. Animal type? Human type? Human shape? Definitely human shape. Mio said without hesitation. This is a cat fur tribe, and it must be a humanoid. Although the fur tribe itself is a humanoid, Mio is inexplicably looking forward to it at this time, looking forward to the changes in the cat fur tribe after training. Successful training. Name, unnamed. Abilities, electric current. The ability to be born with through friction can generate electric current to assist in combat. Superb speed, inherent plus acquired or very fast speed. Ghost body. Her body can be transformed into a ghost at any time the body can penetrate walls, is immune to some physics, and can hide in the shadows at the same time. Change. She has a little means of change, can be used to scare people. Ghost power. This is a kind of power, very strong, but to be able. To develop it depends on the owner of this power. Insight. She has keen insight and can even feel hostility. Wild explosion. When the full moon has the possibility of breaking out of the inner wildness. This is a trump card. She will enter a new state to improve her strength, but she may lose control. Strength. Naval Headquarters Commodore. Extreme strength. Naval Headquarters Rear Admiral. The potential has not yet been developed. Good. Looking at the ability panel, Mio raised her eyebrows slightly, feeling somewhat unexpectedly good. This ability panel is used for intelligence, and to be honest, it can be said to be very suitable. It is also suitable for the underground world. It may not seem particularly powerful, but what can be known is that the survivability will be very strong. Whether it is a change or a ghost body, this little guy has a strong survivability plus insight, enough to survive well in the underground world. In addition, the power of the ghost and the electric current make this guy's combat effectiveness not bad. If you develop it, you'll have a good strength in the future. And the wild burst. Mio thought of the Moon Division form of Garrett's rabbit in the future. Is this a kind of ability? The corners of her mouth rose slightly, and Meow no longer struggled with it. I'll wait for the extraction ability later. Wait until I train another one, and let it go for now. Muttered. Thoughts moved. After training, the fur tribe began to appear in front of them. Well, as usual, naked body, cat ears, cat tail. Other than that, there is no difference from human beings in other aspects, which made me suddenly appear astonished. After this training, she is really a cat maid? Owner. The girl who looked like a cat maid looked at Mio and spoke slowly, her words full of respect. Wait here for a while. Mio gave up. Next, there's one more to train. Mio is still looking forward to the cultivation of this one, and wants to see the effect of the Somber Core's genes. Grabbing the fur tribe who had fainted in the cage, Mio pulled out Raikiri as before, stabbed it out, and pulled it out, and then with a heart move, he pulled the little guy into the cultivation tank and started training. First of all, it is the shadow gene. Secondly, it is the gray wolf gene. To be honest, Mio can't think of where to use it, because from the introduction, this gene can only be used to improve IQ. Since this little guy said that he wanted it when he asked, then give it to her. Maybe after raising IQ, intelligence organization can be better developed. Then there are some other genes. After getting everything done, Mio pressed training. Then waited again. A quarter of an hour later. Please choose the training direction. Animal type? Human type? Human type. Knowing that after training, it will be a cat maid, and Mio will not choose the beast form even more. After waiting for a quarter of an hour, this training finally ended. Successful training. Name, unnamed. Ability, Sombra Kingdom. She can go to a place that only she can reach. Summon Sombra. She can summon a Sombra core. No, not 1, but 9, but this is possible. It takes time. Observation. She seems to have a high IQ, so she likes to observe the surroundings and can even learn some information and capture some traces through observation. Electric Current, a born ability that can be used to assist in combat. Wild Burst. When the full moon has the possibility of bursting out of inner. Wildness, this is a kind of whole card. She will enter a brand new state to enhance her strength, but it may lose control. Blacken, because of the power of the shadow, it is easy to cause she enters Blacken, but don't worry that she will betray you, but the number of Sombra core that she will summon by then may be more. Strength, Colonel Naval Headquarters. Extreme combat power, Naval Headquarters Commodore. The potential has not yet been developed. This strength, Mio raised his eyebrows and was relieved immediately. It's normal. After all, the Sombra core itself is not too strong in this world, and its real role lies in intelligence. If it is the genes of the 8 great demons in Jackie Chan's adventures, perhaps the strength will be much stronger, but for the Sombra core, Tusk, there is no threat to the strong in this world. Extractability. Meow's heart moved. Ability was immediately extracted. To be honest, he didn't attach much importance to this ability extraction. Although both of them have good abilities, they are not very suitable for them. To be precise, there are not many abilities suitable for them. Starting to draw, the draw is successful. Congratulations on the ability, phantom body, and 1/10 of the all-round attributes of the creatures you cultivated this time. Starting to draw, the draw is successful. Congratulations on the ability, summon shadow, and 1/10 of the all-round attributes of the creatures you cultivated this time. What? Seeing the ability after extraction, Mio was suddenly surprised, and a bright light appeared in her eyes. If you talk about the ability that matches you most, then there is no doubt that it is definitely this ghost body. With your own replacement ability, it can be said that your life-saving ability has increased a lot. As for the ability to summon black shadows, it has little effect, but it can't be said to be a tasteless one. It can be used to improve 13 squares, and occasionally it can help oneself solve some chores. In addition, the 2 consecutive ability extractions, apart from the ability, the attribute improvement of the 2 combined, only made Meow feel a little bit of improvement. From this, we can imagine that Meow's current physical fitness is very good. Strong, although there are still some gaps from a top power, but it is definitely not too far away. There was a pop. Mio snapped his fingers. The cat maid in the training trough also appeared in front of her eyes. 2 naked girls stood in front of her, making Meow touch her nose. After all, she was still a shy child. Which one of you is your sister? Meow asked curiously. The cat maid who possesses ghost abilities immediately Kaido. I'm a younger sister. After speaking, the cat's ears on his head couldn't help shaking, and the tail behind it shook. Then you were your sister? Mio looked at the cat maid who had the ability to summon black shadows and confirmed. Yeah. The cat maid nodded. Seeing this, Mio also thought about it. Sister Hua. This name has to be thought of. After a long time, Mio spoke. From now on, you two, your younger sister's name is Petunia, and your sister's name is Renee. Thank you, Master. Petunia and Renee suddenly narrowed their eyes and bowed. Call my husband later. A smile appeared on Mio's face. Good Sir X2. The two sisters nodded again and shouted. Looking at the cat ears on the heads of sisters Petunia and Renee, Meow couldn't help but reach out and touch them. Suddenly, the faces of the two girls turned reddish and their tails swayed. It feels good. Mio grinned and then asked the two girls to wait here for a while and went to find Erica to get them clothes. After taking the clothes back, let the two put them on, Meow took the two sisters to meet Erica and others. Then, he gave orders to Petunia and Renee. Their task is to form an intelligence network. Originally, Mio intended to let the two girls directly enter the new world, but after thinking about it, he rejected this idea. The development of the intelligence network is currently the best in the first half of the Grand Line. In the New World area, there are some underground kings, and some big pirates also have their own power. It is not the time to go to New World to develop an intelligence network. On the other hand, in the first half of the Grand Line, there are not many strong players now. The strong ones basically go to New World, leaving behind some new sea pirates, or in the first half of the Grand Line, they did not enter New World, or pirates who came back from New World. With the strength and abilities of Renee's two sisters, it will undoubtedly be very easy to develop an intelligence network in the first half of the Grand Line. Just a little more financial help is needed, and there won't be too many problems. Thinking of the funding problem, Mio touched her chin for a moment, then looked at Renee and asked, Renee, do you have any thoughts on the development of the intelligence network? After hearing this, Renee lowered her head for a moment, then raised her head and said, Sir, I think the development of the intelligence network is not a problem for us. The most critical part of the intelligence network is how to collect information. This is, as far as I am concerned, there are currently 3 ideas. First, in the island towns in the center of each channel, set up a tavern on the top. The tavern is a good place to gather information among the pirates. Second, inquire about intelligence. It is a time-consuming and laborious task for others, but it is not difficult for me, Renee said, raising her right hand, and shadows appeared on the deck. Then a group of figures rose from it, kneeling on one knee. But in an instant, these shadow warriors were all over the deck. With a pop, Renee snapped her fingers, and the shadow warriors dispersed. Renee said, For me, there is no shortage of manpower, and there is no need to worry that these manpower will die or be damaged. Therefore, we can send black shadow warriors to various kingdoms and famous islands to lurch and search for information. The third point in the end, I think a newspaper office can be formed. Newspaper? Hearing this, he was stunned. She didn't seem to expect Renee to have this idea, but I have to say that this is a good note. Yes. Renee nodded seriously and said, After establishing a newspaper, we can use the information we inquired about to publish it for sales, and at the same time, we can use money to attract others to contribute to the newspaper. It sounds good, but the training of a newsbird is a problem, Mio said in a deep voice. Newsbirds are seagulls. There is no shortage of seagulls in this world, but they definitely need to be trained. Otherwise, those seagulls may not fly back when they fly out. No, I don't think there is any need to use seagulls. We have the Somber Corps. They can go anywhere through Somber Kingdom. Isn't that much better than seagulls? They can also accept contributions from those pirates at any time. Renee smiled and said. His eyes shone with confidence. Mio grinned. It's good if you have confidence. Next, we will go to Alabasta. I will put you down in Alabasta, and then give you a certain amount of funds. Then it's up to you. Sir, don't worry. Renee looked confident. You will never be disappointed. Renee is confident that she will be able to develop the intelligence network into the new world soon. Sir, if you want to create a newspaper, would you like to think of a name for the newspaper? Petunia on the side asked at this time, spreading expectations. Name. Mio scratched his head. The newspaper really needed a name. The newspaper of the future news magnate Morgan's will be called the World Economic News Service, and he will have a newspaper. If you choose a name, you must choose an appropriate one. At the same time, we also need to prevent Marine and the world government from being aware that this newspaper is related to themselves. After thinking about it, Mio raised her eyebrows suddenly and said with a smile, Linglong Economic News Agency. 5 more days passed. The Black Honor finally arrived at Alabasta, this desert kingdom. When he came back here again, Robin looked forward with expectation and asked me, "Captain, is our purpose this time that piece of historical text?" "That's right." Mio nodded, rubbed Robin's head, then looked at Sister Renee and said, "Next, it's up to you." "Don't worry, sir." Renee nodded confidently. Petunia also waved her fist seriously. "Don't worry, sir. We will definitely surprise you." "Then I will wait and see," Mio said with a smile. After the 2 girls took the things Mio gave them, they left the Black Honor and walked towards the nearest port of Alabasta. "Shall we go directly to the capital?" "Sir." Lilith was wearing hot pants and short sleeves, with a pair of blue high-heeled sandals on her feet, and she asked after she stroked her hair. "No, wait, you have to determine the location first." Mio shook his head and snapped his fingers. A group of warriors from the Shadow Corps emerged behind him. There are only 9 Somber Corps, and each Somber Corps has its own characteristics. Among them, the Ninja Corps belongs to the most balanced existence. "Go find this person's location and report to me." Meow handed over Crocodile's reward order. A Sombra warrior accepted the reward order and nodded. Then a shadow appeared under their feet. The Sombra warriors fell into the shadow and instantly disappeared in place. "Okay, just wait." Mio moved her body, turned, and walked towards the cabin, ready to get a bottle of whiskey. Drinking wine and sitting under the umbrella on the deck. There's also the cut fruit from Erica next to it. I have to say that it is a treat. Grumbling, Mio took a sip of wine, and at this time also checked his abilities. He has gained a lot of abilities since he passed through, but most of them are passive abilities, and there are not many real active abilities. Warwick got the Warthirsty Heart, Erica's Sordu, the Sound of Sea Kings drew from Drought, and Talos got the Endlessness. These are passive abilities. Including the ghost body drawn from Penny's body, it can be regarded as half-passive. Other active abilities are replacement abilities, Dragon Power, Fire Dragon's Dragon-Killing Magic, Sharingan, summoning the Somber Core. Other than that, Mio's Swordsmanship, and Conqueror's Hockey. It can be said that Mio's ability is not too much because the ability to summon the Somber Core does not need to be cultivated. At present, the main practice of Mio is placed on replacement ability and Kendo. Then the Power of the Dragon came in second, followed by Hockey. Hockey's promotion to the present is equivalent to reaching a bottleneck, and there is still an opportunity to improve again. When will it be possible to upgrade to the replacement air? It will be fine, Mio muttered, his eyes flickering. If the replacement ability can be increased to the point of replacing the air, it would be a huge improvement. And he can also feel that the air can be replaced. It's just that my own replacement ability has not yet been developed to that point. There was a pop. Mio snapped his fingers. A white light circle spreads around him, covering this area. This is the field of replacement. Theoretically speaking, he can replace all the dead objects in this aperture, as well as air, but unfortunately, he always feels that something is missing. It would be much more convenient if there is a physical object in the air, Mio murmured. Then, suddenly raised his eyebrows, had a good idea, and immediately tried it. With a move in his mind, Meow urged his replacement ability. It can be seen that in the displacement field, one after another white apertures the size of marbles emerge. These apertures are formed by using the ability to replace fruits. The apertures form round spheres that are very small. The spheres are filled with air, which makes the air form a physical form in Mio's eyes. Just like self-hypnosis, Meow thinks that the air wrapped in spheres already has real objects. Then they are real objects. Soon, Meow's heart moved again. A round ball directly exchanged positions with Mio. It's really possible. A touch of joy appeared on Mio's face. The development of the replacement fruit has not improved. This is just an application of ability, but for Mio, it is already a big surprise. It seems that Mr. S' ability has improved a lot. Erica, who has been watching Mio on the deck, said with a smile, "It's better to make progress." Lilith smiled slightly, her beautiful eyes flickering. When Mr. develops his abilities to a higher level, I will be able to ask Mr. Abilities for another reason every day. Hear the words. Robin couldn't help flipping through Byakugan. Continue to read his own book. No more words. Just now, on the deck, a shadow warrior suddenly appeared. Mio's figure flickered and appeared in front of the somber warrior. Found it. The black shadow warrior nodded, took out the pen and paper, and immediately began to write and draw. Not to mention, the somber is good at drawing. He actually drew a map in a short period of time. If Mio is correct, this map is in the capital of Alabasta. The black shadow warrior circled it in a place on the map and pointed it to this place. After picking up the map and looking at the place, Mio nodded. Here. Okay, I see. With a wave of his hand, the shadow warrior disappeared directly. Meow put away the map and grinned. Go away, everyone, let's go. At this time, the capital of Alabasta. Inside the palace, Cobra looked at the report of a soldier in front of him and got up abruptly. You said the Black Crow pirates appeared in Alabasta? Yes, your majesty. The soldier nodded and said solemnly. Should we issue a warning? Or notify the Marine branch base? Don't. Cobra hurriedly stopped. We are not opponents at all because of their strength. The warning can only arouse irritation. As for the Marine branch base, forget it. If they know it is the Black Crow pirates, they may not come to support. Cobra still knows the Marine branch base in his country. Lots of people, but it is only equivalent to a contact with Marine, and it has no strength. Facing the Black Crow pirates, I am afraid that even a crew member on the Black Crow pirate's ship can't be beaten. What's more, after the last contact with Mio, Cobra also knew that Mio is not a pirate who likes to kill casually. Compared to other pirates, is considered kind of contact. So Cobra did not panic about his life at this time, but panicked about other aspects. Go, hide all the famous knives in the treasury for me, and I want to change to a library with a smaller collection of books. Cobra ordered immediately. By the way, find a place for me to hide the devil fruit in the treasury. I guess he didn't know that Cobra became panicked because of his arrival, and the reason for the panic was still so peculiar. The capital of the kingdom of Alabasta, Albana. The last time Meow and others came to this city, the bustling here makes Alabasta worthy of being a big country. People come and go in an endless stream. When they came to this city, Mio and others basically wore cloaks in order to avoid trouble, not afraid of trouble, but also hate trouble. The location of Crocodile is in a tavern in the capital of Alabasta. This tavern now seems to be in the hands of Crocodile or under the banner of Crocodile. At this time, Meow and others walked directly in the direction of the tavern. This tavern is located in an alley in Albana, but even so, the tavern is still very lively. Most of the guests are almost pirates, and there are many pirate hunters hiding here as pirates, looking for a suitable target later. There was a crunch. The wooden door of the tavern was pushed open. The fiery breath came oncoming. Many people in the tavern looked towards the door and were taken aback when they saw a group of people in cloaks, but then they didn't care and continued to drink their own wine. Mio looked around and came directly to the bar. Meow raised his hand and knocked on the wooden tabletop of the bar counter and said, "Find someone." Who? Behind the bar was a young man with a normal aura, a little bit of strength but not strong. He was wiping the glass of wine at this time, and he raised his head after hearing Mio's words. "Your boss," Mio said lightly. "My boss." Hearing this, a vigilant color flashed in the man's eyes, and while hesitating, another group of pirates walked in the tavern. Damn, this country is too hot, so quickly bring the wine to the uncle. A strong man headed straight to the bar. Looking at the people in front of Meow and others, couldn't help but curse. "Go away, blocking Lousy's way. It's a bit noisy." Mio frowned slightly. The voice just fell. Puff. A sharp scarlet tentacles pierced the man's heart directly, and then pulled out, and blood sputtered suddenly. The entire tavern was suddenly silent. Mio still stared at the man in front of him and said lightly, "Go tell me. I think your boss will be willing to see me." "Excuse me." The man swallowed. "Black Crow. Black Crow." Hearing this, the man seemed to be thinking about it, wondering if this was the name of a strong man on the sea, but the next moment, the man suddenly shrank his pupils. As if he was thinking of something, his attitude became respectful. Master Black Crow, please wait a moment. I need to ask about it. Go. Mio gave up. Yes. The man nodded. First brought a bottle of whiskey to Mio and the others before leaving. Inside the pub, still extremely quiet, Mio put his chin on with one hand and said lightly, "Keep on drinking. You don't need to care about us." Guru. The voice fell, but there were still no pirates who dared to speak out without permission. After all, although they were not strong, they still had their eyesight to see. Now they can see the extraordinariness of Meow and others. Otherwise, the man's expression would not change so quickly. A pirate thought about the Black Crow just now, looked at Mio and the others, and wondered who they were. Marcy was a little irritated by this look, immediately glared, and said fiercely, "What are you looking at? Do you want to fight?" Slightly immature voice, but accompanied by an inexplicable breath. Shrouded by this breath, the pirate swallowed and shook his head hurriedly. "No, I dare not." Huh. After hearing this, Maxie snorted coldly, turning around and continuing to drink her milk. Rubbing Marsh's head, Mio waited quietly, not in a hurry. For Crocodile, Mio has the same idea as Doflamingo. Make friends first. After all, this guy is one of Shichibukai, and he can still make a plan. And the other party also has his own ambitions. Ambitious people still like it very much. If you have ambition, you can use the other's ambition to help yourself. Although you need to pay a little, the reward will be more generous. After a while, the man returned, respectfully. "Master Black Crow, please come with me." After speaking, immediately lead the way. Although this is a tavern, it still exists on the second floor. A group of people passed the door behind the bar, stepped onto the second floor, and soon came outside a room. "Please." The man made a please gesture. Mio pushed the door directly and entered. The light in the room is a bit dim, and I don't know if these people like this tone, and the same is true for Doflamingo. At this time, in the room, Crocodile was sitting behind a desk with his legs up, biting a cigar in his mouth. As Mio and the others came in, his eyes kept on the leader Mio. The principal culprit who escaped from Impel Down is a new generation, but his fame is enough to compare with the great pirates of New World, and he won't be inferior in strength when looking at the rewards. Then someone like you, come to me. What's the purpose? Crocodile said lightly. Mio lifted his cloak, sat on the sofa unceremoniously, and looked at Crocodile calmly. Come to you for a favor. Crocodile casually threw a document aside in his hand and said lightly, "Why should I help you?" "Because you can't refuse." "Oh." Crocodile raised his eyes slightly. "Then I'm very curious about what you want me to do for you." Pluton. Pluton. Crocodile frowned slightly, a strange light flashing in his eyes. "I don't understand what you're talking about." "Ha!" Mio sneered, leaning back on the sofa, raising Erling's legs and chuckling lightly. Sand Crocodile, might as well tell you that I know the location of Pluton. I asked you for help because of Pluton. I know you may already know the news about Pluton in Alabasta, whether you know it or not. I can only remind you that Pluton is not something that you can own. Are you warning me? Crocodile's eyes turned slightly cold. No, I'm just stating a fact like you. Mio sat up straight, supporting her chin with both hands and pressing forward slightly. Her momentum was violent. The world government will not allow a pirate to own Pluton. If you have the strength of Whitebeard's level, you might consider it, but unfortunately you don't. What about you? Crocodile didn't care about Meow's momentum and sneered. Can you beat Whitebeard? I cannot. Mio grinned, but his tone was daunting. But I have enough time to develop. I have enough ambition and enough potential. The voice fell. Mio put up a finger directly. A deal. Help me get Pluton. Deal, what can I get? Crocodile spit out a smoke ring in his mouth, his eyes flickering. Mio leaned back slightly, holding the handle of the Raikiri knife in his right hand and pulling out half of it. After the cold light flashed, Mio said lightly, Your life. Are you threatening me? Crocodile had sand all over his body and began to slowly appear, and coldness appeared in his eyes. For him, he was never afraid of threats or death, and his arrogance made it difficult for him to accept any threats. Mio gave a faint smile, not caring about the surging sand, just said slowly, "No, what I said was just stating the fact that you're not our opponent. Maybe you are not afraid of death, but I don't think you should have died so early, right? After all, the sea is now a rough era. Of course, if you ask to die, I don't mind fulfilling you." With that said, Mio's body also exudes killing intent. He is definitely not joking. Keep Crocodile, just because he really considers that the other party has IQ and ambition and is considered a hero. Maybe it will help me in the future. If Crocodile really wants to die, Mio will definitely not mind fulfilling the opponent. After all, he really wants Logia's ability. Third, Admiral is not an opponent, but Crocodile, he can still handle it. Hear what Mio said. Crocodile's eyes still flashed coldly, but after a while, he spoke slowly. "I don't know how to make a transaction without return." With a clang, Raikiri returned to her sheath, and Meow said lightly, leaning back on the sofa, "What do you want?" "Huh." Crocodile smiled at the corner of his mouth, bit his cigar, and took a deep breath and exhaled the smoke ring. "I want a lot, but you can't give it to me now, so I need you to do something for me in the future. That depends on what you're going to do in the future and whether you have the qualifications in the future." Meow responded with a smile. "One thing?" "Yes, but Meow will not agree to everything. This is like a bad check. Crocodile really wants this. He doesn't mind agreeing. In the future, if there are some small things that may be beneficial to them, Mio will also help. But if it is troublesome and laborious, my New World pirates are the same." Crocodile's expression was indifferent. "It's just that they are rubbish, and I am not." Crocodile has ambitions. As Meow said, he is not afraid of death, but he definitely does not want to die so early and meaningless. Ambition, Meow whispered in his heart, then chuckled and shook his head. "I don't want to know what you plan to do. In short, I can agree to your request, but I need to remind you that if you don't want to die in Pluton, you'd better not say it. You have challenged Whitebeard and know the strength of Whitebeard. Then you should know how deep the world government has developed for 800 years. The world government will not let anyone know the location of ancient weapon, even if just suspicion." Whispering sound. Crocodile frowned and curled his lips. On the surface, he dismissed Mio's words, but he was cautious in his heart. He is not a fool. He has already seen how powerful the powerhouses of New World are. Therefore, he is very clear about the vastness of this world, and he will naturally not despise the world government. In addition, O'Hara is a lesson learned, but anyone with a bit of a brain knows that once the world government is determined to take action, it will only wipe out the roots. But Pluton, a glowing color flashed in Crocodile's eyes. He really wanted this thing. Pluton, one of ancient weapon, was rumored to be able to destroy an island in one shot. Naturally, he couldn't bear this temptation, but at this time he couldn't bear it and had to endure it. He glanced at the people behind Mio. The aura of everyone is not weak. In battle, it will only end in death. It is a world where strength is respected, and Crocodile also knows that his strength is not strong enough, and things like Pluton can only be expected. This makes Crocodile have a desire for strength in his heart at this time. When New World challenged Whitebeard, the scene of being crushed by Whitebeard came to mind again. Let Crocodile's eyes flicker, and suddenly he said, "I suddenly changed my mind." Mio looked up at Crocodile. "Hockey." Crocodile stared at Mio. "I can help you and show me hockey's practice method." Having seen the strength of Whitebeard, Crocodile can feel it very clearly. As long as Whitebeard thinks, there is no difficulty in smashing an island with a punch. And Pluton, as one of ancient weapons' existence, is indeed powerful, but it's just an external force. Even if you have Pluton, exists like Whitebeard, wanting to kill yourself is very simple. You don't need to take Pluton into consideration at all. After Mio's threat, Crocodile suddenly became clear. As long as one's own strength is strong, he can get more of what he wants, and he can also display his ambitions. And now, what he lacks most is hockey. There are many people in Dahai who know hockey, but most of them are just groping for themselves, Grandmaster. As for the guys who are truly successful in hockey, he doesn't know any of them, and he doesn't lower his head to ask for hockey's practice methods. This time, the deal happened to give him hockey's training method. As for Pluton, are you sure? Mio looked at Crocodile curiously at this time, wondering why Crocodile I would change my mind, and asked faintly, "Give you Hockey's method of cultivation. It takes time if you want to cultivate to a certain level. I have enough time." Crocodile stood up and said solemnly, "The situation in New World, I know better than you. Time is something I will not lack now." "Can?" Mio grinned and nodded. "If you want, I can give it to you, but you suddenly change your mind, which makes me a little curious why." "I just figured it out." Crocodile rolled his eyes and said lightly, "When you go to New World and see the power of those monsters, you will find that no matter when you have a strong strength, it is the most reliable. If you are strong, you can control what you want." "All right." Min nodded, stood up, and said calmly, "Go home and get things done. I will show you the hockey practice method." After speaking, Mio walked directly outside. Crocodile stood behind the desk, glanced at the information about Alabasta Pluton on the desk, cut, the sand swept away, and the information was suddenly shattered. This kind of thing, let's think about it later. Because of the arrival of Mio, Crocodile at this time is slightly different from the target in the original book. It was when Mio and Crocodile started to leave Alba. In New World, the first Whitebeard pirate group to be honored as the Emperor aboard the Moby D***K. At this moment, at the center of the huge deck, two figures were sitting face to face. "I haven't seen each other for a while," Letterfield. The burly and tall Whitebeard put down the bowl of wine and looked at the old friend in front of him with a calm tone. Just sitting there naturally exudes an inexplicable, domineering aura. "Ah, your old guy's injuries are getting more and more," Red Earl also said in a flat tone. "I was a little surprised to hear you escape from Impel Down. I thought you would die in that place." Earl Hong gave a faint smile and held up the wine glass. "Thanks to a little guy, I escaped." After drinking, Earl Hong said solemnly, "Whitebeard, I want you to do me a favor." "Oh." Upon hearing this, Whitebeard raised his head slightly. A look of surprise appeared. "You have a terrible personality asking me for help," which surprised me. "What do you want to do with me?" "Help me find a devil fruit. The kid who took you out of Impel Down is now famous." Earl Hong's eyes flickered and said lightly, "Ah, that's not a simple guy. There must be something extraordinary about being so praised by you." Whitebeard raised his interest. "It's just that Red Earl didn't talk in detail, just said lightly. He has the courage and threatening potential that surprised me." After speaking, Earl Red slowly got up. "Are you ready to leave?" Whitebeard asked. "Ah, it's time to leave. I also have something to deal with." Count Hong nodded. "The devil fruit you want. I'll let someone help you find it." Whitebeard didn't keep Earl Red to leave. Although it is rare to have an old friend who can chat, he also knows Earl Red's character. "Thanks," Count Red said, and then left. Although he has an arrogant personality and does not like to make alliances with others, it does not mean that he has no friends. It is just that these friends are both friends and former enemies. With the departure of Earl Red, Whitebeard drank the wine again, thinking of what Earl Red had just said, and couldn't help laughing. It looks like another incredible guy is about to appear. Alabasta. At this time, in the desert, Mio and others were following the route they remembered. When they came to a desert area, Mio looked around, then looked at Robin and asked, "Is it here? It should be no accident." Robin nodded, carefully confirming with pictures in his hand. Hearing this, Mio looked at Crocodile and said, "It's just below this area, and I'm up to you next." Crocodile nodded, no nonsense, just raised his right hand and patted the desert beneath his feet, and then spurred his ability, swept across the sky with violent sand. Erica and others quickly retreated and left the area. Mio stood in the distance, watching the desert. I saw Crocodile shot, and soon, a huge deep pit emerged, and a large amount of mad sand swept around, rushing to the surroundings, fully revealing the huge deep pit. And in that deep pit, at this time, there's a square historical text lying quietly underneath the black historical text on one side. There are densely packed texts at this time. But the most important thing is that beside the historical text, there is a huge black ship at this time. When he saw this ship, Crocodile's face was also shocked. The ship is huge, almost twice the size of the Black Glory. The whole body is black, made of unknown materials, and some places on it also exude a metal-like luster. The bow of the ship is a black skull. There is a barrel in the skull's mouth at this time. It is dark and dark. This is obviously the weapon matched on this ship, which is the weapon that can smash an island in one shot. From the outside, this ship is extraordinary. Inside, it's not clear. At this time, the ship was exposed, and the ship's deck was almost covered by sand. Is this Pluton? Robin was surprised, his eyes full of surprise. I finally saw one of the 3 legendary ancient weapons. Robin, go down and record the text in the historical text. Mio shouted, then looked at Crocodile. Can you also get rid of the sand on that boat? Yes. Crocodile nodded. The ability to stimulate again. The sand on the Pluton deck, including the interior, was swept out and scattered around. Mio didn't waste time. He took Robin and stepped out of the pit. After asking Robin to record the text in the historical text, he quickly went to Pluton and checked it. To be honest, this Pluton is too big, and it seems that the materials used are not simple, and the weight is very common. If it is intact, Mio definitely doesn't mind taking it away. But if it is damaged, Mio can only let it stay here. After all, this Pluton has been buried here for many years. The possibility of damage is not small, and dragging a damaged and useless Pluton sailing on the sea, unless he is mentally disabled. Although Mio didn't quite understand the structure of the ship, she could still see it, but Mio couldn't help frowning at this sight. The interior of the ship has been damaged in some places after hundreds of years of erosion. The power system of this ship is not like an ordinary ship, but another special power system. In short, Meow can't understand it, but the power structure is already rusty Madara. Presumably, even if it can be used, it will not take long. And most importantly, there is probably only one person in the world who knows how to practice Pluton. That is Tom. But Tom can't leave the city of 7 waters now, and Meow can't give birth to the idea of taking Tom out of the city of 7 waters, otherwise the world government will immediately think of Pluton. It's a bit troublesome, but it's a reward, Mio murmured, slightly gritted his teeth, and made a decision. I guess this Pluton can't be taken away. It's not worth it, but it does not mean that this Pluton is useless. Holding the camera, Mio took a picture of the situation inside Pluton. Then, without hesitation, some important parts of the Pluton were disassembled directly and violently. The damage of this Pluton can be said to have completely broken off Meow's current thoughts about Master Pluton, so he can only use another idea. Imitation of Pluton. Not to mention the complete recovery of Pluton, but only 1/10 of the power of Pluton is required to be powerful enough. When the time comes to build a fleet, it may not be weak. We still have to trouble Vegapunk. No, Pluton's things are too sensitive, so forget it. Maybe North Blue can think about it. Mio seemed to think of something, and the corners of her mouth raised slightly. Immediately, he held the disassembled thing, stepped out of it, and jumped out of the pit. I have to say that the disassembled items on this Pluton are heavy enough to make Mio feel a little heavy. Ow! Seeing Mio coming up, Crocodile inevitably asked a little curiously, and his eyes were even more curious to look at the things Mio was holding up. It's damaged. This Pluton has been buried here for hundreds of years, but it's normal. Mio replied, and then looked at Robin. Have you finished recording? Yeah. Robin nodded and looked at his notebook with a hint of thought in his eyes. It seemed that part of the content was recorded in the historical text that made her feel puzzled. Then go. Mio looked at Crocodile. You should bury this place. The contents are useless. I will hand you Hockey's cultivation method next. Although Crocodile still has great curiosity about Pluton, he already knows the position, and he is not talking nonsense at this time. After the activation ability, he manipulates the sand and quickly fills this huge pit completely. Draw. On the black honor. Mio handed Crocodile a copy of the cultivation methods that recorded armament hockey and observation hockey, and some of his own experience on it, and handed it to Crocodile. This thing is actually not that important. After all, Mio has practiced his hockey to a certain level, but he has not yet reached the top level. So I don't care much about my own experience. After taking over the hockey practice method, Crocodile is about to leave. But at this time, Mio's voice suddenly sounded. "Sand Crocodile, this thing for you." Crocodile suddenly turned his head and subconsciously caught the thing, frowning slightly. "Telephone worm? Maybe we will have the opportunity to trade again in the future." Mio grinned. Hearing this, Crocodile curled his lips. "I don't want to have such an opportunity," said so, but Crocodile still put the phone worm in his pocket, and his body suddenly turned into sand and disappeared on the black glory. Mio looked at the thing that had been dismantled from Pluton on the deck. At this time, his eyes flickered, and a look of expectation appeared. "I don't know how powerful the original Pluton is, but I violently dismantled it from Pluton except for some. In addition to the core things, there are some materials for Pluton's appearance, because Mio intends to see what Pluton is made of." Asking Warwick to take these things to the cabin warehouse, Mio came to Robin's side and asked, "How have the above content been translated?" "The translation has been translated, but the content above." Robin frowned slightly and handed the notebook to Mio with some doubts. "In the night above," Robin's translation was written. Mio glanced at it and suddenly frowned slightly. "The Master of the Void Throne has eternal life. The enemy of Clan D, whose name is I'm." The reason for Mio's frown is because of these two sentences. Naturally, it is impossible to have only these two sentences in the historical text. It is just that the other content records some information about Pluton, and Mio doesn't care very much. And these two sentences, regarding M's immortality, it is not very surprising. After all, since some people know that the ultimate ability of Op Fruit is to let others get immortal life, then it means that someone must have done this before, and some people have got immortality. Otherwise, there will be no such news. And the person who was immortal before may very likely be Yim, Master of the Void Throne. It is the enemy of the D family. For Meow was very frightened, to be honest. It was confirmed that I'm had eternal life, which meant that I'm had survived for at least a few hundred years, even from 800 years ago to the present. Think about it. This world, like Whitebeard, has only lived for a few decades, and it has reached such a strong point. 800 years. How strong is enough to make a person become stronger through cultivation? Top armed color Cs, and here's color conquerors hockey. Top physical skills, physical strength. Top level fruit ability development. Fully awakened? Is it even possible to eat 2 devil fruit like Blackbeard? To be honest, such a guess made Mio even more jealous. If this is the case, then Emu's strength has definitely reached a terrifying point. As for the possibility of no strength, Mio will not guess at all. Without strength, how could it be possible to control such a huge organization like the world government? How could it be possible to let 5 elders surrender willingly? After frowning slightly, Mio returned the notebook to Robin. "Captain, do you know who this I'm is?" Robin asked curiously. "I know." Min nodded and grinned. "A very mysterious guy and a very scary guy for now is the master of this world. There's nothing wrong with that. Marine may be overthrown, but no one can overthrow it in the current world government." Hear the words. Robin's mouth grew wide, with a surprised expression on his face. Immediately afterwards, there was silence. She was very smart and thought of world government. "Sir, are we going to New World next?" Yin walked over and asked Meow, with a look of expectation in his eyes. Marcy on the side also trot over quickly. "Brother, when do you go to New World? I heard that there are many pirates in New World, and they are very strong." While talking, Marcy waved her fist. Her eyes showed excitement, as if she couldn't wait. It's no wonder that among the few people on this ship, there are actually many guys who like to fight, and New World is a gathering of strong people in the sea, and they naturally look forward to it. Mio scratched his head and smiled. "Quickly, but then I have to stay in the first half of the Grand Line for a while. After all, Pluton still has to be dealt with. And to imitate things like Pluton, there is no doubt that you have to find someone who is good at this aspect. Vegapunk is not suitable, because Vegapunk has been protected by people from the world government for a long time. If it is found to be abnormal, it is likely to cause Vegapunk to fall into danger, or to the point of being imprisoned. It will also allow the world government to get Pluton. So after thinking about it, Mio's goal chose the Vinsmoke family. Although Judge's wisdom is not as good as Vegapunk, but at least there are capable people in scientific research. As for whether the other party will help him, and whether he will give birth to a monopoly, haha. A cold light flashed in Mio's eyes, and he didn't care. The Vinsmoke family is very strong, with a large number of staff, but for the Black Crow pirates, if you want to kill Judge, it is really not a difficult thing. If you don't obey, kill it. Find the next one, if you don't have the strength to do it. What? And the big deal is to go to Vegapunk's hometown. Meow picked up the phone worm and dialed out. After some communication, Meow put away the phone worm and started to give orders to Droughty. At 11 o'clock, Drought. Roar. With a roar, Drizzle suddenly moved in the direction. At the same time, while still on the Grand Line, Doflamingo, who did not return to North Blue, put down the phone worm, frowned slightly, showing a thoughtful color. The Vinsmoke family? This guy should go to New World now. What is he planning? And another collaboration? Hey, it's really looking forward to it. Whispered. Doflamingo beckoned. Tory Pole bent slightly. Dover, what's the matter? Let Diamanti and Pika be with you. The three of you will go back to North Blue and invite Judge from the Vinsmoke family. Doflamingo ordered. Hearing this, Tory Pole frowned slightly, said, the character of that guy is not willing to come with us. Not willing? Doflamingo's mouth raised a sneer, his tone indifferent. Hey, isn't his wife pregnant? I heard that he values the children in his wife's belly very much. But doing so will cause the Vinsmoke family to retaliate. Tory Pole reminded. Doflamingo didn't care about it. Don't worry, take revenge on revenge, but I am looking forward to what our friend said about this cooperation. So let's go. I see. Seeing this, Tory Pole said no more and turned to leave. Talos, captain of the Mad Beast Pirate Group, is extremely vicious, offering a reward. 57 million. The content of a reward order mixed in the news of a newspaper today. Looking at Talos, whose face was full of blood on the reward order, the corners of Mio's mouth rose slightly. He was a little surprised. I didn't expect Talos to have a reward so soon, but he was relieved. After all, there was a news about Talos' reward in the newspaper. Talos directly grabbed a warship and killed many Marines and non-commissioned officers. Very violent. After this event is over, you can go to New World. Putting down the reward order, Mio lay down with her hands behind her head, feeling the warm sunshine from the sky, and a smile was raised at the corner of Mio's mouth. When she went to New World, fighting was inevitable. But it doesn't matter anymore. After all, he now has a lot of cards. In addition to their own strength, there are two free thugs, Red Earl and Bullet. Although these two people will only promise themselves once, they are enough. And even if Mio asked them to fight with Kaido, the two would not refuse. After all, this kind of thing can be said to suit their taste very much, especially Bullet. So, although there will be a lot of battles after entering the New World, ordinary pirates are not afraid, such as Kaido, and do not need to take action by themselves. If it develops for a while, even if it is beast pirates, he is not afraid. Sir, the destination is here. Suddenly, Erica's head appeared in front of Mio's eyes, and the two tentacles on her forehead were shaking, a little cute. Let's go. Mio sat up and looked at the distant island, her eyes twinkling. At this point, half a month has passed since Mio left Alabasta. After this island, he will head to Sabati Archipelago. The ship docked. At this time at the port, a famous pirate looked at the pirate flag flying on the Black Glory in horror and was shocked. It's the Black Crow Pirates. Damn, how come this level of powerhouse hasn't gone to New World? Let's go. There might be some big problems if you stay here to watch the excitement. The pirates said one after another. Mio put his hands in the pants caboodle, slowly stepped off the boat, and walked toward the town in front of the port, followed by Erica and others wearing cloaks on both sides. But at this moment, a figure suddenly rushed out in front of Mio, his tone frenzied. Master Black Crow, let me follow you. Hei Yin moved forward slightly, blocking the front of Mio, looking at Mio as if asking whether to kill. Mio gave up, and Hei Yin immediately backed away. Mio looked at the guy in front of him with interest. He was a burly man, not very familiar. He should be someone who didn't appear in the original book. This was the first time Mio saw someone who wanted to follow him. So full of interest. Report your name, Mio said slowly. The man had a feverish tone and knelt on one knee. Master Black Crow, I am Fergus from Uzumaki, the captain of the Uzumaki pirates. Uzumaki. Mio raised her eyebrows slightly. Yes, I am a Uzumaki fruit-powered person. Fergus nodded quickly, as if a fanatical fan saw the idol, and waved his hands. You could see the wind swept across Fergus's hands and quickly brought him down. Gus wrapped his hands in 2 Uzumaki winds. I could turn everything I touch into Uzumaki. 2 violent wind Uzumaki spin like violent wind drill bits in Fergus's hands. It seems that it is a good ability. For the follower who wants to follow him and is the first to see, Mio has no idea of killing. After all, the first one is always special. Next to him, Robin said forward in Mio's ear, I know this person, offering a reward of 41 million. Hearing this, Min nodded and looked at Fergus with a calm tone. You are not strong enough to follow me. The voice fell. Erica pulled out a big sword from her waist, raised her hand, and cut it towards the sky. The horror sword aura erupted. In the sky, the clouds were suddenly split, forming a deep crack. Fergus grew his mouth wide, showing a shocked look, but immediately he became even more enthusiastic. If the fanatical gaze before was only to Meow, now it is to everyone on the Black Crow Pirates. It's a bit like Luffy's little fan in the original book. Go to New World, Mio said lightly. Go to New World, improve your strength. When you reach this point, then I welcome you to join the Black Crow fleet. New World. Hear the words. Fergus was stunned for a moment, and then his eyes became firm, and then he nodded in excitement. Lord Black Crow, please wait. Fergus will go to New World next, and I will definitely join your staff at that time. After speaking, Fergus left without hesitation, returned to his pirate ship, and left the island. Looking at the departing ship, Lilith covered her mouth and chuckled. Mr. has fans too. There will be more in the future. Erica put away her weapon, ignoring the shocked gaze of the pirates next to the port, and slowly said, Let's go. Meow chuckled, shook his head, and walked towards the town of the harbor. At this time, in a tavern in the middle of the town, in the entire tavern, there are only a group of Doflamingo and Vinsmoke Judge, the owner of the Vinsmoke family from North Blue. At this time, Judge was wearing a trench coat and a mask. His long blonde hair looked a bit imposing, like a lion king. Behind Judge stood several of his latest scientific research results. Artificial soldiers. Under the mask, Judge frowned and his voice was cold. Joker, it's time to tell me why you invited me here. Don't worry, weird bird. Minga took a sip from a glass of wine and laughed lightly. We still need to wait for a friend to arrive. The reason for inviting you is because of my friend's request. Friend, Judge frowned even more, hissing. This time I hope it will happen only once. And if there is another time, I definitely don't mind destroying all your forces in North Blue. Hey, there won't be another time. Ming knew what Judge was referring to. Just as Doflamingo had previously ordered, Tory Pole and others tied up Judge's wife directly in order to get Judge over. That is Vinsmoke Sola. But now Sola's belly has grown bigger, and the children inside are the future Sanji brothers. For this reason, Judge had to come here. For the child in Sola's belly, Judge can be said to be very important. Hearing what Brother Ming said, Judge snorted and said no more. Both of them developed in North Blue and had dealt a lot before, so he just listened to Ming Ji's words and didn't take it seriously. He just waited quietly, wanting to see what Doflamingo said. Friends who are.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.